What's that? The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Beginning debate on motion M385 on bullying in the name of Mr. Morin Chicoutimi-Lefiard. Mr. Morin, seconded by Mr. Harrison, moves that, given that bullying is a serious problem affecting Canadian communities, a special committee of the House be appointed and directed to develop a national bullying prevention strategy.
Study the prevalence and impact of different types of bullying, including physical, verbal, indirect, and cyberbullying. B. Identify and adopt a range of evidence-based anti-bullying best practices. C. Promote and disseminate anti-bullying information to Canadian families through a variety of mediums. D. Appuyer.
D. Provide support for organizations that work with young people to promote positive and safe environments. E. Focus on prevention rather than criminalization, and that the committee consist of 12 members, which shall include 7 members from the government party, 4 members from the official opposition, and 1 member from the Liberal Party, provided that the chair is from the government party. That, in addition to the chair, there be 1 vice chair from each of the opposition parties. That the committee have all of the powers of a standing committee as provided in the standing orders. That the members to serve on the said committee be appointed by the whip of each party, depositing with the clerk of the House a list of his or her party's members of the committee no later than 5 sitting days following the adoption of this motion.
Be 7 members for any proceedings, provided that at least a member of the opposition and of the government party be present, that membership substitutions be permitted to be made from time to time, if required, in the manner provided for in Standing Order 114.2, and that the committee report its recommendations to this House within 1 year of the adoption of this motion. Debate.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lefiard. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So yes, I've tabled this motion to create a national bullying prevention strategy. This is a cause that I hold dear to my heart. When I was elected, I decided that my private member's business would have to do with bullying, and I stood in the House last fall and last winter to raise the case of Jamie Hubley. I asked the Conservative government what they're going to do to protect our youth. I heard some good things from the government, but a year later, I still haven't seen any concrete action taken by this government. So that's why I tabled my own motion, aiming to strike a special non-partisan committee of the House. And I put the emphasis on non-partisan. That's my gesture of goodwill. I want us to deal with the problem of bullying. It's a nationwide problem, which is unfortunately only growing. I myself was a victim of bullying when I was a child, but there was no Facebook, there was no social network. And that is partly why the problem has grown so large. We see more and more stories in the media, tragic stories of young Canadians who have been bullied and decided to kill themselves. So this is the ideal time for all parties in the House to put partisanship aside and work together to develop this national bullying prevention strategy. Obviously based on recommendations on the framework that I provided in my motion. But the first pillar of this is very important. That is to study the prevalence and different forms of bullying. When we talk about bullying, we are talking about physical, verbal, indirect like rumor, and cyberbullying. Each type of bullying has its own set of problems associated with it and its own realities. Once we've done that, we can bring together all the various studies that have been done on bullying And then we can go to the second step, which is to look at best practices to prevent bullying all around the world. We should look at what the provinces are doing too. There are provinces that have gone forward with good initiatives, so we should have a look at what's being done on that side and see if there's anything that could be done federally. But there are other countries like Finland and the US and Sweden, for example. They have also gone ahead with promising initiatives. I think we should take a look at those initiatives internationally and see what could be implemented in Canada, because it's true, in 2012, the problem is not just pan-Canadian. It affects all countries in the world. They have the same problems. The goal here is not to reinvent the wheel. The purpose of my motion is not to come up with miracles either. We're not trying to work miracles. We're just trying to do something. Provinces have good initiatives. School boards are doing good work on the ground. Teachers. But where's the federal government on this file? Especially when we're talking about cyberbullying. Bullying in schools, yes, of course that comes under provincial jurisdiction, although the federal government should support the provinces and the school boards in their work to protect young Canadians. But when you talk about cyberbullying, that comes under federal jurisdiction. It's communications. So the government has various laws and regulations at its disposal and could be proactive in this arena, could take a leadership role. I think that's a key word, leadership. It's important. It's important for the House of Commons to put aside partisanship and to work together for the benefit of our youth. The third pillar is to disseminate all the good information we'll have found and to convey that to Canadian families, because ultimately it's Canadian families that are stuck with this problem on their hands. They're worried about their children being bullied potentially, or perhaps they even know that their own children are victims of bullying and they don't know what to do about it. Changing schools is not a solution that's ideal, but as I said, there is no ideal. There's no perfect solution here. There's no magic bullet. But this could be very useful to Canadian families if the federal government were to play a role in coordinating and supporting the people in the field on the ground who are doing this work. There's the provinces, there's the school boards, but there's also parents. I see a role for the federal government, and I believe it should play a leadership role. The fourth pillar is to support organizations that work with young people. They're doing good work. They have expertise. And the situation from province to province varies. There are a number of organizations and foundations that have various expertise, and I'm anxious to hear from them when we call them as witnesses before the committee. They can flesh out this sort of skeleton or framework motion that I've put forward on anti-bullying. So it's important to listen to them too. But it's also important to put the focus on prevention rather than criminalization, because when a young person is bullied for months and years, the damage is done. The damage is done. I'm not saying that in some cases there shouldn't be criminalization. The non-partisan committee, which will include members of the NDP, the Liberals, and the Conservatives, we will look at possible solutions. But my experience, because I was bullied in my youth from age 10 to 15, criminalizing my bully, that really wouldn't do anything to undo the harm that was done to me over the years. Of course, it's heartrending to see young people committing suicide. We've seen that in the media. But the good thing about that is that the public is now more aware of the fact that bullying is intolerable. It's unacceptable. It's not normal. It shouldn't be allowed in any child's life. But criminalization is not the solution. You can't just tell young people to grow a thicker skin either. But a lot of damage has been done to young people, to their friends, to their families. And since I've been working on this issue, each time I learn with great sadness of a case that attracts the attention of the national media. But people keep telling me you're on the right track. The federal government must absolutely take a leadership role so that we can save lives. That's ultimately what this is all about, saving lives. In Ontario, a poor young fellow who had muscular dystrophy was being bullied, and unfortunately he killed himself at age 11 by putting a bag over his head. These are shocking, deeply troubling cases. I'm not trying to point the finger of blame at anyone in particular, but we all have to work together. The federal government, the provincial governments, the school boards, parents, everybody has to pitch in to try to solve this problem, or at least reduce the consequences, reduce its impacts. We talked about Janet Bauer-Bryson in Nova Scotia who committed suicide. She was being bullied on Facebook. She loved to sing, and her bullies attacked her on her Facebook account, and they said she really should kill herself because she's a lousy singer. And that was one factor that led to her suicide. There's also Jamie Hubley. Unfortunately, this is the anniversary of his death. A young man from Ontario, from Ottawa. I remember there was some empathy expressed when I raised this issue in the House last year. All communities in Canada, regardless of riding, whether it's Conservative, Federal, Bloc, Green, or NDP, we're all dealing with this problem. We're all affected by it. On the government side, in the course of their term of office, they've used statements by members to underscore, to say that they're the champions, the defenders of youth. I know that there are people on all sides of the House, but I think it's important for us to really put partisanship aside and try to help people truly. That's what's behind all this. Because despite the cases we see in the media, these suicide cases, some of them are very high profile, but most young Canadians get bullied and their story never makes it into the media. So they suffer, they live a daily hell in silence. Their story's never told because those young people just try to get through it. They just manage somehow to get through it. I don't want to talk about my own personal experience much, but it does give some context. So I was bullied starting at age 10. Luckily, it stopped at 15. The bullying, in my case, ended. I think my bullies just grew up. They just got more mature. Thank goodness. In most cases, when I got up in the morning, I knew I had to go to school. I knew I might be bullied from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. But when I took the bus coming home, I knew I was going to be safe. I was going to be with my family. I knew that on the weekend, I'd have a break from the bullying. Unfortunately, these days, this is good and bad, with cyberbullying, young people can be victimized 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So they live with that stress and suffering constantly. There's no break for them. So we have to do something. We have to do something because those young people, they can't get away from it. There's no way of sheltering themselves from it. It's constant. And I think there's a lot of suicide that's linked to cyberbullying that results from it. So my goodwill would really be reflected in a non-partisan committee. I could have just done an NDP motion on bullying, but I know how the House works. I think it was important to put partisanship aside. I don't want to wait for 3 years for a strategy, a national anti-bullying strategy, to be adopted. I think the government has a golden opportunity here. I sincerely hope that we'll be able to work in a nonpartisan way to strike this committee. I'm sure you guys have good ideas on the other side of the House that I haven't even thought of to protect our young people. I know the parliamentary secretary who's going to follow me has their heart in the right place. So this is not the end of the story. This is just a start.
Questions and commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to begin by thanking my honourable colleague from across the way for bringing this forward and for his very thoughtful and very important comments on this and for sharing his personal story. I think all of us in this House certainly can relate, whether it's because we were bullied, whether our family was bullied, or we saw others bullied around us. So I really appreciate, I know all of us appreciate his comments. I do have one question very specifically in regards to Mr. Hubley, the father of Jamie, who was on CTV Question Period yesterday, and his comments were he really appreciated, I believe, that we were bringing this, that the honourable member was bringing this forward, but he talked about needing immediate action as opposed to more study. And I'm wondering if my colleague could just speak, even from his own personal experience, what are some of the things that can be done immediately at the very local level, whether we're talking about schools or parents or other young people who are seeing bullying happening? What are some of the very specific things that can be done as a society and that we can do to combat this where we're at? Thank you.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Leflore.
Honourable member for her question, very good question. And to Mr. Hubley, I fully agree with him that we need more concrete action. That's why my motion is to create this national strategy. And the fourth pillar of my motion is to give more support coming from the federal government to the local organizations who are doing fantastic work. And yes, if I can bring awareness, because yes, it's good to talk about it in the media, in the House of Commons. We need to talk about it in our own families, throughout Canada. To those kids who are bullied, who might not have spoken about it yet, please do. Find a parent, a member of your family, a teacher, someone you trust. Just because I know they will listen to you and make sure that it stops. To the parents, I would like to tell them to have a talk with your kid to see what they're experiencing, because sometimes there are symptoms that indicates that their kid might be bullied. So thank you very much, but I think the federal can do more, though.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saint Leonard Saint Michel. What I take from this motion, I'm in favor of it. My question is about his region. In a lot of regions, they're quite nationalistic, and we know that the schools in Quebec are doing a lot of work on this type of crime or this type of bullying, as my colleague said. So I'd like to know, in his region, the fact that he's asking for federal intervention, how is that perceived in that region? The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Leflore. To answer my Liberal colleague, I think it's very well perceived. It's well received. Schools obviously come under provincial jurisdiction, so the Quebec Education Ministry and the school boards and the teachers are better equipped to deal with these problems on the ground. But the federal government, with all its knowledge, can bring together a number of studies on best practices and can convey that information to the provinces to support them. I don't think more information can be a bad thing. A policy of non-interference in provincial jurisdiction is important, but I think that people in my riding see this positively. And they know that, of course, the NDP is very respectful of Quebec and provincial jurisdiction.
In response, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And congratulations to the member for Chicoutimi-Leflore. They have my support on this motion, but I have a question. Should the committee include other parties in the House of Commons, like the Bloc and the Green Party? Should we be on the committee too? Thank you. The honourable member for Chicoutimi.
My colleague from the Green Party has put forth a good question. Why is the special committee being set up the way it is? Well, I put that forth because I want the motion to be adopted. And so it's the normal makeup of a committee. But believe me, I will be speaking to my colleagues who are not represented on the committee to ensure that I bring their voice to the committee if it is set up. Because this is a non-partisan issue under debate.
We have time for one more question. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Wanda Fuca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to start by thanking the honourable member for Chicoutimi-Fjord for bringing this to the attention of the House. As soon as he came here, he's been asking questions. He's been looking to see where the action of the federal government is going to come. And so I really do commend him for bringing a motion forward that calls for action. My question to him is, I know that some people have said, well, this is just another study, but I know his focus is really on the outputs of this committee. So what kinds of things does he perceive will come from this committee?
Well, I thank my colleague for his question. First of all, it'll show leadership by the federal government because there's very little, especially on cyberbullying. So before we get involved in this kind of initiative, we need to take an overall look at the situation in Canada, look at the best practices for combating bullying across the world and in Canada, and put them in place here, implement them, so that we can help local organizations. This type of concrete action will be very beneficial.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to join in the discussion today and have an opportunity to speak to the motion that's before this House. I want to start by commending my honourable colleague, the member from Chicoutimi-Fjord, for caring about this issue and bringing it forward today for discussion. Mr. Speaker, this issue, the issue of bullying, should always be a nonpartisan issue. It's too easy for us as politicians to take certain topics and use them as ways to attack each other. But I can sense very strongly from my honourable colleague that that is not his intent with this motion. It is to truly find ways to resolve and to find solutions to the very real and the very heartbreaking issue of bullying. And so for that, I want to recognize, acknowledge, and commend him. Mr. Speaker, I would like to talk frankly for a moment about bullying, about what it is, what it isn't, and the devastating effects and consequences it has. Consequences first and foremost for the victim, but also for their families, their friends, their school teachers, and classmates. Mr. Speaker, bullying is harassment. It's assault. It's threats as well as intimidation. It is violent and harmful, and bullying is always wrong, and it should never be tolerated. Bullying is not merely childish behavior. It's not boys being boys. It's not mean girls. It is not a rite of passage. Terms like these are attempts to lessen the severity and numb us to the impact of bullying. Put simply, bullying should never be tolerated by any adult, teacher, or parent, especially when it comes to our children. Whether in classrooms, on the playground, during sporting or extracurricular activities, in our community centres, or in our homes through social media like Facebook and Twitter, our children should always be protected from bullying, and they should always know that there is someone that they can turn to for help. Sadly, this past week, we have seen yet another example of a young person who's taken their life, believing that they had no way out of the torment of being bullied. All of us, whether as parents or educators or concerned citizens, share in the sadness and the grief that Amanda Todd's family must be going through. And we all ask ourselves, how does something like this happen, and how can we stop it from ever happening again? All of us need to ask ourselves, as adults, as individuals, if we are doing all that we can to stop bullying at its roots, and to show by our example that we truly believe it needs to end. But, Mr. Speaker, it's also important to talk about what government can do, and where government can lead and show support. And so I do want to take a moment and talk about what our government is doing to help stop bullying. Our belief, Mr. Speaker, is that this problem is best dealt with at the most local level, by the people who are in the core, who are closest to it, our schools, our communities, our health, education, and law enforcement professionals. communities and schools at the local level are in the best position to identify the risk factors in their local community. As well, they are at the best position to identify what their vulnerable children and teens have to deal with and what the solutions are, again, at their local level. And that's where our support is focused and where we believe funding can do the most good. Let me give you and this House some concrete examples of what our government is doing. We are taking action, first of all, to address bullying through the Public Health Agency of Canada. The Public Health Agency of Canada and Health Canada invests in a number of initiatives to help promote awareness and advance action to address bullying. The Healthy Canadian website provides information on bullying and tips for bullying prevention and intervention. The WITS program, which stands for Walk Away, Ignore, Talk It Out, and Seek Help, teaches children in kindergarten to grade 6 to make safe and positive choices when faced with bullying, cyberbullying, peer victimization, and conflict. As well, Mr. Speaker, the RCMP is very active in outreach and information dissemination on bullying-related issues. For example, the force of bullying is through the National Crime Prevention Strategy. Through the strategy, Public Safety Canada provides funding to organizations, including schools, to implement crime prevention projects and initiatives targeted to helping children, youth, and young adults at risk. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight that prevention of bullying and violence in schools was very recently included as a priority under the strategy in the current call for project proposals. Mr. Speaker, it's concrete action such as this that demonstrates that our government is determined to working with our partners to continue developing new and innovative ways to address bullying. We're moving forward through the concerted efforts of these organizations federally, as well as with our provincial and territorial partners. We're consulting with the provinces and territories as they develop and implement new initiatives in schools and classroom settings. Mr. Speaker, we are unified in our efforts to stop bullying. The motion before us, Mr. Speaker, suggests that we should establish a special parliamentary committee to examine various aspects of bullying and develop a national prevention strategy. Members will know that the other place has recently adopted a motion, in fact last November, authorizing the Standing Committee on Human Rights to examine and report on the issue of cyberbullying in Canada with specific regard to Canada's obligation under Article 19 of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. The committee plans to present its findings this fall and will also produce targeted publication for distribution to children, parents, and teachers. As well, this House is currently considering Private Members Bill C-273, which seeks to address the issue of cyberbullying by amending 3 of several existing criminal code offences, which can apply to bullying conduct. And yesterday, Mr. Speaker, a local Ottawa City Councillor, Ellen Hubley, who sadly knows firsthand the impacts of bullying, had this to say: "There is a time for action now instead of another study or anything like that." I agree, Mr. Speaker, that it is time for action. This Parliament currently has not one but 2 committees looking into the issue of bullying. And, Mr. Speaker, what we would like to see is more information on how the committee that would be created by this motion would interact with the work that is already underway. All Canadians can be assured, Mr. Speaker, that we as a government, and indeed all honourable members, are taking concrete action to prevent and reduce bullying. Bullying is not a part of growing up, it is not a rite of passage, and it shouldn't be treated as such. And we look forward to examining the recommendations from the 2 parliamentary committees already studying this issue, and we look forward to being further informed on the proposed committee and how it would interact with the recommendations and the conclusions of the committees underway. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is such a timely motion in many ways because of what we saw with the tragedy with Amanda Todd, that everyone across this country now knows about and that is now a worldwide issue. I want to commend the member for bringing forward this motion. And while the Liberals will be voting in favour of it, because it is indeed still a worthwhile motion, I think we think that it doesn't go far enough. There is sufficient information out there with regard to bullying and all the forms of bullying. There have been studies that have been done around the world and the World Health Organization. We know that, in fact, bullying not only has a physical toll, but it has a mental toll. We know that many young people or people who are bullied get headaches, they suffer from nervousness, they suffer from anxiety, they get dizzy spells even physically. But we also know that it can create depression in susceptible people, that it can create in some instances, as we see, the ultimate tragic response, which would be suicide. But it isn't only about suicide. There are, in fact, people who have been bullied and which has triggered, in fact, in those people a response of anger in which we have seen people take a gun and go into school and try to take out all of the people that had bullied them or had caused such pain for them. At the end of the day, bullying is not new. Bullying has been with us from the beginning of time. All of us understand it. All of us know about it. But bullying used to be limited to school. It was some kid pushing you, somebody shoving you and locking you in the washrooms, all of those kinds of things. Mean girls, as we heard, who would call you names or treat you badly. But eventually, in the old days, one used to be able to grow up and leave school. One used to be able to go home and have parents that can protect you and have a group of friends outside of school that can be there for you. But bullying has changed. With the rise of the electronic media, we now know that bullying follows you everywhere. Cyberbullying goes right. I remember a young woman actually telling me this when I spoke to her before I brought in my own private member's bill, Bill C-273, which seeks to put the issue of electronic and cyberbullying into the criminal code with other forms of criminal harassment, libel, etc., spreading of false messages. However, this young woman told me, she said, you know, I cannot get away from the bullying. She said, I go home and it's there. I turn on my email and it's there. I turn on my computer and it's there. She said, I go away. I go to spend holidays with my parents and family. It's there. It's everywhere. The thing about the new social media is that it makes cyberbullying reach not only around the world, in which somebody in Germany today knows what someone is saying about you, but it reaches throughout your lifetime. It is there forever. It really doesn't matter where you go and how old you are. Somebody can Google something about you that happened when you were in grade 11 or when you were 12 or when you were 13. And in fact, it can prevent you from getting a job eventually. We've known that that would happen. Your boss looking you up goes and Googles you, and lo and behold, there is something about you that isn't even true. There's false messaging. So that we know that it can carry on even after death. It is there. It will always be there. So cyberbullying has taken on a new aspect to bullying. Not that any bullying is right, and as my honourable member in the Conservative Party said, it is not a rite of passage. It is not something that we can tut-tut and look at and say, I know when I was in school. It can have dire consequences, and it used to. Today, because of mass communications, we now know of the many people who were hurt physically and mentally by it, because it's out there for us to find out about. It's in the media. We can see it. We can hear it. It reaches beyond us. But perhaps in the old days, who knows how many people went out very quietly and committed suicide or hid away and became reclusive or had mental health problems or whatever as a result of bullying, even as long ago as when some of us were kids or even before that. So I think this is a good idea in that it talks about a prevention strategy. However, what concerns me is that there are no concrete measures in this bill, really. It asks us to study. We've studied many times before. In fact, many of us can tell you stories that are heartbreaking. We've heard some of them in the House today, so I won't repeat them. But I know there is a young woman named Donna who attended 8th grade at a parochial school in Montreal. She and her mother traveled to Toronto to visit her grandmother who was dying from cancer. When she returned to school, a cyberbully circulated a rumor alleging that she had gotten SARS. All of her friends didn't want to hang out with her. They all walked away from her, and she was left desolate and alone. She didn't know what to do. They wouldn't even talk to her on the phone. So the problem, and that happened in Welland, Ontario, where she lived. I think we have the freshman. We know the story about the freshman in Osaka, Japan. When his gym period was over, he got dressed at what he believed was the privacy of the gym. And indeed, he was an overweight boy, and some bully had set up a camera and took a picture of him. And within seconds, by the time he changed and walked out of the room, his picture was around the world for everyone to see. And he had become the laughingstock not only of the school, but of the community. And we do know that cyberbullying or any kind of bullying doesn't really end. We like to pretend this is something that only happens in the schools. But in fact, we do know that people can be shunned in the workplace. We know that people can be shunned in the community where your neighbors won't speak to you. We know that many young people who are gay or many older people who are gay are terrified of people finding out either in the workplace or in the community that they are. And so we've seen the impact of bullying, and it is physical and it is mental, and as in the case of this young lady, Amanda Todd, this weekend, it is in fact can be tragic. But what I would like us to talk about, in fact, it would be a nice idea if instead of studying it when we've already done that, I think what we need to do is to look at the kind of comprehensive strategy, a national strategy, that we always look at when we deal with something that can result in serious harm. And that would be public awareness and education. That's one of the parts we do. We look at prevention and prevention programs, which can have to take place in the school, in the home, in the community. We have to look at what are the programs we can help young people who have been bullied or older people who have been bullied. How do we help to protect them and create some harm reduction? And eventually, we have to look at consequences. Some of those consequences may or may not be in the criminal code or should not be in the criminal code. I am suggesting that the criminal code currently deals with issues of name-calling, false messaging, and actually criminal harassment, which we saw is what happened to this young woman about her bullying. It was criminal harassment. And yet, one of the things we know is if it happens in the radio, if it happens on TV, if it happens in a newspaper, there has to be disclosure. In fact, the criminal code speaks to if it happens through a phone, where there are phone messages that are being spread, the telephone company has to, under law, disclose who that person is from where the phone calls were coming. But we don't have a single thing to look at how we find out who has been doing the bullying from a cyber place, because there's an anonymity in cyberbullying that allows it to flourish. And what we know is that no one knows who this person is, and you can feel free to go out and say what you wish. And I think the sad thing about this young woman that we read about is that when she put out her story, people were saying, go ahead and kill yourself. I don't know what society we live in, but it's not just enough to talk about a prevention strategy. We need to work. Provinces have certain legislation. Some provinces have programs. We need to work together using federal and provincial jurisdictions, looking at schools, looking at communities, looking at the workplace. We need to make this become what it is, which is an extremely important, dangerous, and tragic habit. I don't know what else to call it. But I do say I want to thank the member for bringing it forward, and we will be voting to support it, although I do believe that we need to take this issue seriously. If someone had beaten this girl and left her in an alley to drown, and we know that this happened in the past with the Verk case in Victoria, then everyone would be held to be liable. But because she committed suicide, people don't believe anyone is liable. I think it's time we put an end to this. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt, Wanda Fuca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise and speak in favour of M385, a motion put forward by my friend and colleague from Chicoutimi-La-Fjord, which I had the honour of seconding this morning. This motion is calling on all of us in the House of Commons to take concrete steps in the prevention of bullying. It's not good enough to say that bullying is someone else's responsibility, or to hide behind Canada's notoriously complicated division of jurisdictions. It's not enough to say that this is best left to the local level. And it's clear that whatever we are doing at all levels in government in Canada today to combat bullying is not enough. It's time for leadership in combating bullying. It's time for leadership right here in the House of Commons. M385 calls for the creation of a special 12-member, all-party committee to develop a national bullying prevention strategy. By reviewing studies on bullying, we can come to a better understanding of why it happens and what we can do to stop it. Unfortunately, creating an effective anti-bullying strategy is now an urgent need in our society. And for those who call for immediate action, I would like to remind them that effective action requires a strategy. The prevalence and pervasiveness of bullying is shocking in our society. And while people can be bullied for any number of reasons, for being too short, too tall, too fat, too thin, for their sexual preference or even their perceived sexual preference, or whether or not they conform to gender norms, and I could go on with such a list. All these forms of bullying are, of course, reprehensible, and all forms of bullying are potentially harmful. But some forms of bullying appear to have more intense consequences. Here I'm talking primarily about bullying based on sexism as it affects young women and girls, and bullying based on homophobia, which both, all too often, can end in violence. Either violence perpetrated by the bullies or in the form of self-harm or suicide by the victims. I can only speculate here, but it appears to me that the deep-rooted sexism and homophobia in our society all too often reinforce and validate the attitudes and action of bullies. The tragic suicide of Amanda Todd in Coquitlam just a few days ago is powerful testimony to the destructive power of bullying when backed by the oppressive cult of unrealistic body images for young women and the powerful pressures on adolescent women to seek personal validation in sexual activity they may not be ready for. And the ongoing cyberbullying that has continued even after Amanda's death is shocking evidence of the need for urgent action. Recently, many of us felt firsthand here in Ottawa the great sadness and immense sense of loss after the suicide of Jamie Hubley. In this case, testimony to the enormous challenges of being one of the only out teenagers in a high school where homophobia often made that pressure unbearable. And in case of Jamie, it led to his suicide. And in contrast to the less well-documented link between sexism and bullying, we do have specific evidence of the reinforcing link between homophobia and bullying as a result of a study by Egal Canada entitled Every Class in Every School. This was the first national climate survey on homophobia, transphobia in Canadian schools. Egal's survey, conducted in schools across Canada, found that 70% of all students, both LGBT-identified and non-LGBT-identified students, reported hearing homophobic comments every day in school, revealing a hostile climate in our schools toward lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgendered, and gender-variant students. In this same study, 74% of trans-identified students, 55% of LGBT students, and yet only 26% of non-LGBTQ students reported being verbally harassed at school. So that means the rates for transgendered students are more than 3 times those of all other students, and for lesbian and gay and bisexual students, more than double the rate for all other students. This is graphic evidence of the extent of homophobic bullying in our schools. Now, as I said earlier, there are many excuses for bullying, so much so that bullying is happening in our schools at astonishing levels. A separate analysis of Toronto area schools found that a student is being bullied every 7 seconds. In a more in-depth study of bullying by the Centre for Youth Development at the UBC Faculty of Education, it was found that 64% of kids had been bullied at school, and that 12% were bullied regularly, meaning once or more than once a week. 72% had observed bullying at school, and of those, only 40% had actually tried to intervene to stop the bullying. Even more shocking, though, is the fact that 64% considered bullying a normal part of school life, and 20 to 50%, depending on the way the question was phrased, said bullying can be a good thing in that it makes people tougher and is a good way to solve problems. These are perhaps the most shocking statistics about the acceptance, the social acceptance of bullying, and the failure of those who are around those being bullied to step in their defense and declare the behavior unacceptable. Almost 80% of those students in the British Columbia survey pointed out that bullies are often popular and those who enjoy the highest status among their peers in school. They're leaders in schools and they're leaders in bullying. As technology has advanced, so have the means of bullying. With social networking, smartphones, and the internet becoming second nature to everyone in Canada, especially young people, then these resources become available for bullying. And bullying is now something that can easily happen 24 hours a day, any day of the year. Bullying is no longer a problem that only happens at school or on the playground. And as the member for Vancouver Centre so aptly noted, the consequences of bullying spread worldwide very quickly. So we need to take bullying very, very seriously. The impacts on youth can be drastic and long-lasting. Young people who are bullied are more likely to face depression. It is estimated that male victims of bullying are 5 times more likely and female victims 3 times more likely to be depressed than their non-bullied classmates. People who are victims of bullying are more susceptible to low self-esteem and are likely to suffer from anxiety and illness. And young people who are bullied are much more likely to engage in activities that result in self-harm, including extensive substance abuse. And on top of those personal tragedies, there are societal costs to bullying. Bullying adds to government costs in everything from health care to law enforcement. One of the shocking statistics that I ran across in thinking about bullying was that of elementary school bullies, 1 in 4 will have a criminal record by the time they're 30 years old. So obviously engaging in bullying is an indicator of further problems to come in their lives. So we must reject the idea that bullying is just a fact of life. We must reject the idea that bullying has always been with us and always will be. These behaviors are learned. People are not born with hearts full of hate. The solution is not to criminalize youth, as some in this House have suggested. Bullying is a vicious cycle in which most of the bullies have at some point been bullied themselves. But we cannot excuse the bullying. We need to call it by its real name, and we cannot dismiss it as harmless child's play.
That's right.
We need to recognize that bullying is in fact based very too often on sexism, racism, homophobia, and transphobia. The need for action is so obvious and so urgent. What this motion that's before us today would do is to allow us to gain a desperately needed better understanding of bullying so we can then put in place a plan to prevent it from continuing. We need the bullying to stop in order to create a better Canada. We need to take action now. We have seen the hurt of the victims of bullying. We have seen the hurt of parents who have lost their children to bully-related suicides. We have heard the pleas of young Canadians who have lost their friends because it was all too much for them to bear. The time for action is now, and it's time for this House to take a strong leadership role and time for us to take a stand against bullying by passing this motion and getting down to work on finding solutions and developing a strategy to implement them. I commend the member for Chicoutimi-Fjord once again for bringing forward this motion and hope to see support for it on all sides of the House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for, it's the Conservative slot. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me start by expressing that the thoughts and prayers of myself and I think all members of Parliament here with the children and families that are affected by bullying. It is truly a travesty when something like this happens to an individual and also to their family, and so our thoughts and prayers are with them. I'm also grateful for the chance to speak to this motion before us today, which calls on the government to establish a special committee to examine different aspects of bullying and to develop a national bullying strategy. As a surgeon, as a physician, I saw evidence of this bullying weekly in my clinic, something that was exceptionally distressing for myself as a physician, but also for the parents and the children of my clinic. It was evident that this is taking place in schools across the country, and obviously something that we should be focused on. I've listened with interest this morning on the comments of the honourable member from Chicoutimi-Fjord, and certainly wish to acknowledge both his understanding of some of the concepts involved and his commitment to addressing this very challenging issue. I'd also like to say at the beginning of my remarks that there are many aspects of this motion before us today which we can all agree on. As I mentioned before, the concept of bullying, this issue is a very serious one. Bullying is a serious problem affecting Canadian communities, families, and children. There is a continuing focus on the impacts that different types of bullying have on children and their families, which, as my honourable colleague knows, is already being considered by 2 parliamentary committees. one in this House and one in the other House. All of us can agree that we need to identify and adopt a range of evidence-based anti-bullying best practices and promote and disseminate anti-bullying information. These, again, are activities already being undertaken by the federal government's National Crime Prevention Centre, as well as the RCMP and the Public Health Agency of Canada. They're doing a fabulous job. I can tell you of evidence in my own riding of what the RCMP are doing, but also from my work with the Canadian Public Health Agency of what great programs they actually are implementing that take action to combat bullying. The central premise of the motion before us today is that we need to establish yet another committee to examine bullying and come up with solutions. However, in fact, Mr. Speaker, our government released earlier this year a comprehensive health behaviour in school-aged children national report called The Health of Canada's Young People, a Mental Health Focus. The Health Behaviour in School-Aged Children report is Canada's only national school-based general health survey of children between the ages of 11 to 15. The report aims to increase knowledge and understanding of the health and well-being of young Canadians and the social context of their health attitudes and behaviours. It provides accurate statistical, Canadian, evidence-based issues and ideas on health attitudes and behaviours related to smoking, alcohol and drug use, physical activity and body image, sedentary behaviour, healthy eating habits, mental health, injury prevention, bullying, sexual health, and their social settings such as family and home, peers, school, community, as well as other socio-economic status. In Canada, the key findings are used to engage dialogue among governments, communities, researchers, and other organizations, and will contribute to better informed policies, programs, and practice for improved child health. Overseas, Canada also provides the key findings to the International Health Behaviour in School-Aged Children database. Canada's data is combined with data from 35 other participating countries in Europe and North America to produce World Health Organization's published cross-national reports. From the studies which our government has undertaken, Mr. Speaker, we know that approximately 22% of Canadian children and youth report being victims of bullying, while 12% report bullying others, and 41% report both bullying as well as being a victim of bullying. As I mentioned before, this is something definitely reflected in what I was seeing in children coming to my clinic, this escalation of this issue. These rates have remained relatively stable since 2002. Although overall bullying rates are therefore not increasing, the issue is still of serious concern for many Canadian families, given that bullying can often leave lasting psychological scars on victims and occasionally result in suicide. Bullying in schools is not a new issue, but rather one that is re-emerging. It is a growing concern in many jurisdictions, and a number of provinces and territories have developed strategies and programs to address this problem. Education is one area that plays a crucial role in responding to bullying, since most bullying incidents occur on the school premises. As such, recognizing the role in education and the management of schools, provinces and territories have a key role to implement these measures that would address bullying. Provincial and territorial governments have all recognized that they can and should be taking action to address bullying. This includes developing specific guidelines and principles to assist schools in implementing measures and addressing bullying. For example, Ontario and Quebec have adopted bullying legislation in schools just this June of 2012. A number of other provinces, including Alberta, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia, are in the process of reviewing anti-bullying legislation intended to amend the Education Acts in these jurisdictions. By law, school boards in Ontario are now required to provide programs, interventions, and other supports to students affected by or engaging in bullying, based on a model bullying prevention and intervention plan developed by the Ministry of Education. Similarly, in Quebec, schools need to have an anti-bullying and anti-violence plan that includes prevention measures and concrete responses to the acts of bullying. Legislation in both provinces place a greater emphasis on promoting the prevention of bullying in school. Mr. Speaker, in British Columbia also announced recently a bullying strategy in June, which includes 10 components. It includes a 5-year multi-level training program for educators and community partners to help them proactively identify and address threats. And I guess what I'd like to emphasize here is that local level commitment. We all know that these things happen at a local level. They happen within small communities and larger communities. Local communities are taking action and need to be supported in that. The strategy that British Columbia has includes online tools, including a smartphone app for kids to report bullying anonymously. It includes dedicated safe school coordinators in every school district and stronger codes of conduct for schools. As well, Mr. Speaker, the strategy puts in place new provincial guidelines for threat assessments and new online resources for parents. That is what the Government of British Columbia is doing to address bullying. In the Maritimes, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Nova Scotia released a report on cyberbullying in March. In Newfoundland and Labrador, the Student Support Services Division of the Department of Education has established a Safe and Caring Schools initiative to promote safe and caring learning environments and to be proactive, preventative in addressing violence issues. All of these initiatives are commendable, Mr. Speaker, and significant in their own right. All are focused at the local level where we need to focus. Given that bullying has been linked to delinquency, there is indeed a role for the federal government to play in terms of crime prevention through the National Crime Prevention Strategy. The strategy currently offers a number of very promising initiatives, which are all eligible for funding as part of the organization's current funding intake. The Aggression Replacement Training Initiative, for example, is geared to preventing violence among youth aged 12 to 17, preventing Aboriginal youth delinquency in urban centres, and preventing school-based bullying. The project is designed to promote pro-social behavior in chronically aggressive and violent adolescents, using techniques to develop social skills, emotional control, and moral reasoning. An initiative geared to the same age group is the Leadership and Resilience Program, which is a school and community-based program for students that enhances youth's internal strengths and resiliency while preventing involvement in substance use and violence. And then there's also the Stop Now and Plan initiative, which is a multi-component, family-focused program that provides a framework for effectively teaching children and their parents self-control and problem-solving skills. So as you can see from this, what I've outlined, Mr. Speaker, that our government has a wide range of projects through the National Crime Prevention Strategy, which community groups and stakeholders can apply for funding in order to help address bullying. Mr. Speaker, our government is moving forward in a number of ways to tackle the issue of bullying, while also addressing the mental health of our young people in general. The motion today before us suggests that another committee for this study is required that would further enhance our understanding of bullying behavior and ultimately result in improved responses. Our government is certainly open to new ideas and approaches. Mr. Speaker, although, as my honourable colleague has stated, we look forward to seeing how this proposed committee would interact with the other two that are already underway. Thank you very much.
Before I recognize the honourable member for St. Leonard, St. Michel, I'll let him know we've only got a couple minutes left, so he may want to at least get started, knowing full well that the remainder of his remarks will be picked up at the next hour. The honourable member for St. Leonard, St. Michel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just use a couple of my notes that I have here prepared. I'm pleased to rise to discuss motion 35 and the issue of bullying. Like all members of the chamber, and I think it's been quite clear this morning, we're shocked and saddened by reports of bullying, particularly when the consequences of that bullying is on a young person taking his or her own life. We all know bullying exists and can have devastating consequences, not only on individuals affected, but on families, communities as well. It's clear that Parliament must take whatever steps it can to prevent bullying, assist and support those who have been affected as necessary, provide tools to law enforcement when bullying has crossed in the realm of criminal activity. Cette motion a pour but la création.
The purpose of this motion is to create a national anti-bullying strategy and a committee. Clearly, we need that kind of strategy. There are already in some provinces, including Quebec, a government strategy to mobilize Quebec society against bullying and violence in schools. A number of organizations have already stood the test of time, and they've done their own studies and made their own recommendations. why should we reinvent the wheel? I'm not convinced this is the best way to use our parliamentary resources. And I'm also a bit surprised by the fact that the NDP would want a committee with a majority of Conservative members on it, who might do as they've done on other committees, i.e. not listen to witnesses that they don't want to hear from. Furthermore, even though the motion talks about putting prevention before criminalization, this does not oblige the committee to act in that fashion. The committee could still criminalize everyone in their tough on crime approach, and they could cast aside prevention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel will have 7 minutes the next time the House resumes debate on this motion. The time provided for private members' business is now up, and this item falls to the bottom of the order of precedence on the notice paper. Government orders, government bills, Senate.
Second reading of Bill S7, Combating Terrorism Act.
Mrs. Shea for Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mrs. Oblonsky, moves that Bill S7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Canada Evidence Act, and the Security of Information Act be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to participate in the second reading debate of Bill S7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Canada Evidence Act, and the Security of Information Act. This bill, among other things, seeks to reenact the investigative hearing and recognizance with conditions provisions that were created in the Criminal Code by the Anti-Terrorism Act in 2001, but that expired in March 2007 because of the operation of a sunset clause. This bill also responds to recommendations of the Parliamentary Review of the Anti-Terrorism Act, which took place between 2004 and 2007, and includes additional improvements to the Criminal Code, the Canada Evidence Act, and the Security of Information Act. Terrorism is an ongoing phenomenon that is rooted in deeply held hatred and insecurity. It is characterized by conduct which seeks not only to kill or harm, but also to commit acts for the deliberate purpose of instilling terror in the general population, thereby destabilizing it. Terrorism targets not only the individual, but society generally, and is an ongoing dangerous presence that every democratic society must continue to combat. Since the horrific events of 9/11, the absence of terrorist violence on Canadian territory does not preclude the possibility of a terrorist attack. Canada's solidarity with the international community of nations in the fight against terrorism has rendered Canada a potential target. The first line of any response to terrorism must come from Parliament. It is our responsibility to lay down the rules by which terrorism is fought. We are responsible for tracing the difficult line between combating terrorism and preserving liberties in a way that is effective and gives clear guidance to those charged with combating terrorism on the ground. Terrorism confronts democratic societies with a formidable challenge. On the one hand, terrorism must be prevented, fought, and contained, and those who commit terrorism offences must be brought to justice. On the other hand, states combating and prosecuting terrorists must remain true to the fundamental principles upon which democracy and a free society are based. In enacting the Anti-Terrorism Act in 2001, Parliament showed due regard to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and as a result, Canada's anti-terrorism provisions are notable for their safeguards in protecting fundamental human rights. These include the high mental fault or mens rea requirements that need to be proved beyond a reasonable doubt before a person can be convicted of a terrorism offence, such as knowledge or purpose. These laws have led to date to several successful prosecutions here in Canada, all the while preserving our fundamental values and the rule of law. Bill S7 continues in this same tradition. Bill S7 seeks to reenact, with some additional safeguards, the investigative hearing and recognizance with conditions provisions that expired in March 2007. These proposals incorporate some recommendations of the 2006 interim report of the House of Commons Subcommittee on the review of the Anti-Terrorism Act and the 2007 Special Senate Committee report on the Anti-Terrorism Act, and include the Senate amendments made to former Bill C-17's predecessor, Bill S-3, in the 39th Parliament. The investigative hearing provisions give a judge the power, on application by a peace officer with the prior approval of the Attorney General, to require a person to appear before a judge and to answer questions about a past or future terrorism offense, and to bring along anything in his or her possession. In order for the investigative hearing to take place, the peace officer must have reasonable grounds to believe that a terrorism offense has been or will be committed, and reasonable grounds to believe that information concerning the offense or the whereabouts of a suspect is likely to be obtained or may be obtained, as the case may be, as a result of the order. The objective of the hearing is to gather information from the person or to produce anything in the person's possession or control to assist in a terrorism investigation. Reasonable attempts must have to be made to obtain the information by other means, and an individual has the right to retain and instruct counsel at any stage of the proceedings. Any information or testimony obtained during investigative hearing or evidence derived from such information cannot be used in subsequent proceedings against the individual, except in relation to a prosecution for perjury or for giving contradictory evidence. Moreover, the Supreme Court of Canada has extended this last protection to extradition and deportation hearings. The provisions state that a person who is evading service of the order, is about to abscond, or fails to attend an examination may be subject to arrest with a warrant. However, proposed subsection 83.29 sub 4 incorporates section 707 of the Criminal Code, which sets out the maximum period of detention for an arrested witness, so that there are now clear limits as to how long a person arrested in such a case may be detained. Section 707 imposes 30-day detention periods up to a maximum of 90 days detention for a witness who has been arrested and detained to ensure his or her appearance and giving of evidence. The recognizance with conditions provisions give a judge the power, when certain criteria are met, to impose reasonable conditions on a person to prevent the carrying out of a terrorist activity. These criteria are that a peace officer believes, on reasonable grounds, that a terrorist activity will be committed, and suspects on reasonable grounds that the imposition of the recognizance with conditions on a person is necessary to prevent that person or anyone else from carrying out a terrorist activity. A person who is ordered into a recognizance is required to keep the peace and to respect other reasonable conditions for up to 12 months. If the person fails or refuses to abide by the conditions, the judge can order that person to be imprisoned for up to 12 months. This penalty is comparable to the penalty for other peace bonds. The recognizance with conditions provision allows for a peace officer to arrest a person without a warrant in two circumstances. First, where the grounds to lay in information exist but there are exigent circumstances, or second, where an information has been laid and a summons has already been issued, but the person has not yet appeared before the court. In both cases, the peace officer must suspect on reasonable grounds that the detention of the person in custody is necessary to prevent a terrorist activity. Once arrested, the presumption is that the individual will be released once he or she appears before a judge. The person must be brought before a judge within 24 hours after arrest if a judge is available, or if a judge is not available, as soon as feasible thereafter. The onus is on the Crown to demonstrate why the person cannot be released pending the hearing based on specific grounds of detention set out in the provision. If the person is ordered detained by the judge, the hearing itself can be adjourned only for a further 48 hours. In his testimony before the Special Senate Committee on Anti-Terrorism, Professor Kent Roach of the Faculty of Law at the University of Toronto stated that this 72-hour maximum period of detention is, and I quote, restrained by comparative standards, end quote. Professor Roach also testified that he was pleased that the government has included reporting, parliamentary review, and sunset provisions in this bill. I would like to talk for a few moments about these important safeguards. Bill S7 requires that Parliament review these provisions prior to the date that they sunset. As part of this review process, Parliament would be able to examine the degree to which these provisions had been used, successfully or unsuccessfully, and would be able to make a determination based on the available evidence as to whether or not these provisions would continue to be needed. As well, the investigative hearing and the recognizance with conditions are also subject to another sunset clause, which would result in their expiry after 5 years unless renewed by parliamentary resolution. Finally, the proposals in this bill include annual reporting requirements by the federal government and the provinces on the use of these provisions, and the annual reports of the Attorney General of Canada and the Minister of Public Safety would include an additional requirement that they provide an opinion supported by reasons on whether the provision should remain in force. The Special Senate Committee noted in the observations of its final report the importance that Bill S7 represents in Canada's ongoing efforts to prevent and deter terrorism both at home and abroad. The reenactment of these important provisions is an integral part of these efforts. The Senate Committee also adopted amendments to these two provisions. The first relates to the mandatory parliamentary review of the investigative hearing and the recognizance with conditions. Whereas the English version had made it clear that the review is mandatory, the French version did not. As such, an amendment was adopted by the Senate Committee to fix this. The Second Amendment addressed the power to vary conditions imposed in a recognizance with conditions. The bill originally allowed only the judge who imposed conditions in the original recognizance to vary its conditions. The amendment now also allows any other judge of the same court to vary the conditions. This is in keeping with the scheme for investigative hearings and in other recognizance and conditions provisions in the Criminal Code. While the terrorism threat continues, it is also evolving and transforming in ways that present new challenges. Another area of increasing concern and focus for this government is the recruitment of Canadians by terrorist groups, who urge them to travel overseas to fight and engage in terrorist activity. Or these people may not have any links or connections to terrorist group or activities and may, in fact, be acting alone. The government recognizes that the complex nature of the problem necessitates a shared and comprehensive response. A primary responsibility for government is to protect all Canadians by detecting and countering the work of terrorists. We do this through intelligence gathering, criminal investigation and prosecutions, and our efforts in this area are guided by respect for fundamental human rights. During the hearings of the Special Senate Committee on Anti-Terrorism, witnesses from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, or RCMP, and the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, CSIS, confirmed that their organizations are engaging communities in various ways in order to continuously build positive relationships in an effort to prevent radicalization leading to violence. The RCMP Assistant Commissioner, Gilles Michaud, testified that in the last year and a half, there have been significant changes to the threat environment. He observed that it is increasingly complex, and political conflicts in other countries, such as Libya and Syria, may affect the security of Canadians, both here and abroad. The CSIS Director, Richard Fadden, testified that CSIS is aware of at least 45 Canadians, possibly as many as 60, who have traveled or attempted to travel from Canada to Somalia, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Yemen to join al-Qaeda-affiliated organizations and engage in terrorism-related activities. He indicated that these individuals represent a threat both to the international community and to Canada. Bill S7 responds to this threat by proposing to create new substantive offences of leaving Canada or attempting to leave Canada to commit various existing terrorism offences. The bill seeks to put in place specific offences to leave Canada or to attempt to leave Canada to A, knowingly participate in any activity of a terrorist group for the purpose of enhancing the ability of any terrorist group to carry out or facilitate a terrorist activity. B, knowingly facilitate a terrorist activity. C, commit an indictable offense for the benefit of, at the direction of, or in association with a terrorist group. Or D, commit an indictable offense that also constitutes a terrorist activity. The offence of leaving Canada or attempting to leave Canada to participate in any activity of a terrorist group would carry a maximum penalty of 10 years imprisonment. The other new offences would carry maximum penalties of 14 years imprisonment. These new offences would allow persons who go abroad either to receive training in terrorism or wish to go abroad, or to commit crimes in furtherance of terrorism, to be charged with offences that are specifically tailored to catch this kind of harm. Moreover, these offences would provide for an appropriate level of punishment to be given for such conduct. Mr. Speaker, in my view, these proposed new offences would help to strengthen the ability of our criminal law to combat terrorism and would send a strong deterrent message. In addition, this bill proposes amendments to the Canada Evidence Act to reflect the 2007 judgment of the Federal Court in the case of Toronto Star Newspapers Limited versus Canada. The amendments will allow the Federal Court to order that applications that adheres with respect to the disclosure of sensitive or potentially injurious information could be made either in public or in private. This amendment increases flexibility in the court processes as well as enhances transparency. Also, Bill S7 responds to the final report of the House of Commons Subcommittee on the review of the Anti-Terrorism Act by reducing the duration of a certificate prohibiting the disclosure of information from 15 to 10 years. Pursuant to Section 38.18 of the Canada Evidence Act, the Attorney General of Canada can personally issue a certificate prohibiting the disclosure of information for the purpose of protecting information obtained in confidence from or in relation to a foreign entity as defined in subsection 2, sub 1 of the Security of Information Act, or for the purpose of protecting national defence or national security. After expiry, this certificate may be reissued by the Attorney General of Canada if the requirements under Canada Evidence Act are met. As well, under the Canada Evidence Act, the Attorney General of Canada may issue a fiat to take over any prosecution where sensitive or potentially injurious information, as defined in the Canada Evidence Act, may be disclosed. This bill would also implement the House of Commons Subcommittee recommendation to require the Attorney General of Canada to table an annual report in Parliament on the usage of the fiat and certificate provisions. I would like to note that to date, neither the certificate nor the fiat has been used. Canadians expect their government to have in place the appropriate legal framework to prevent and to deal effectively with terrorism and those who threaten our safety. Bill S7 is an important enhancement to Canada's counter-terrorism efforts, and I therefore urge speedy passage of this valuable piece of anti-terrorism legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Gatineau.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague from Delta Richmond East's speech, and I see that these two measures are being renewed. It has been calculated that the cost of combating terrorism since 2001 has been $92 billion. So my question for the member is that why is it still necessary to renew these provisions if they have been absent for the past number of years? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
My colleague, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last fall, the Prime Minister signalled the government's intention to take efforts to reenact the investigative hearing and the recognizance with conditions. They ceased to exist in 2007, and this government has been trying ever since to reinstate them. The investigative hearings and recognizance with condition powers would provide police with valuable tools for investigating or preventing terrorism activity. This is a threat that has not gone away. It would be a mistake to equate the lack of use of these tools in the past with there being no need for them in the future. This gives law enforcement agencies access to more tools to investigate past and potential acts of terrorism. One can take comfort in the fact, based on past experience with the previous provisions, that law enforcement officials have demonstrated caution and restraint in their use. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the parliamentary secretary if she's aware of, during the Senate proceedings, whether any of the witnesses specifically made the case for the necessity of reinvigorating these two provisions versus invoking generally the idea that tools are helpful and extra tools are therefore also helpful. Is there specific testimony explaining why these are necessary when, in fact, they've never been needed before? I understand your answer just now, but was there testimony talking about necessity?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you to my colleague, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, there were several recommendations made by both the House of Commons and Senate committees in relation to this matter that have been incorporated into the bill. Some of those recommendations from the House of Commons subcommittee, such as both provisions be extended for 5 years, that there be further parliamentary review before any further extension, also that the bill clarifies Section 707 of the Criminal Code, which sets out the maximum period of detention for an arrested witness. From the Special Senate Committee, it was recommended from February 2007 that the annual reporting requirement should also require the Attorney General of Canada to include a clear statement and explanation indicating whether or not the provisions remain warranted. That is included in the bill. The Attorney General of Canada and the Minister of Public Safety must provide in their annual reports, this is an additional requirement, that they provide an opinion supported by reasons on whether these provisions should be extended. There are other amendments included that were made by the Senate to the former Bill S3. So yes, we have taken those recommendations into account.
Questions or comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Bill S7, like other bills, has a major shortcoming, a major flaw. There's a lack of balance between the issue of security and fundamental rights. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, the NDP is here to oversee this and to ensure that the enthusiasm, the ongoing enthusiasm shown by the government to give the impression that there's a huge need to amend sections of the criminal code to make people afraid, well, we need to ensure that we need to guarantee rights, fundamental rights, and we are in no way, shape, or form in favor of terrorism in the NDP, Mr. Speaker. Our position on S7, and in passing, I would point out that I'm extremely surprised to see a bill of the scope of S7 start in the Senate, rather. Oftentimes, they bring things into the chamber through the back door, through a member of Parliament, but this time it's come from the Senate first. It's being brought here. So if we seriously believe that something needs to be amended, then don't be fooled. It must be a bill that comes from the minister himself, the minister who wants to see provisions of the criminal code changed. Now, before I get to the heart of the matter, I would like to thank some of my colleagues who've done exceptional work on this issue, namely the Honourable Member for St. John East, who was the critic before me, and to the previous critic and deputy critic, and the member for Toronto Danforth, who has done a good deal of analysis of the bill and who is supporting me on this issue. Now, the bill is fundamentally flawed when it comes to the balance to establish between security and fundamental rights. Now, don't be fooled. We put questions to the Minister of Justice Parliamentary Secretary because these provisions expired and have been expired since for 4 years. And that is an important issue in her view. They must be put into place. However, there is not a case, to the best of our knowledge, to the knowledge of witnesses who appear to be for the Senate committee, which studied Bill S7, nor, it would seem, in order to go back to a question put by the member for Toronto Danforth to the parliamentary secretary about quotes from witnesses who've appeared to before the Senate committee in support of Bill S7, but not because they're saying it's absolutely essential, because these are issues of international law, issues of terrorism. They're not always clear-cut, Mr. Speaker. It's not always as simple as saying, well, we've got terrorism, a threat of terrorism in Canada. Therefore, we need to put stronger provisions inside the criminal code or other provisions. Now, we already are signatories to a number of international conventions dealing with the rights of children, for example. The notion that seems to be so foreign to the current government, the issue of child soldiers, where once said they should listen to Senator Dallaire, who has a great deal of experience, who lived through it, in fact, on the front line. He knows what the implications are and can be. We've seen the case of Omar Khadr, and it wasn't a model in the way the government should be dealing with a citizen or with a child soldier. But in short, these are areas that are difficult. So the problem that we need to focus on seriously and that we need to question in depth is, why has the government decided to go through the back door, through the Senate, to bring forth such important changes in its view in this bill? Now, it's also important for colleagues here in the House to understand what S7 is about. And perhaps I should give some background, because while it was interesting to listen to the parliamentary secretary say that the measures have been expired for several years, but it doesn't mean that these provisions aren't necessary. This isn't the first time that they've attempted to bring forth a bill on this very subject. First of all, there was an issue put to the Senate on the 15th. Well, S7, in fact, was tabled in the Senate. What S7 will do is change Section 83.28 and 83.3 of the Criminal Code dealing with aircraft, air navigation systems, and under Section 83, and this is extremely technical, it deals with the terrorist effects. It also adds new terrorism effects in Section 2.1 of the Code and 83 and subsequent ones, and I'd encourage all colleagues in the House to go and take a look, in fact, at Section 83 and the following articles, sections of the Criminal Code, which cover a great deal in terms of terrorism. It's an entire section of the Criminal Code devoted to terrorism. It also, in some circumstances, increasing fines under the code that can be imposed on someone who is knowingly harboring or sheltering someone who's involved in terrorism. It also deals with recognizance with conditions in the event of terrorist activities, and later you'll see the problems with this type of concept, because we are in a system of law that has a presumption of innocence until proven otherwise. So putting in place systems that would be revolve around self-incrimination, well, that doesn't work. We can't give the government a mandate, especially to a government that hasn't shown that it's serious in its appreciation for human rights and understanding. They talk about being tough on crime, but sometimes there isn't logic behind that. And there are also these issues of changing sections of the Criminal Code. With this bill, they also propose changing Section 37 and 38 of the Evidence Act in accordance with recommendations put forth by the Anti-Terrorism Committee in the House of Commons, which dates back to 2007. And that followed on the heels of a decision made with respect to the Toronto Star versus Canada, in a decision on that code. There will also be a special operational information with respect to the Security of Information Act, dealing with, in fact, sources used by the government are under this act considered special operational pieces of information. So the government is doing its best to eliminate transparency and the exchange of information. This bill, in circumstances, would also increase the offense for someone who is knowingly harboring someone who has is convicted or has committed an offense, rather, under the Evidence Act. Now, this isn't the first time that they've attempted to put forth these anti-terrorism provisions. It started with C-36, the Anti-Terrorism Act, which dates back to 2001. So that shows that they could introduce this legislation in the House, as it did at the time. Now, was the government too worried about seeing common sense prevail here in the House instead of going through the Senate? I don't know, but at any rate, it is worrisome to see a bill of this scope start in the other place. Some of the provisions in this bill are subject to a sunset clause, and they expired in February 2007. And that's what we need to bear in mind. The Anti-Terrorism Act, which was adopted after the incidents of September 11th, 2001. And we shouldn't be surprised because following, in fact, in the wake of an incident that rocked the world, measures were adopted. Now, I'll always repeat in this House, in a nonpartisan way, that in law it's always extremely difficult to make such fundamental decisions when everyone is in a panic situation, wondering how we can deal with a situation which, on the surface, is incomprehensible. Now, maybe it's a human reflex, a reflex of a politician, but it's not a good reflex to have as a jurist. So in 2007, when some of the provisions which needed to be reviewed, now these were sunset clauses that were in force for a certain amount of time and needed to be reviewed. Now, at least we can congratulate the politicians who made the decision to put to both houses and to have adopted by both houses, because that's the situation with this bill as well. I'm sure the people opposite will say, well, it doesn't matter whether it starts in the House or the Senate. It will be in both, or it should go before one or the other. In this case, it started at the 7, except that this is such a fundamental issue. These are fundamental decisions, and the elected representatives of the people should be making these decisions instead of appointed senators. It's more important to have the view of elected representatives of the people. So, since 2007 then, this bill has been revisited in a number of ways. The government decided to, or tried in fact, to reactivate the provisions initially contained in the Act. Bear in mind, once again, that to extend these provisions that have been expired since 2007, and a resolution to that effect needs to be adopted here. A resolution of that nature was rejected in 2007 by over 150 votes to 120-some votes because these provisions had never been used. This is the second most important issue that I have with this file. Why is it that provisions that were never used would all of a sudden become so necessary? Without any kind of answer from the government to indicate that these provisions would be required in specific cases. there's a lack of confidence or lack of trust in sharing information, they're not sharing it with anyone. They talk about it among themselves, and then they expect us to give them a blank check to proceed with any kind of change or measure. We have a problem with that. And that's why, in fact, in 2007, the attempt was defeated by a vote of 159 to 124. There was a call for a complete review of the matter. In 2006 and 2007, reports were prepared in the Senate. Now, the Anti-Terrorism Act was designed to update Canadian legislation in order to be consistent with UN requirements, the world situation, and in response to events following on September 11th, 2001. All legislation, with the exception of investigative hearings and recognizance with conditions, remain in force today. So don't believe the colleagues opposite when they say, Mr. Speaker, that it's as if nothing existed to protect Canadians from terrorism. There is an entire section of the Criminal Code, and I reiterate, that focuses on provisions that apply to terrorism. So it's the sunset clause that was added to the original bill because serious concerns were raised, and those were the most controversial ones at the time. So in that context, a lot of wise comments were made with respect to the concerns on the need for amendments of this nature to the Criminal Code. Now, bear in mind, and I read carefully through the evidence provided, comments made before the Senate committee, and not a single witness stated that there was a need to adopt these provisions. Now, there were witnesses who clearly told the Senate committee that there were major problems with protecting the rights of children. What you do with minors, for example, who are caught up in this kind of situation. What takes precedence? Youth courts, which usually have exclusive jurisdiction over children under the age of 18. There are a lot of concerns relating to that. The issue of self-incrimination as well. And the type of guidance or direction required, because there is no evidence or proof to show that it's necessary. So that's why I'm so concerned. That's why I have major concerns with this bill. Once again, I hear comments, and I've heard comments, in fact, we'll hear them again in this House and outside the House, that the official opposition is in favor of terrorism and opposed to protecting Canadians and making the public safe, and that is absolutely false. The Criminal Code, that I fully agree with, does contain a section that protects Canadians, and that's the message I want to get out today to Canadians listening to us.
You mustn't believe that there aren't existing protections that protect us as we speak. There's a system, and clearly, in the way in which evidence is sometimes gathered, in order to establish a case, there are tools that we can give to our specialized police forces who work on terrorist cases, but that doesn't mean that we should put aside such fundamental concepts as the presumption of innocence and the right to not incriminate yourself, so that we can quickly get our hands on the things that we're looking for. We're not living in a military regime. This isn't a police state. This is a country that has the rule of law and the presumption of innocence at the very heart of its values, and I think it's very important. So I'm coming back to the basic argument here, which is that this bill isn't balanced when we're looking at fundamental rights and the safety and security of Canadians. So in that context, Mr. Speaker, we cannot support such a bill. It is neither necessary, and it's full of holes. It is opening up concepts that are foreign to our Canadian values, and it risks creating more problems than it will ever solve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for a presentation relating to S9, the Nuclear Terrorism Act. Slightly related, we had tabled before this House on September 26 a Canada-China nuclear safety agreement, which will not come before this House for debate. It's related to this issue of nuclear safety. I'm very concerned that that agreement is not sufficient for Canada to meet the terms of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty in the sale of Canadian uranium to Chinese facilities. Under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, we must be able to verify at all times that Canadian uranium is not going to nuclear weapons. And a one-page promise from China, to me, does not meet the terms of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. And I wonder if my colleagues from the official opposition share those concerns.
Honourable Member for Gatineau. Yes, clearly we do share that kind of concern, and I would suggest to my colleague perhaps to wait to hear what I have to say this afternoon on S9, and she will certainly hear in detail what I have to say then. I don't want to scoop myself. It's against my principles. We're on S7 here. This afternoon we'll be turning to S9, and clearly I do have concerns in that regard, and we'll see how all of that plays out within that piece of legislation. Questions and comments?
For Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her great speech, and she mentioned on several occasions that beginning, middle, and end, children's rights is something that we really need to take into account. And the Parliamentary Secretary also invoked Professor Kent Roach from the University of Toronto as being supportive. That was the impression left. But can I ask what you think about the following exchange where Senator Dallaire in the Senate asked Professor Roach, what about juvenile protection for those under age of 18? He expressed his worries on that point. And Professor Roach replied by saying, Senator Dallaire, this is an important and troubling question. The Youth Criminal Justice Act will take precedence, so that's accurate as far as it goes. However, if adult sentences are sought, then I think there's a danger of disproportionate forms of sentence. Internationally, and this is very interesting, he says, we lag behind many other countries because our official policy is that once a terrorist, always a terrorist. That is why convicted terrorists are all together in one unit at St. Anne-des-Plaines institution. And that is why security certificates have lasted as long as they have. I think the issue of a youthful person raises an issue that we should be discussing more generally, which is rehabilitation. And he goes on to elaborate. I wonder what you think about these comments, which are actually comments expressing his concerns about parts of this bill. Thank you.
I'm certain that the question is intended for the honourable member. L'honorable député de Gatineau.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I took it as such indeed. And absolutely, I was, there's different testimony that was made in the Senate that really struck me, and we'll certainly be hearing about this at our own committee, whether it's Justice or Public Safety. But indeed, Kent Roach, who is the chair at the University of Toronto, who was at the committee as an individual, but while supporting the bill. And this is another case of the kind of witness that the government will use, because they'll say all of these very knowledgeable people, these great defenders of public rights, agree with us. But once again, because you can't really be against virtue, at the same time, they're ignoring the problems with the great many components of this. And so here he was talking about punishing rather than rehabilitating children, and this is of great concern to Professor Roach. I think that if the government is serious, has to really pay particular attention as to how we might amend this legislation and deal with the kinds of concerns that these specialists have with these issues. We all have concerns, and we don't want to be lagging behind other countries because people want to say that someone is a terrorist once and that means they'll be a terrorist forever. Now, I'm a lawyer myself. I have 25 years of experience, and I've seen all kinds of people, but I remain an optimist, and I think that with good measures that punish people, yes, but also rehabilitate them, I think that people remain individuals, and so whether we're talking about children or adults, we don't treat them like they're 50-year-old terrorists. If it's a child, it's not as though they've spent a lifetime doing this. It's not the same thing. We have children who are indoctrinated by their parents, and those parents have that authority over those children. It's difficult for those children to say no to their parents. So we have to look at these cases in depth, individually.
C'est un commentaire. I see the honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster. I'm certain that he probably would, yes, the honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. I forgot which seat I was actually in. The member from Gatineau is always very eloquent. She's outlined all of the measures that already exist that deal with issues that Canadians might be concerned about. And I also listened very intently to her comments about what the House of Commons rejected 5 years ago and the fact that these measures haven't been used for the last 4 years. So I'd like to ask the member for Gatineau for her comments around the timing on this. We've got a government now that has shown huge financial incompetence in a wide variety of issues like the F-35s. We've seen government scandal after government scandal, a big reaction from the public and all of the mean-spirited cuts that have caused problems in food safety and expansion of and Coast Guard, the member from Vancouver Kingsway points out. So we're seeing a time when the government has made a mess of the governmental structures, and yet instead of bringing forward legislation that addresses all the concerns that ordinary families have, they're trying to revive something that they haven't used for 4 years. So I'm wondering, the member from Gatineau, could she comment on the timing around this, why this government is trying to put up this smokescreen rather than deal with the fundamental issues Canadians are concerned about?
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excellent question put by my colleague from Burnaby Douglas. As he said himself, it's a smokescreen. And that's exactly what I referred to them as, these kinds of bills. When we don't know how to manage a problem, when they don't know how to manage public finances, then they scare people. So they get people to believe that there is a terrorist on every street corner across the country, and that's frightening people. So $92 billion have been spent on anti-terrorist measures, and that is since 2001. So that's a lot of money, Mr. Speaker. $92 billion? I can't even imagine what we in this House could have done to reduce all of the inequalities in Canada with that kind of money. And that is without putting Canadians at risk, because these measures were not even used. So what does this mean? It means that there is an industry, and someday it would be worth looking at this. Perhaps through this bill we'll be able to do an in-depth study of all of this money that is spent to the tune of billions and billions of dollars. For what exactly? We don't know, because there's no transparency with this government. We don't know who it applies to, for whom they used it, what the measures are that have resulted in these astronomical amounts being spent, and what those measures are. We don't know what they've prevented and how they made the streets of Canada safer. I have no idea, Mr. Speaker. So yes, indeed, it's smoke and mirrors, and when they don't know how to get their fiscal house in order, they scare people and put a ton of money into that and have them believe that we're doing something for them.
One short question and response. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the response from the member from Gatineau. That what we have here is a government that, because of the debacles we're seeing in a wide variety of areas, the cutbacks in a whole variety of services, food safety, Coast Guards, all of those that protect Canadians and Canadian families, what this government is essentially trying to do is turn the channel. And does she think it's appropriate that the government uses legislation from the Senate in order to do that?
Honourable Member for Gatineau.
It's not appropriate, Mr. Speaker. My whole speech is on this. If it is that serious, if it is that important, you don't start it in the Senate. You start it in the House with the representative of the people of Canada.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today to address the issue of anti-terrorism. We all know that this is a very big issue. Terrorism, it is a rather complex phenomenon, and it's a rather modern one. It's a global fact that goes back perhaps some 50 years. And up until 2001, up until September 11th, 2001, I think that we in North America understood terrorism as something that affected other people. And we followed the stories of what happened in Europe, in the Middle East, in Asia, and on other continents during the 70s and 80s. We felt perhaps somewhat sheltered from terrorism. Even when there's a horrible terrorist act which took place in Oklahoma City in the United States of America, it was such an anomaly for us. It was kind of surrealistic. It seemed such a random act made by someone crazy, a radical person who's not really connected to reality. It was a one-time thing, and we didn't expect that to happen again. So perhaps here in Canada we thought, okay, we know that there are certain people who have extremist opinions in the States, but that's over there. And we obviously are a country where on many fronts we're more moderate, and we don't have a history of violence or extremism of a political nature. But September 11th, I would submit, Mr. Speaker, changed everything on the perspective that we had, which was maybe a little naive and simplistic. On September 11th, the North American people were shaken to their core, and we were so much more aware all of a sudden, and in a way that completely transformed us individually and collectively as a society. We learned for the first time what it really was to be targeted by international terrorism and to be hit by terrorist acts in our own backyard, as it were. So we understood to what degree the threat of terrorism is real for us, no less than it is for people living in countries where many times in the past they most unfortunately were subjected to these kinds of acts, as I mentioned at the beginning of my speech. Oftentimes it was something that affected Europe or the Middle East, and much more so than North America. So we learned that it is no longer uniquely a problem that others have, and that we have to protect ourselves more. That is to say, strengthen our legislation and our public safety infrastructure so that it be much more resistant to terrorist activities. And I'll take this opportunity to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservative government doesn't have a monopoly insofar as the safety of Canadians is concerned. This is the image that they've carefully cultivated over these last few years. But in other words, the Conservatives are not more concerned than the other parties in this House with issues of Canadians' safety and security.
they are not any more opposed to terrorism than the others in this House. And I think it's worth stating that. For example, and I'll refer now to the bill that was passed in this House in 2001, before I was elected, and before many others here were elected, but it is the Anti-Terrorist Act, which was passed by a Liberal government. And in fact, S7 that we are currently debating here in this House today, in certain ways amends that legislation. So this anti-terrorist legislation passed by the Chrétien government added to the criminal code, particularly 2.1 and 83, several subsections of 83, which changed the definitions and made them criminal activities and indictable offenses to participate in these kinds of terrorist activities, and also even facilitating those kinds of acts. So the bulk of the work of the Canadian criminal institutions here was done in 2001 by a Liberal government. And once again, I think it's worth emphasizing this, as I said, Mr. Speaker, because often listening to this government, we have the impression that they on the other side of the House are the only ones who have concerns about Canadians' safety and security, and that no other government before would ever have done anything to better protect Canadians and protect them from terrorist activity. So if we look at the 2001 legislation, it introduced two new provisions that were specific that I mentioned earlier, and the colleagues from the other parties mentioned them as well, and it's worth repeating, however. So the first one would allow for investigative hearings, and so this would allow a person to be held, who is a person who is suspected of being guilty of terrorist activities, and this person would have to appear before a judge, and it would be an attempt to intercept them before they were able to commit a terrorist activity. So this is one of the provisions of the 2001 Act. The second one of the anti-terrorism legislation from 2001 was to give the authorities the authority to issue or bring a person to the court with recognizance with conditions to assist law enforcement officers. So they could bring the person before a judge for 24 hours to determine whether or not this person should be held, or whether they should be held for a longer time. So these new provisions were, of course, controversial at the time. That's normal. And that it should result in some controversy, because it result in some controversy looking at constitutional provisions here. And the issues are raised within that when you look at the Charter of Rights and Freedoms as well. So it's normal that when such severe provisions are legislated that we have some concerns about it. So the Liberal government at the time, in reaction to those concerns that were raised by the Canadian public and by lawyers as well, because everyone is concerned with complying with the Constitution and respecting that. And the government had a rather creative response to those concerns. The government included in the Anti-Terrorism Act certain clauses that were we call sunset clauses, which provided for the two provisions that I just referred to cease to have any effect after 5 years after the legislation was passed. And they would be subject to a review by a parliamentary committee 3 years after they had received royal assent.
This is a very interesting approach a sunset clause because it's obviously in a different context, but it's a bit like the notwithstanding clause in the Canadian Constitution. It's not something that can exist forever. It has to be justified each and every time it's invoked. And that, Mr. Speaker, I think is a rather creative response to a thorny problem, a difficult problem, that is protecting Canadians' rights under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So the Liberal government had included this sunset clause in the legislation, and we know that in 2007 the government attempted, because those two clauses ceased to be of any effect in 2007. So in 2007 the government attempted in vain to reintroduce those clauses, as some of my colleagues have already mentioned. At the time, the opposition voted against extending these two clauses because the government hadn't taken into account the recommendations of the House of Commons Committee. The committee had closely scrutinized those two clauses, and that's why the opposition voted against extending both provisions. And I'll quote from the summary, the House's legislative summary with respect to this situation at the time of the vote. For example, the subcommittee had recommended that the scope of the clause dealing with investigative hearings be limited to imminent terrorist offenses. The subcommittee also recommended that subsection 23.82 be amended to specify that an officer of the peace would have to have reasonable grounds for believing that a terrorist offense would be committed before applying for an ex-party warrant, and that all proceedings under 23.8 and 23.9 constitute proceedings under the Code. So the desire was to ensure that these provisions would apply only to anticipated terrorist acts or terrorist offenses. So those were the two recommendations that the Conservative government did not take into account in 2007 when they attempted to extend the two provisions under the Anti-Terrorist Act. And that brings us to Bill S7. This bill reintroduces the two provisions in question, the two provisions that sunsetted after 5 years under the original legislation. And as far as I understand it, Mr. Speaker, once again, the government has not had regard to the recommendations of the House's subcommittee, the subcommittee which had certain reservations, which I just mentioned a few moments ago. So we're no further ahead in that respect. In my view, Mr. Speaker, the government has to be a bit more open to what Parliament recommends to it. We'll have the opportunity to discuss this at committee further. Interesting thing, Mr. Speaker, it's important to point out that these two provisions, which are quite controversial, I'm talking about investigative hearings and recognizances with conditions. These are already recognized in Canadian law. They're controversial, but their principles can be found in other places, in other Canadian legislation. For example, public inquiry legislation, competition investigations, the Income Tax Act. All of these other pieces of legislation contain comparable provisions. They have to do with investigative issues rather than criminal liability or criminal responsibility. And peace bonds, for example, those are like recognizances with conditions, and peace bonds are imposed to prevent violent offenses, sexual offenses, and gang-related offenses. All this to say that investigative hearings exist already as a type of option in other pieces of legislation. So these two measures, investigative hearings and recognizances with conditions, they are charter compliant, it seems to me. The Supreme Court has already upheld the constitutionality of investigative hearings, and the Supreme Court also held that as a general rule, these investigative hearings have to be public. The system has to be as transparent as possible under the circumstances. That Supreme Court decision had to do with the case of an application for an investigative hearing in the Air India case. The person affected by the order challenged this under the Charter on the basis of the right not to self-incriminate. In BC, the provision was upheld. It was found to be constitutional and that it was okay to attach conditions to a recognizance. The Supreme Court, based on Section 40 of the Supreme Court of Canada Act, agreed to hear the case, and they also based their decision on another case, and the Supreme Court held that investigative hearings were constitutional. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? How much time do I have left? The court held that Section 8328 of the Code was compliant with the Charter, i.e. with the right to life and security of the person, and did not infringe upon the right to protection against self-incrimination. 832810 held that the person under investigation and the derivative evidence could not be used against that person in a criminal prosecution. And Section 11D of the Charter did not apply, given that the individual in question was not charged with anything criminally. The court extended this guarantee to future hearings in extradition and deportation hearings where the circumstances warranted. This doesn't mean that this bill is perfect, Mr. Speaker. Things could be added to it to further respect rights contained in the Charter. I'm thinking, for example, of creating a special advocate for ex-parte hearings, as in the case of security certificate hearings. Special advocates, as you know, Mr. Speaker, are independent counsel, independent from government. They're appointed, in the case of security certificates, by the court to protect the interests of individuals affected by security certificates in circumstances where the individual in question or their counsel cannot attend. So this is something we could debate at committee. We could perhaps add a provision to create this type of special advocate in the case of public hearings, or investigative hearings. The second point, which I won't have time to fully develop, I won't have time to go into other matters, but some members have stood in the House to say these provisions have not been used, so there's no danger, there's no threat, no terrorist threat in Canada. But we don't know that, Mr. Speaker. We don't know because MPs don't have access to that data. It's confidential, it's protected data, classified data, which the government does have access to. And that's why we, in my opinion, should strike a parliamentary committee, and the members would be sworn in order to hear that evidence, so that we can know what information CSIS has and the RCMP has. Currently, we don't have access to that data, so it's hard for us to assess whether there is any continuing threat. So that's what I would propose. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that we've mostly heard from the official opposition on this bill, I think it's important to correct the record. Nobody here in the House has said that because this hasn't been used, that's evidence that there's no terrorism. What's important to do, it's important to specify that the current provisions appear to have sufficed. I'd like to ask the representative of the party who often cloaks itself in the Charter, wraps itself up in the Charter, are they going to vote in favor of F7, or is it because the committee's recommendations were not accepted? Does that mean that they're not going to vote in favor of this bill? The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to apologize to the member. That wasn't really what I intended to say. What I meant to say was that we don't know whether these provisions are necessary because we don't have access to the data. Data that the government does have access to. So it's hard for us from this side on the opposition benches, and perhaps even for some government backbenchers, to know what's really going on, what's the situation, what is the threat to Canadian society. It's hard to draw firm conclusions. We can debate this, but it's really hard to know with certainty whether these provisions are necessary or not. So yes, we'd like to see the bill referred to committee. These are issues I've raised. And as my colleague mentioned in her question, they should be discussed at committee. We'll have an opportunity there to see whether the subcommittee's recommendations, whether there's any way to include them and to take them into account with amendments to this bill at committee. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his presentation. It clearly was, of course, a previous Liberal government that brought in the provisions in the wake of 9/11 and had them sunsetted. And I'd like to ask my honourable friend, we've had those provisions for extreme and unusual measures to deal with terrorism that contravene our normal practice of criminal law. We have plenty of existing criminal law, as he's mentioned, to deal with these issues. How then would it be that we would be bringing back measures we haven't had for a number of years that didn't cause any trouble by their absence, but which now could become part of the fabric of Canadian lawmaking and creep into other areas of criminal investigation? I think it's dangerous, and I appreciate his comments.
Honourable député de Lac Saint Louis.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
The member for her question, and I would just say that those measures have already been in the fabric of Canadian law, and that they will re-enter the fabric. They will become part of that fabric again, but only on a temporary basis, because they will be sunsetted, so this is this is obviously a complex issue, but I think it's important to keep in mind that these measures do seem to be charter-proof based on what I understand of court decisions. They do appear to be charter-proof. So I think we have to take that into account, too, because we often get up in this House and say, well, we can't vote for this or we can't vote for that because it's against the charter. And that's fine. That's very well and good. And that's the way it should be. But when something is charter-proof, it becomes difficult to argue that we're tearing the fabric of Canadian society in an irreparable way. But I understand that these are serious questions, and they have to be studied seriously in committee, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question, commentaire? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What my Liberal colleague just said really concerns me in response to the question from the Green Party member. That type of answer is worrisome because to suggest that clauses to be revisited are necessarily charter-proof or have to be charter-proof, that's quite something to say, because it still has to be justified in a fair and democratic society. So these have never been used, and now rights are being taken away, like the presumption of innocence, the right to know immediately what you're charged with. It seems to me that that's quite something, what my member just said, and I'd like him to either withdraw his remarks or at least explain in greater depth so that we're not left with the impression that the representatives of the so-called Charter Party are now saying that the Charter should be put aside. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Well, I quoted a decision of the BC Supreme Court, and I quoted a decision of the Supreme Court of Canada, and the point to take from that is that investigative hearings, those hearings are not to find guilt. Strictly speaking, those hearings do not involve the presumption of innocence because it's not a prosecution, it's not a criminal case. So that's a distinction that has to be drawn. It has to be understood as well. I know my colleague is a lawyer, an experienced lawyer. She's aware of the fact that there are distinctions to be drawn, and the Supreme Court drew the same distinction.
Comments. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his comments, and I was particularly intrigued by the suggestion that the House of Commons may need a committee of sworn MPs to hear intelligence matters so that we could be better informed about the state of threats to the country. And such a committee doesn't exist, you're correct. But I'm wondering, apart from an external committee for overseeing the CIRC, I'm just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit on how you see this connecting with the issues in the bill. Are you suggesting that without such a committee, we'll never have enough information to be able to determine whether these provisions are needed or not? I'd like to hear a bit more. Thank you.
I just remind honourable members to direct their questions and comments through the chair. The honourable député.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Too much information to inform a point of view, Mr. Speaker. I believe that firmly. I think there's always new information that comes forward, and that it is our duty as parliamentarians, indeed as citizens, to access the greatest amount of information possible. And sometimes when we access that information, we change our mind. That is certainly how a democracy should work. I would mention that there was a bill before this House, Bill C-81 in 2005, which was called La Loi sur le Comité de parlementaires sur la sécurité nationale. So
the Parliamentary Subcommittee on National Security.
To create this kind of committee. And CIRC is not made up of parliamentarians, and you know, so it's not directly connected to us here in this House, to the elected representatives of the people. And I think it would benefit all parties if some of our representatives, under oath, of course, could have access to a clearer picture of what's really going on. Are we overreacting? Are we underreacting? I mean, it's very hard for us to know. We read the papers, but I've been sitting on the Public Safety Committee now for over a year. I haven't had an in-camera briefing on security matters.
We have time for one short question and response. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you can let me know when I have 5 minutes, I have 20 overall, I'd appreciate that. My remarks today will be on a series of sections in Bill S7, sections 4 through 8, which add a number of sections dealing with the question of leaving or attempting to leave the country for purposes related to terrorism. Now, these proposed new provisions on making it a crime to leave or attempt to leave Canada to join up with a terrorist group or participate in a terrorist activity, they do respond to very real concerns. Now, assuming especially the accuracy of testimony before the Senate, there are worries about a non-trivial number, even if proportionately a small number, of citizens or permanent residents contemplating leaving Canada for this reason or already having done so. There's reason to believe that male youth, whether under age 18 or young men who are over age 18, in some diasporic communities are targeted especially for recruitment to join in terrorist activities abroad. So there is very much a reason to be concerned. All that noted, we are led, as we must always be, when youth are highly likely to be the main subject of criminal law measures, to wonder if criminalization will be as productive a measure as its proponents hope. Now, let us assume that we all believe in preventative measures of a social, educational, mentoring sort, alongside addressing root causes of alienation that lead to the kind of radicalization that we're concerned about in this context. The question then becomes, what will be the value of criminal charges against youth arrested at airports or other borders seeking to leave Canada? At least for those under age 18, it is true that the Youth Criminal Justice Act will apply, and that act does allow for holistic education-centered sentences, for example. Now, that's a good thing, although one does need to remind everyone of two caveats. One is that youth still receive a criminal record, and secondly, that the Crown can always seek to apply for adult sentences. However, once one reaches that magic number of age 18, we are left with the full-blown application of the criminal law. At minimum, we need to know that the approach of government is more multifaceted than reliance on these new criminal code provisions alone. Now, in this respect, one thing these new provisions proponents have in common with those of us who are concerned to promote non-criminal measures to divert people, especially youth, from radicalization of the sort that embraces violence, and that is prevention. Now, if this prevention could be achieved in ways short of the cumbersome and often clumsy invocation of the criminal law, I suspect that some productive consensus could be arrived at. The problem, however, is that it's very hard to design coercive measures to prevent a person's departure shy of using the criminal law, while still remaining faithful to principles related to liberty and the rule of law that we cherish. Now, it might be thought that one way to use the criminal law in a way that falls short of full-scale criminalization would be for these new provisions to be used as the basis for detention by the CBSA, the Canadian Border Security Services Agency, and then arrest and charge by the RCMP, but then have the Crown decide not to prosecute. Now, keep in mind here that when I say the Crown, I mean the Attorney General, because these new provisions are amongst those in the Criminal Code that requires the Attorney General's consent to prosecute. Now, when one reads the Senate committee records for Bill S7, one does get the impression that there may be, in part, some who may mean by the new provisions this kind of idea in terms of the preventative purpose. Now, if these new provisions allowed the state to prevent people, for example youth, from joining terrorist enterprises while not resulting in criminal convictions and sentences, would this not be a defensible result? one has to ask the question. But the answer does seem clear. Criminal law will not be able to function within acceptable limits if it becomes a tool for disruption, whereby arrest is the end goal but not prosecution. The more a system can be used with no real intention of prosecuting, the more it will, over time, be used in exactly that way. For the criminal code to maintain its integrity, its invocation must only ever be on the basis of good faith at each stage of decision-making that's relevant, good faith that there's an adequate evidence to sustain a prosecution. All of which leads to the question of whether we actually do have a prosecution system here in Canada that's willing and able to prosecute, considering that much of the evidence for the new offences will be produced from intelligence that CSIS and perhaps other agencies may well not be prepared to allow to go to court for fear of revealing sources and methods. We know from, for example, the Air India inquiry, how such considerations can inhibit effective prosecution. And we have no reason to believe that the prosecution capacity has changed since the 2010 Air India report. And so we may end up with a system that theoretically allows for proof of intention to leave the country for these purposes. We can all imagine a range of kinds of proof, ranging from emails, parents or community members, provision of information, information from foreign intelligence, and so on. So a system that theoretically allows for proof of intention is possible, but in practice it may lead to charges being dropped because intelligence agencies won't want evidence made public. If so, we may be inadvertently ending up with the criminal law being used in the way I just talked about earlier, as a means to disrupt behavior with limited prospect for use for its prescribed purpose of criminal prosecution. So in committee, this may be an issue worth probing. Will the sort of evidence available actually be usable before the courts? Let's now look, Mr. Speaker, at another challenge, at the interface of acquiring evidence of intent to leave the country for this purpose and logistics. And this is the issue of how all of this will work at the point of exit from Canada. At the moment, we all know there are no exit controls at all at the border, especially notably at airports, other than no-fly lists for those deemed to be a threat to aviation. Testimony before the Senate made clear that cooperation protocols or memoranda of understanding will be needed between CSIS, the RCMP, and the CBSA. And Mr. Fadden, the director of CSIS, went further and noted that it would have to extend likely to CATSA, C-A-T-S-A, the agency of the Department of Transport that regulates security. Now, how these protocols will be developed and what kind of accountability for their operation will be remains a concern, especially because the RCMP, a key link in the interagency collaboration that will be needed here, has been shown by both the ARAR and the Air India inquiries to be an agency that suffers from lack of accountability and appropriate oversight mechanisms. And yet, with the government's Bill C-42, we see that this government has no intention of acting on the ARAR Commission's carefully thought-through recommendations for RCMP accountability and oversight. But there are two comments by Director Fadden that most definitely will need to be followed up in the committee here in the House after second reading. Let me turn to the first one. Here's what he said, and I quote, "I emphasize that we have not developed the protocols yet. What we will need to do is work closely with the Mounties and make sure that we are communicating at all times with border services. The other complicating factor is that Canada has no system for controlling exits. We do not even have a system to be aware when people are leaving. This will involve more than the CBSA. It may well involve CATSA, the agency of the Department of Transport that regulates security. I should not say much more because I will get myself into a situation I will not be able to get myself out of." End of quote. Now, we will need to better understand what is being considered, what is being referred to here by the director of CSIS. Is some form of cross-the-border surveillance system to clock everyone's exits being contemplated? That seems to be hinted at within this statement, especially the sentence, "We do not even have a system to be aware when people are leaving." The suggestion is that such a system of awareness is some sort of a requirement, a sine qua non, for the protocols to be implemented to give effect to these new criminal code provisions. Of course, one way to be aware of someone exiting the country is to already have identified them as having the intention that this criminal provision talks about, and then to track them to the airport. But that kind of specificity may not be what Mr. Fadden actually is alluding to. Are we, to return to the question I've already asked once, are we looking at a more general surveillance system that CATSA, for example, would operate? We need clear answers on this in committee. Now, it might also be that a revision of the no-fly list is part of what is being contemplated as a general surveillance mechanism. At another point in his testimony before the Senate, Mr. Fadden discussed why no-fly lists do not currently provide the mechanism, A, for being aware of when someone is seeking to leave, and B, for preventing that person from boarding the aircraft. Here's his observation, and I quote, "The current structure of the no-fly list program is such that you have to be a threat to aviation. My understanding is that officials are preparing a series of proposals for ministers to try to make this list a little more subtle, but I do not know where they are on it." End of quotation. Now, is it possible that the government is considering a mechanism to put people on a no-fly list based on evidence, at whatever standard of proof, that the person intends to leave Canada in a way that would violate one of these new leaving the country provisions? If so, we need to know much more about how this would work in relation to enforcement of these new provisions in the code, and how people would be put on this list, and how they could get off. Will this be an alternative to arrest and possible prosecution under the criminal law provisions? If so, is this possibly preferable to direct intervention of the RCMP through arrest, followed by possible prosecution? I think in particular of how this would avoid criminalization of youth, who are the primary concern with respect to the kind of radicalization that leads them to want to leave Canada to get involved with terrorism. At the same time, however, what we know about how no-fly lists currently operate, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, currently operate in a zone of non-accountability leaves me deeply doubtful that this approach would provide a preferable preventative mechanism. Just for example, the experience of Maher Arar and other Canadians like Mr. Almaty, and Mr. Nuruddin create real worries about what could happen to a Canadian who ends up on a no-fly list for reasons related to CSIS or RCMP speculation about intention to engage in terrorism. The Canadian government's purpose might be to stop the person from leaving Canada. Perhaps the purpose is to get youth to think twice before trying to leave Canada by another means. But foreign intelligence agencies that might get access to our no-fly lists might act very differently, on that very same information. If the person in question ever did leave Canada and then showed up on the radar screen of some country when seeking to use that country's airport. The reason this is of such concern is that the connection between a person and terrorism within this new leaving the country criminal law provision can be very attenuated. Intentionally attempting to leave becomes itself a terrorism offense, and the evidentiary basis for being put on a no-fly list, as opposed to being brought forward for prosecution, may be far below the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt within our criminal law system. And yet, on such a possible thin basis, someone's name could enter into the interconnected global system of surveillance that could lead to preventative arrests or worse in other countries on that basis alone. I emphasize that these are concerns prompted by an admittedly very brief reference from Mr. Fadden, but in the context, it is potentially a very telling reference. We must be aware how collaboration and information sharing works between intelligence agencies between countries, something I've had the chance to study in some depth several years ago when preparing a report for the settlement process in Mr. Arar's lawsuit against Canada. Now, unless we have confidence in how people would get on this new, more subtle, to use Mr. Fadden's language, no-fly list, and confidence in whether and how and with whom the names on that list and the reasons for being on that list are shared, unless we have this kind of confidence, there is much to be worried about with respect to Mr. Fadden's revelation about a more subtle no-fly list. In any event, I think the point is clear that based on the testimony of the Director of CSIS before the Senate, this needs to have detailed testimony and scrutiny in committee after second reading in this House. Now, let me now turn, Mr. Speaker, to a few comments, one in particular by Minister Nicholson when he was testifying before the Senate, by the Minister of Justice when he was testifying before the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remain a rookie at times. He talked about how investigative hearings could produce the evidence to discern the intent of a person to leave the country for purposes of terrorism. But we know that investigative hearing provisions that are being proposed to be restored in the criminal code by this bill state that testimony can't be used as evidence in court against the person giving that testimony. So this leaves us with one of two possibilities with respect to what the minister was referring to. The first is that he's actually thinking about using this mechanism as a mode of detention and arrest, but not necessarily going to prosecution. We return, therefore, to the problem of use of the criminal law system to allow for disruption with no real prospect for prosecution. More likely, however, the minister could not have meant that. He must have meant that investigative hearings will be used to question people about others' intentions and thereby use that as evidence for the attempt to leave provisions of the criminal code. But if so, this has profound implications for how often and with respect to what people these investigative hearings will be used as evidence-gathering tools, and we need to discuss this as well in committee, Mr. Speaker. Now, the minister also suggests evidence of intention to leave the country could come out of the hearings that deal with preventative recognizance, with conditions. And presumably, again, he means someone else is brought to such a hearing about some impending terrorist act, and information is then revealed about another person, and that evidence is then used to prove that person intends to leave the country for purposes of terrorism. We need to ask the minister and his officials what he meant by reference to these two sunsetted provisions, if they come back into law, as being mechanisms to gather evidence of intention to leave the country. And it does raise another question, Mr. Speaker, and here I think I'll be ending. Does the proposed new Section 83.3, resurrected from the 2001 Anti-Terrorism Act, allow for recognizance with conditions if someone can be shown to be on the point of leaving, because this is now a terrorist act? The intent to leave the country, when you attempt to leave, you are now engaging in a terrorist act according to the new provisions. And then they can be actually required to stay, their passport taken away, for up to 12 months. Is this scenario possible? Is this, in fact, a planned sequence? Does the government have this in mind? Keeping in mind how the United Kingdom actually uses control orders to prevent departures from the country, the question has to be asked whether or not this is something the government contemplates, a question to pursue, again, Mr. Speaker, in committee. With that, I conclude with the overall comment that there is much to look at in committee if we are to fully appreciate and make judgments about the utility of these new attempting to leave or leaving the country criminal code provisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Député de Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague gave an excellent speech. My colleague from Toronto, Danforth. So I can tell you that in terms of the content, he's not a new recruit, as he stated, quite the opposites. During the Senate committee hearings, we heard from some witnesses, including Ms. Kathy Vandergrit, who is on the board of directors of the Canadian Coalition of Children's Rights, who talked about the need to amend the bill to put in provisions for people over the age of 18, given the Convention on the Rights of the Child and other international instruments that Canada has signed. And she said that she was concerned about the repercussions on young people who would have to go abroad, who would go abroad rather, to get involved in terrorist activities. She wanted to emphasize that detention should be the last ditch effort to make to deal with these young people. There was a period of detention for young people, and I'd like to hear my colleague on that as well, please. So the member for Toronto Danforth.
That's an excellent question, and the question includes a number of premises that I would endorse about the problem that appears to be part of the new bill. What I would say is that the whole question of using detention as the absolute last resort with respect to youth, which is a principle certainly within the Convention on the Rights of the Child and with respect to other principles of international law that have been developed to give a bit more content to children's rights, last resort detention is a bottom line requirement. Now, what's interesting, to give the government its due, there is some reference in the new bill to detention, preventative detention, itself being a last recourse. And so we have to make sure that these two things do actually line up. And the easiest way to do that would be to have specific and clear amendments that address the concern that my honourable colleague has just raised.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for Toronto Danforth for raising some very specific ongoing implications of this legislation. That occurred to me that the process of intending to leave the country could itself become a terrorist act. And I'd like to ask him, in conjunction with that, if you look at Section 82.23, so that we then have, by association, others drawn in, a person who knowingly harbors or conceals any person whom they know to be a person who has carried out a terrorist act or is to facilitate that. Would that, by extension, if planning to leave the country to go overseas for what is alleged to be a terrorist activity, such as a camp training, does this sweep bring in others who in normal context would be seen to be an innocent activity?
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
That's an excellent question. In fact, in the Senate hearings, this was discussed a little bit. The whole question of the general principles of the criminal code that connect one offence to other acts, complicity, various forms of aiding and abetting. They all apply. And so the question of a broader circle of people being drawn into the criminality that these new provisions would enact is very real. Now, the witnesses, the official government witnesses before the Senate committee, tiptoed around this. They acknowledged that it's a real issue, and there was a sense that we don't really want to criminalize others' assistance. Now, of course, intention, all the intention standards would have to be there. So if somebody innocently is helping somebody leave the country, helping them with their passport and doesn't know why they're going, then there's no connection. But the moment you know why, you absolutely would be drawn into the orbit. And one of the witnesses did comment, I believe it was Mr. Fadden, it might have been another witness, that something along the lines of we shouldn't be naive about how many people actually do assist others to leave for this purpose. And so the idea of a wider circle beyond the person leaving does appear to be in contemplation.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
My honourable colleague for a great contribution to this debate. What I'd like to touch on and focus on is on the principle of the presumptions of innocence, which is really a foundational principle to our legal system. Does the member share some of my concerns with regards to how this may actually question this fundamental principle?
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Well, confining myself to the leaving or attempting to leave the country provisions, basically it's not so much a question of presumption of innocence, but the problems of proving intention in these circumstances to something that is going to be quite far removed in time. And so the underlying concerns for the principle of the presumption of innocence within our procedural criminal law system do circle back on concerns about what kind of evidence actually would be adequate to actually effect the detention at the border, then an arrest, and then a prosecution. And would there be some kind of slippage towards less and less onerous standards of proof that might in the end not lead to prosecution, but will certainly lead to detention and arrest? That would be my concern.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Joliette. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. And now, this is an opinion here that I'm after. Does the criminal code currently have the necessary provisions to investigate people who are carrying out illegal activities and to determine who might do so in Canada? I'd like his opinion on that.
That's an extremely good question. I feel like I'm in my one of my law classes where a student asked me a question about something I don't know the answer in detail on. What I do know is the criminal code does contain provisions that allow for a measure of preventative action. These sections that deal with what we call peace bonds in English do allow for preventative actions. And we also have all kinds of measures that allow for arrest on the understanding of the arresting officer or agency that a criminal offense is imminent or about to happen. We have to keep in mind that, for example, in the case of the Toronto 18, the kinds of arrests that were effected there were preventative in the sense that apart from what was going on at the planning stages and the forays in the forest, the actual acts that we understand they were thinking about doing hadn't occurred. And the system seemed to have allowed that to be detected. And that has to do with basic police work and intelligence work that does allow for arrest when you've started down the path, the preparatory path of committing a crime. So it's not just a matter of prevention where nothing has been done. You can be arrested and charged when you started down the path, even if you haven't completed it.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know if within this bill, when we talk about emphasizing or making the sentences more severe for those who harbor such a person, do we take into account that some people have been threatened and therefore are limited? For example, that members of the family might have been threatened to oblige the person to harbor a potential terrorist. So are there any provisions that deal with that sort of thing?
Response, please.
The short response is that we would turn to the general criminal law and for various defenses that would be available, including defense of duress, that would enable people to say they had no choice but to do what they did in harboring. But it's a pretty onerous standard, and so it's not easily available if somebody feels constrained versus actually threatened. If they're threatened, then they would have a defense.
Before resuming debate, I must tell the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue that I will have to interrupt her at 2 o'clock when it will be time for member statements. So she has about 10 minutes. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Merci beaucoup, Ms.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak about the bill to amend the Criminal Code, the Canada Evidence Act, and the Security of Information Act. This is a bill that is part of a whole series of anti-terrorism pieces of legislation that started in 2001 after the September 11th attacks in the United States. Bill S-11, the Combating Terrorism Act, is intended to reintroduce anti-terrorist measures into our criminal justice system. And you have to understand that these measures have been controversial from the outset in 2001. I think that we have to understand here that these measures that were introduced in 2001 were a response to a really panicked moment in time. I think everyone considered September 11th, 2001 as a signal event in their lives, and there was a kind of panic. People didn't know how to react to those attacks. And I think that if I took the time to ask all of the members present in this House, I think everyone would be able to tell me where they were sitting, what they were doing when those attacks took place. Personally, on September 11th, 2001, I was 17 years old. I was starting my college studies in nursing. I was in my psychology class, and the professor came in to announce to us that there had been these attacks in the United States, and that there was an attack on the World Trade Center towers. One of the students panicked and said, "My mother's in New York right now," and so therefore, yes, there was that panicky reaction, and we all know exactly where we were and what we were doing. Another example, when all of this happened, well, as I said, I was in my first year of nursing in Sherbrooke, so that is closer to the U.S. border than some other areas, and my father, who's a very sensible and brave man, I'm very proud of him, he called my home to say, "Christine, if you want to come home and stay in Abitibi, I can understand. You might feel safer there if you're farther north." So this is a man who I respect so much, who's so courageous, as my father is, was worried and even panicked a little bit knowing that I was so far away. So there really was this kind of panicky reaction throughout the country. So when there is that kind of uncertainty, there's sometimes legislation like this that was passed rather more quickly than might usually be the case, because people had across the board were feeling somewhat panicky, including the elected representatives. So that is the case with this legislation. In the bill that we're currently studying, this bill is intended to amend the criminal code, so it adds and changes activities considered as terrorist activities. It increases the sentences, particularly for harboring a person who's committed a terrorism-related offense. It amends the Canada Evidence Act, and it also amends the Security of Information Act. It's true that terrorism in its various forms is a threat to our society, and we have to face that fact. However, I think it's always interesting to ask ourselves, when we're talking about bills that deal with crime, what constitutes the hard line and what constitutes the intelligent and effective line. Because sometimes the two are the same thing, but other times they're not. So we really need to take the time to really reflect on exactly what it is we really want. And I think we have to always look for the intelligent and effective line of attack. Nowadays, people who are opposed to democratic regimes are rarely from conventional forces, as perhaps in the past, but they're more rebels and terrorists who don't respect any rules or conventions, not international conventions, treaties, nor the rules of engagement for those involved in a war. So I think we have to ask the question, if our opponents don't respect all of those rules, is it not an idea across the way to ask the question, are we ready to abandon these rules in order to guarantee our collective safety? I think sometimes it's worth taking the time to think and wondering if we're not selling our soul to the devil and by accepting things that go too far. By justifying these things and saying that it's the name of collective safety and security. So we have to be very careful when we discuss these issues. Are we going to endanger human rights, individual freedoms that are near and dear to our country and our democracy, and for which people fought? Canadian soldiers fought for that in several wars. And are we going to put what we've fought so hard for at risk? I would suggest that the answer is no. Why? Because this anti-terrorist legislation asks the question, are we currently fulfilling our obligations in terms of our collective security? Anti-terrorist measures have already been taken in the past, and all of these provisions remain in effect today, with the exception of the investigative hearings and the recognizance with conditions. So the sunset clause that took effect in 2007 had indeed been put into effect for those provisions because they had been seen as a short-term solution for an emergency situation and because concerns had already been expressed at the time. So it's a bit what I was saying earlier on. We're coming back to that panicky moment that followed the attacks in 2001. So measures were taken without being 100% certain that those were the ones that should be taken given the atmosphere at the time. These measures, before being suppressed, were never used. They were never useful, rather. They never had been used, and except in one case, and that was unsuccessful. Therefore, today, we want to reintroduce those same measures that were never used and that were set up for an emergency situation at the time. In more recent cases, it wasn't necessary to turn to those particular measures. The current provisions of the criminal code have been amply sufficient. So we are currently in the process of trying people with the legislation that already exists within the criminal code. In 2007, when those measures were sunsetted, the House had already rejected a proposition or a proposal to prolong their effect. Our desire to be seen as interventionist means that we are somewhat losing sight of the whole notion of justice. Our system must not indeed be totally focused on law and order rather than on justice. When we look at the application of our legislation, we can see that the current provisions are already sufficient. On top of that, the responsible committee heard from several witnesses who maintained that the current legislation was sufficient. For example, during the 2011 study by the Standing Committee on Security and Public Safety on C-17, which is the former version of this bill, Mr. Denis Barrette, who is the spokesperson for the International Monitoring Coalition on Civil Liberties, Mr. Ihsan Gardé, who is the Executive Director of the Canadian Council on Islamic-American Relations, Ms. Ziad Mia, who is from the Muslim Lawyers Association, and Mr. James Kafia, who is from the Canadian Islamic Council, all spoke out against this bill, which was useless and undermine various civil liberties and human rights. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I will continue with what those people said at the next debate on this bill when you give me the rest of my time, my other 2 minutes. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue will have 11 minutes remaining for her speech and 10 minutes for questions and comments when the bill resumes debate on this bill.
The Honourable Member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow is World Food Day. I'm honored to be able to tell this House about a wonderful event that's taking place in my constituency of beautiful Langley, British Columbia. Tomorrow at the Langley Event Centre, in the largest Canadian event of its kind. More than 1,600 people coming together, many of them local secondary school students, and they're there to bring attention to the needs of world food security. World Food Day is a United Nations sanctioned day. This incredible group of students and residents will be joining the Food for Famine Society to encourage all of us to do our part to end world hunger and poverty. This event can be live streamed and seen online at worldfooddaycanada.ca. Please join me in encouraging this dedicated group of people in making a difference to end world hunger and poverty. Thank you.
Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, out of 81 Service Canada centres in Quebec, why do only 25 provide verification and delivery for passport applications? In Shefford, since I was elected, my staff have checked and mailed no less than 2,767 passport applications. Considering the workload, around 40 hours a week, and the postage costs, our members' office budget doesn't cover the cost of providing this service to our constituents. Don't forget, we're very close to the U.S. border. This service is essential to the people of my riding. I already asked Service Canada about this a year ago, and their answer is the same as it was last Thursday. The matter's still under review. What's taking the government so long to decide?
Mr. Speaker, on Friday, I presented the Queen's Diamond Jubilee Medal to 30 of Southern Alberta's finest citizens. They are shining examples of the community spirit that thrives in Southern Alberta. All great movements have their great leaders, but the great movement can only come to pass and take root with the help of countless other local leaders working together to serve a great people. India had Gandhi, they needed Gandhi, but Gandhi also needed India. 500 million people willing to live as Gandhi lived. The civil rights movement had Martin Luther King Jr., but it also had Rosa Parks and countless other individuals quietly and constantly practicing what he preached. Today, Canada leads the world, and we do so because of great local volunteers and leaders serving the world's greatest people, quietly working together, not for praise and glory, but out of a commitment to make the world a better place for their friends and neighbors. It is through people like them that God keeps our land glorious and free. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
This week is Co-op Week in Canada, a moment to highlight the 9,000 plus co-ops that make life more pleasant for millions of us. Co-op enterprises have a long and proud history in Canada. Du Mouvement Desjardins et ses plus de 5 millions.
The Desjardins Movement and its members.
Co-op, to the new Ottawa Renewable Energy Co-op, and to the world-renowned Mountain Equipment Co-op, let's celebrate the values which drive this underestimated sector of our economy. La semaine dernière,
last week in Quebec City, the International Summit of Cooperatives was held. This was the flagship event of the International Year of Cooperatives. Some 3,000 participants from all over the world came to appreciate the incredible power of cooperatives and to shape their future. I'm wearing this scarf as a bit of a shout-out to the hundreds of volunteers who helped make it a huge success.
Mr. Speaker, let me express a wish that the Government of Canada will use this Co-op Week to make amends and announce much-awaited and deserved initiatives to support the Canadian cooperative movement.
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, congratulations to the students from St. Anthony's Catholic School in Chalk River and Our Lady of Sorrows Catholic School in Petawawa, and the thousands of other students at 135 schools and other locations across Canada who participated in attempting to set the Guinness Book of World Records for the largest practical science lesson in multiple locations. The record-breaking event took place on Friday, October 12, 2012, at exactly the same time across Canada. The activity marked the official launch of National Science and Technology Week 2012, which this year runs from October 12th to the 21st. It was a way to help celebrate the occasion by encouraging as many Canadians as possible to have fun with science. The students from Chalk River and Petawawa benefited from living close to Chalk River Laboratories with help from Atomic Energy of Canada Limited scientists who volunteered their time to assist with the lessons. Congratulations to all the students and their teachers who participated in the world's largest practical science lesson.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to underscore the resilience and patience of the residents of Murray Park in Pointe-le-Bel near Baie-Comeau. This community is grappling with one of the worst cases of contaminated drinking water in recent years in Quebec. In addition to the presence of E. coli bacteria, tests on drinking water in this trailer park showed carcinogens, including haloacetic acids, 16 times higher than the Canadian average. In recent months, a number of steps have been taken to allow the 51 families in the trailer park to do their daily bathing in community showers, given the order not to drink the water or use it for washing. After a meeting with residents, I saw myself how urgent action is required. My team has been checking court records to identify the various stakeholders and the various redress available to residents. In addition, my offices are waiting for a response from the health minister, who was notified of this problem September 14th. I'd like to repeat my support for residents who have to deal with the climate while being deprived of an essential amenity.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday, together with many of my fellow Peel MPs, I had an honor to attend the swearing-in ceremony for the new Chief of the Peel Regional Police, Jennifer Evans. Chief Evans has served in many capacities with Peel Regional Police since she joined in 1983 as a frontline officer and criminal investigator. She has worked tirelessly to bring justice in a number of cases and has also served with the Ontario Coroner's Office and the Provincial V-Class Centre. Chief Evans is the 6th Chief of Peel Police and the first woman to hold the office. It is a great step forward for the outstanding police service in my region. Under her expert guidance and leadership, I am sure that Peel Regional Police Service will continue to move from strength to strength. Chief Evans has my fullest congratulations, and I am sure all of my honourable colleagues from Peel Region and across the country join me in wishing her the best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Wild Rose.
Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the recent House of Commons Special Committee on Cooperatives, it is my pleasure to stand and recognize this week as International Cooperatives Week. Co-op Week provides this House with the opportunity to celebrate the role that Canadian cooperatives and credit unions play in building this country, and to recognize their continuing contributions at home and abroad. The sheer number and size of Canadian cooperatives make their impact on the economy indisputable.
Outstanding.
Co-ops have proven remarkably resilient, and they are a key contributor to Canada's economic recovery.
Absolutely.
Cooperatives can be found in each and every one of our ridings, from small villages to big cities, and in every region of Canada. They exist in virtually every sector of the economy, from retail and financial services to agriculture, housing, and healthcare, to name just a few. I encourage all of my colleagues to get to know the cooperatives in their ridings, and I wish all Canadians a happy International Cooperatives Week.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, the International Monetary Fund has warned Canada the debt of Canadian families has reached a crucial point. Canadian households are dealing with ever higher property ownership costs, greater household debt. Their mortgage makes up 68% of their debt, and rents are higher than ever. The finance minister himself recognized that the world economy is fragile and world economic turbulence will continue to have negative impacts in Canada. The government recognizes potential problems, and so does the IMF. So what are the Conservatives waiting for? Why don't they deal with this potential crisis? We've handed them the solution on a silver platter. It's time to come up with a national housing strategy. We're the only G8 country without one. With a long-term strategy, we can coordinate our efforts to avoid a crisis and to avoid debt getting out of control. It's time for the Conservative government to listen to Canadians and support Bill C-400. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss a very serious topic that affects the most vulnerable Canadians, our children. Bullying is not a rite of passage. It should not be considered a part of growing up. It is a serious issue and can reach the level of criminal activity. My thoughts and prayers go out to all children and families affected by bullying, especially the family and friends of Amanda Todd from Port Coquitlam, BC, who recently passed away. Few tragedies are more severe than the loss of an innocent child, especially from such a preventable cause. Canadians young and old need to work together, increase awareness, and provide support to end bullying in our schools, our playgrounds, and online and social media. As Ottawa City Councillor Alan Hubley said, there is a time for action now. I encourage all Canadians to consider what action they can take to model compassion and empathy to stop bullying once and for all. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, on November 2nd, the Windsor Express tips off its inaugural season in the National Basketball League. In its second season, the NBL is the next chapter in Canada's connection to one of the world's most popular sports, the game of basketball, invented by Dr. James Naismith, and is another gift from Canada to the world. The NBL's focus on core principles, including Canadian content, passion for play, ethical excellence, and a focus on fans will facilitate the continued evolution of the game. Under the leadership of President Dardis Willis Sr., the Express is applying these principles in my community, featuring two Windsor athletes, Greg Shermaz and Isaac Huon, on their opening day roster, and are further nurturing that community connection by supporting education initiatives, community events, and small business. In choosing the name, the Windsor Express, the franchise tells Windsor's story by acknowledging our community as an Underground Railroad destination and pays homage to the railmen of Windsor, connecting heritage and history through sport. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to welcome the Windsor Express to my community. I am confident the organization will make tremendous ambassadors for our cities. All aboard the Windsor Express.
The honourable member for Calgary East.
Mr. Speaker, the world was horrified to learn of the brutal attack against Malala Yousafzai, a 14-year-old Pakistani girl hunted down and shot at close range for speaking out for girls' rights and against the Taliban. While Malala remains in critical condition, we are pleased by reports today that she is getting the intensive and comprehensive medical treatment she requires. Our thoughts and prayers are with her and others injured in this abhorrent attack. Canada welcomes the Prime Minister of Pakistan's quick condemnation of this attack and reports coming that the Taliban gunmen who shot Malala have been identified. We urge Pakistani authorities to take the necessary steps to hold accountable those responsible for this reprehensible and cowardly attack. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in this House to mourn with her parents and all Canadians the tragic suicide of Amanda Todd. While the media have reacted with shock and dismay, this incident is but one of what has become a serious chronic problem. Bullying has always had severe mental and physical effects on the bullied, and research shows that bulliers have often been victims of abuse themselves. The time is past when society can shrug bullying off as a childhood rite of passage. The internet has changed that. Cyberbullying follows one worldwide through life and even after death. It is relentless, sinister, and pervasive. There is no escape and no respite. The suicide of Amanda Todd and others who have found death to be their only haven will have been meaningless unless this House summons a political will not only to develop an immediate national strategy to educate and prevent bullying, but to find and punish perpetrators.
That's it.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, many Canadians wrestle with a significant decision around this time of year, when to turn on their heat for the winter. Should the NDP leader get his way and implement his carbon tax, that decision will be a lot harder. The NDP leader's carbon tax would significantly increase the cost of heating your home. On this side of the House, we understand that Canadians are already doing everything they can to conserve energy and keep their energy bills down. We fundamentally disagree with the NDP leader and his members opposite, who would punish Canadians with a chilling carbon tax. We will continue to stand with those Canadians against the NDP leader's carbon tax that would increase the cost of gas, groceries, and electricity.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, after spending weeks ignoring the evidence and claiming their changes to employment insurance would help everyone, finally the Conservatives have backtracked. They had to admit that their plans would hurt the very poorest Canadians looking for work. In my London riding, just this year, more than 700 jobs were lost at Electromotive Diesel, and Air Canada Jazz cut 200 maintenance jobs at London's International Airport. But not a single Conservative backbencher spoke up. Since the House came back this fall, Conservatives have used 39 member statements to attack the NDP. 39 fabricated statements. But how many times...
Order. Members can hold off for their applause until the member from London Fanshawe has finished her SO31.
But how many times, Mr. Speaker, have the Conservatives used the word local in their statements since the House came back? Just 10 times. We have a governing party that does far more member statements about the opposition than about their own constituents. Will the next Conservative MP tell us what's going on in his or her riding, or just repeat another sleazy attack from the PMO?
The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, it has been months, and the Leader of the Opposition has not explained to Canadians what he meant when he said, quote, "Of course I have a cap-and-trade program that will produce billions." He also hasn't explained how he estimated $21 billion in revenue by putting a price on carbon. Why is the Leader of the NDP hiding from his sneaky scheme to put a tax on carbon? Why isn't he being clear with Canadians? Canadians deserve to know if the NDP want to raise the price on everything, including groceries, electricity, and gas. This job-killing carbon tax would be bad for Canadians, bad for the economy, bad for the country. Our government will continue with our low-tax plan to create jobs, economic growth, and prosperity for all Canadians. Canadians can count on us, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely.
Oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, there are now 15 confirmed cases of contamination of E. coli bacteria linked to beef from XL Foods. The crisis started 42 days ago, but it's still chaotic. One day, the workers are sent home, inspections are stopped. The next day, they're recalled to the plant. It's chaos, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Agriculture has clearly lost control. In fact, how is it that the Minister of Agriculture is still in his job, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Speaker, regardless of what happens in the plant, CFIA officials are on the ground there doing their work, doing their due diligence to make sure that any food produced out of there will be safe, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to do that. These are science-based decisions, not political choices, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. On September 13th, Canada stopped exports of beef from XL Foods to the U.S. The minister had determined that beef from XL Foods wasn't safe enough to be eaten by the Americans. The same Minister of Agriculture allowed this same contaminated beef to be sold in Canada for another 14 days. And that's what he's responsible for, having endangered the lives of Canadians when he knew that the meat was contaminated. How can the Minister of Agriculture remain in his position following on such negligence? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
This minister is to ensure that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency has the capacity, the regulatory powers that they need to move forward when situations like this do occur. We are going to have later this week, as I understand, coming from the other place, Bill S11, the Safe Food for Canadians Act. I certainly hope the NDP will support that and move that through in an expeditious way.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
42 days since this crisis began, 15 confirmed cases of E. coli poisoning, still no accountability. This crisis is putting the hammer to farmers and ranchers across Canada. Thousands of workers laid off, inspections halted, and the minister refers to all this as, quote, a private sector business decision. What he still doesn't get, 4 years after his last crisis, is that his job was, and is, to regulate that business in the public interest. When will the Minister of Agriculture take responsibility and resign?
Here.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I just said, my job as minister is to make sure that CFIA has the regulatory power and the capacity to do their job. These are professional individuals, Mr. Speaker, that are in that plant doing their due diligence to make sure that any food that should come out of that plant at some time in the future will be safe for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives cut millions from food safety agencies. They throw away $32 million on government advertising on propaganda. That's their priority. The minister said there was never a shortage of inspectors. Canadians now know that claims of an additional 700 meat inspectors is just another tall tale made up by this Conservative government. Another failure for them to take responsibility. If there was always enough inspectors, why did he add more inspectors to the XL line this weekend? Why won't he admit there weren't enough inspectors in that plant?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, even the XL Food Workers Union in that plant claimed that there were enough inspectors doing their job, doing their due diligence. What we want to do, Mr. Speaker, is keep incrementally building the capacity of CFIA to move forward in this regard. Every time we come forward with budgetary responses, more money, more inspectors, the NDP vote against it. That's shameful, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what's in their budget is more money for advertising. To simply talk about Canada's action plan, not enough for meat inspectors in this country. That's the reality of voting against the budget. Over 1,000 Canadians are now laid off. Cattle producers across Western Canada are hurting. XL management is blaming CFIA for delays. This is the largest meat recall in Canadian history. What does it have to take for this minister to actually tell us what about these layoffs? What is this? Why is this company blaming CFIA? He blames, quote, private sector business decisions for the problems. How can the minister be so cavalier about food safety and about an industry that employs so many people?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess the best answer for that is from Gil McGowan. He's the president of the Alberta Federation of Labour. Here's his quote. I certainly hope the CFIA will only certify this plant once it is confident the company has completed all the changes needed to assure public safety. That's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Bill Marie.
Mr. Speaker, the E. coli crisis is the direct result of this government's mismanagement of food inspection in Canada. As a result, we have 15 Canadians who are sick. We have cattle ranchers who can't sell their cattle, we have job losses, and we have serious damage to the Canadian brand. This is a failure at the very highest level. Will the Prime Minister ensure that the CFIA has the necessary resources to ensure and reassure Canadians that their food is safe to eat?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we're doing. Budget after budget. We table estimates. We table the supplementary estimates. We're constantly rebuilding the capacity of the CFIA after the Liberals pulled hundreds of millions of dollars and hundreds of inspectors out during their decade of drift.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Westmount Bill Marie.
Mr. Speaker, 15 Canadians in 4 provinces have fallen ill because of contaminated meat with E. coli. In the midst, in fact, of the largest beef recall in Canada, the Minister of Health remained silent. Will the minister rise, acknowledge that public health is her responsibility, and that it's her duty to communicate with Canadians?
L'Honorable Ministre de l'Agriculture.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, this is a government that takes food safety very seriously. We continue to build the capacity of both CFIA and Public Health Canada. Of course, it takes voters on all sides of the House to make those types of initiatives move forward, Mr. Speaker. Bill S11 is coming across from the Senate this week, we understand. I'm hopeful the Liberals here will pass that expeditiously.
Deputy de Westmount Bill Marie.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Bill Marie.
Canada has one of the highest rates of bullying in the industrialized world. Evidence shows that victims of bullying face serious long-term physical and psychological harm or death. I'm talking about bullying here. Amanda Todd's suicide last week is tragic proof. This is a public health issue, and we must act now. Will the Prime Minister commit to a strategy of public education, prevention, harm reduction, and identification and punishment of perpetrators.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Speaker, we're certainly doing that, and certainly our thoughts and prayers go out to the families who are the victimized by this kind of activity, Mr. Speaker. This is condemned by everyone. I'm looking forward to the report of both parliamentary committees that are having a look at this. We want to have a look at that. I know Health Canada is promoting awareness in this particular area. The RCMP has set up a website, deal.org. There's cybertip.ca, Mr. Speaker. All these are initiatives to tackle this terrible problem. We all have a stake in it. We all want to fix it.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture is refusing to take responsibility. He's chosen to protect his reputation instead of protecting Canadians. He's hiding behind the Canadian Food Inspection Agency and uses the excuse of a technical issue each time we ask for details on the contaminated meat issue. The Americans stepped in on September 13 to protect their citizens. Can the minister tell us how many Canadians have taken ill after, or took ill after September 13? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that's a well-known number. 15 people have taken ill. They've all recovered and have all gone home and gone about their lives. That's the good side, Mr. Speaker. From the work side on this government, we take food safety very seriously. We continue to build the capacity of CFIA and Public Health Agency of Canada to respond to these types of situations as they occur. We continually add to their budgetary capacity, and the NDP constantly vote against that, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Oh, it doesn't matter if people have taken ill? I don't understand that. They're cutting food inspection, but spending millions on advertising on propaganda. That's their priority. Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't want a minister who thinks first and foremost about saving his hide without accepting responsibility. Since the start of the crisis, he boasts about having hired tons of inspectors, but has not given any detail on the nature of work, the work being done by these inspectors, or where they're working. Will the minister finally publicize the list, or make public the list of these inspectors? The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the plant in question, it's well known. We've increased the inspection capacity there by some 20% in the last few years. And we continue to do that as it's required on a needs basis across this great country. CFIA are very professional people, Mr. Speaker. They take their job very seriously. We keep giving them the capacity, budgetary and manpower-wise, to get that important job done.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. The Minister of Agriculture doesn't have a monopoly over improvisation. The Minister of Human Resources is doing the same. The Conservatives have stated in the past that regulations on working well on crane wouldn't have negative consequences on Canadians. However, the Conservatives finally admitted the existence of a problem a Friday evening right before Thanksgiving. But instead of solving the problem, they simply settled for putting a Band-Aid on an open fracture. When will we see a real solution instead of a two-speed system? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our priority is job creation, growth and prosperity for Canadians in the long term. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we have made changes to encourage the unemployed to work 3 or 4 weeks per week while receiving benefits. We made changes to help people who have received benefits and worked last year so that they can make a transition to the new program. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Well, the reality is that only a handful of people will benefit between April and August. Everyone else is taken hostage by this new program. Experts are confused, so are workers. And in addition to having to choose a program that suits them now, they'll have to make a choice for the next 2 years. If the minister were really listening to people, why would she solve the problems instead of making the system even more complex? The Honourable Minister.
Priority is job creation, economic growth, and long-term prosperity for Canadians. We want to make sure that those who are drawing employment insurance benefits are not discouraged from working 2, 3, 4 days a week while they're on claim. To do that, we want to make sure they're better off. We did make some minor changes to the new pilot program, to help those who were in that situation last year while they were working on claim transition to the new program where they will be encouraged and rewarded for working extra days while on claim.
And the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
All fall, the Parliamentary Secretary for Human Resources claimed that all workers would benefit from working while on claim program. But then, just before Thanksgiving, the minister threw her under the bus, agreed with the NDP, and finally conceded that there were problems in her program. Unfortunately, her fix only allows a few to opt for the old rules. Most will still see their income clawed back 50% right from the very first dollar. Why is the minister creating a two-tiered system? Why won't she just fix the mess that she created?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, what we're doing is helping those who are on unemployment insurance find new jobs, get back to work. We're helping them by providing more job alerts, more information about jobs in their skill range, in their geographic area, but also making sure that if they work 2, 3, 4 days a week, that they're better off than if they don't. Mr. Speaker, under the old plan, if somebody worked 1 day, yes, they got to keep their earnings, but beyond that, everything was clawed back dollar for dollar. We need their talents and skills at work. The new program will help them do that, and we're helping people who had the program before transition.
Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, clearly the Conservatives still haven't learned from their mistakes. They're still creating talking points instead of jobs. The fact is the Conservatives have only solved half the problem. And even those Canadians who did get a reprieve are left hanging until January. Mr. Speaker, their bills are due now. They can't tell their landlords to wait until January. All unemployed Canadians deserve fairness from this government, so I will ask the minister one more time. Will she now properly fix the mess that she herself has created?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
We believe that it's important to help people who are unemployed get back to work. We know that having a part-time job often speeds up that process because having a part-time job often turns into a full-time job. Mr. Speaker, we want to encourage and support Canadians who are looking for work. That's why we're going to make sure that if they work 2, 3, 4 days a week while on claim, they will be better off than not. And in fact, if they work those days, they'll be better off than under the old program. Mr. Speaker, that's something tangible in support of our unemployed workers. Too bad the NDP won't support them.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Incredible, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives spend millions on advertising while cutting back on EI. But let's turn from misplaced priorities to Conservative dishonesty. For months, the Trade Minister has denied he's looking at signing a deal with Europe that will increase the price of medicine. He called it a myth. But now we learn that the Minister has been studying exactly that and found that extending drug patents could cost Canadians as much as $2 billion a year. Will the Minister now admit that this deal could raise the price of prescription drugs for Canadian seniors?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, our government has always sought to strike a balance between promoting innovation and job creation and ensuring that Canadians continue to have access to the affordable drugs that they need. And for the honourable member opposite, we continue to consult with the provinces, the territories, in a very open set of negotiations. Mr. Speaker, I'm getting a lot of help here, but these negotiations continue to be the most open, progressive negotiations.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the official opposition will help this government bring affordable medicine to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, why won't the minister come clean about what he's putting on the table? Life-saving prescription drugs are a necessity, not a luxury. Of course, we must support the research and development of new drugs, but not at the expense of Canadian seniors, employers, and provinces. Will the minister refuse any deal that drives up the price of prescription drugs for Canadians? How about some honesty this time? Canadians deserve an answer.
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let me once again assure this House that an agreement will be signed only if it's in the best interest of Canadians. But if the NDP want to talk about what...
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while I have the floor, if the NDP want to talk about what's going to drive costs up for Canadians, and especially Canadian seniors, let's talk about your carbon tax. Where are you going to get your $20 billion?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Bainin Nunavik. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A $2 billion increase in the price of generic drugs is not in the interest of Canadians, and that is what we are opposing. According to a report prepared by officials from Industry Canada and Health Canada, Canadian seniors and people who are ill are the ones who are going to pick up the tab if the free trade agreement with the European Union goes ahead in its current form. Will the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, protect Canadian interests and refuse any trade agreement that would cause an increase in the price of prescription drugs? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, that's just absolute nonsense. What our government is doing, and what we've always sought to do with this agreement, is to strike a balance between promoting innovation and job creation and ensuring that Canadians have access to the affordable drugs that they need. Simple as that.
Member for Guelph. Mr. Speaker, the government's handling of the E. coli outbreak at Excel has been a display of complete incompetence, leaving Canadians in the dark. Sadly, consumers are losing confidence in the beef on store shelves, and it's hurting cattle ranchers who offer a safe product and did nothing wrong. Since the government's current system clearly failed, will the minister finally acknowledge that we need an immediate, independent, and comprehensive CFIA resource audit to better equip our inspectors to prevent further damage to our food supply chain?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, of course, our top priority is food safety and to make sure that consumers have confidence in that food supply. Canadians continue to consume beef. That's good news, Mr. Speaker. But as part of our government's response to the Witherill report, an expert advisory committee was established some time ago. That particular committee, along with CFI, will completely review this, Mr. Speaker, and that report will be public.
Honourable Member for Humber, St. Barbe, Bévert.
Mr. Speaker, despite an order by the Public Service Commission that Kevin McAdam, the longtime political buddy of the Defence Minister, must be terminated from his six-figure job at ACOA for indiscretions, he remains in place, still collecting his checks. While Mr. McAdam runs roughshod over the Public Service Commission, can the minister show some semblance of protecting the integrity of the public service by confirming that Mr. McAdam is no longer receiving taxpayer-funded language training for a job that had mandatory bilingual requirements from the get-go, and will he confirm that he's no longer receiving Ottawa living expenses when his job is in Charlottetown, PEI?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that's before the courts, but I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that this is not a political issue. Public court records state that the Commission...
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has the floor.
Public court records state that the Commissioner found problems with the way the public service ran their hiring process. They did not find any political interference by ministers or political staff.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton, Canso.
Mr. Speaker, for the last month, the Human Resources Minister has embarrassed herself by regurgitating lame talking points about the Working While on Claim program. Then last week, in a grasp for political appeasement, she made changes that make it more convoluted and more unfair by creating two different types of VI recipients. It's sort of like the captain of the Titanic saying, anybody who boarded before lunchtime, you guys get a life jacket. Anybody else, enjoy the dip. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, will a minister put back in the allowable earnings provision?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we introduced a new pilot project that would support Canadians who are working on claim and allow them to work 2, 3, 4 days a week and not be punished for it. That's important because our priority is job creation. We need all the skills and talents of Canadians at work. What we did, Mr. Speaker, was make some adjustments to make sure that those who were working a while on claim last year are grandfathered in and to allow them an easier transition to the new pilot project.
Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, in September 2008, the Prime Minister said that a decade of war in Afghanistan was enough, and a motion passed in this House agreed there were to be no more combat operations by Canada after December 31st, 2011. But now we learn that Canadian soldiers continue to be deployed in combat roles in the volatile region at the centre of the Taliban insurgency. Why did the Prime Minister break his promise? And why are the Conservatives violating their own 2008 motion to end combat operations in 2011?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. Combat operations in Afghanistan for Canadian soldiers have ended. We do, in fact, have a very small number, as of October 15th, less than a half dozen, who are taking part in a long-standing tradition, which is exchanges with countries such as Great Britain, Australia, the United States, NATO allies. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, this is a long-standing international practice in which Canadian forces benefit from professional development. It is something that we, in fact, receive forces from other countries to take part in this type of exchange, Mr. Speaker. It's something I'm sure the honourable member would support.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Regardless of the number of soldiers involved or under which flag they are fighting, the fact is that in 2012 there are still Canadian soldiers fighting in Afghanistan. And this, despite the fact that the Conservatives had announced the end of combat operations for our troops in 2011. The Conservatives are breaking their own motion, and it's a political decision. Why do the Conservatives promise one thing in this House but do the opposite as soon as the parliamentarians have their backs turned?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
That's not true, Mr. Speaker. We have 6 perhaps members of the Canadian forces who therefore are participating in an exchange with our allies in Afghanistan.
Where we have less than a half a dozen members who participate in exchange programs with other NATO countries. Mr. Speaker, it's a long-standing practice. There are no combat operations when it comes to Canadian soldiers. This is in keeping with the parliamentary motion.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. There's not just Afghanistan for the Conservatives. It's a real festival of unfulfilled promises. The Conservatives promised that the Cyclone helicopters would replace the Sea Kings and would be delivered in 2008. Then they said that they would be delivered last June. Then they said, well, sometime later this year. And now they're attempting to renegotiate the contract. This guessing game has lasted for long enough. When are our soldiers finally going to be able to count on these pieces of equipment? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Public Safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we sign a contract with a supplier, we expect that they will comply with their obligations under the contract. We have already are looking for damages under this contract, and this is we are taking them to court over this. Thank you.
The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's all just a little bit of history repeating itself. The Cyclone procurement was called, and I quote, the worst procurement in Canadian history by the Minister of Defence. Well, after saying that, the Minister of Defence set out to plumb new depths and make new history. The Conservatives have repeatedly agreed to spending more money and allow more extensions on the Cyclone. Now the makers of the Cyclone have come back for even more. So what's the plan this time? Will the Conservatives protect the corporation's balance sheet, or will they finally protect the interest of Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the government will have to determine what to offer to our men and women Canadian soldiers, and they want them to have the best that's available. Thank you.
For Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, Canada and Jamaica have a close and long-standing bilateral relationship. Trade between our two countries is in excess of $350 million. Can the Minister of State for the Americas inform this House about an important upcoming event in the relationship between our two great countries?
Great question. Great question.
The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, today the Prime Minister has announced he will meet with Portia Simpson-Miller, Prime Minister of Jamaica, on October 22nd during her first official visit to Canada. Canada and Jamaica share a long history as friends and partners with strong people-to-people ties and shared values. Prime Minister Portia Simpson-Miller's visit will also mark the 50th anniversary of bilateral relations between our two nations. The leaders will discuss matters of mutual interest, including regional security, trade and investment, and multilateral cooperation. So we very much look forward to welcoming the Jamaican Prime Minister on her visit next week, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Alfred Pellant. Mr. Speaker, on May 16th, the leader of the NDP questioned the Prime Minister on security issues regarding the Huawei company's operations on Canadian territory. At the time, the Prime Minister said that we have responded to the concerns he raised, and as far as we are concerned, the matter is settled. But 5 months later, the Prime Minister's spokesperson stated that Canada was turning to the national security exception for the building of the government telecommunications network. Mr. Speaker, why this about-face? Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Seriously and operates on the advice of security experts. Our government recently made significant investments in the amount of $90 million in a cybersecurity strategy designed to defend against electronic threats, hacking, and cyber espionage. I have to say that our government has put in place a cyber security strategy designed to defend against electronic threats, hacking, and cyber espionage.
The honourable member for Squamish-Wanafuta.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the minister clearly hasn't addressed Huawei. The Conservatives didn't take this seriously last May when the NDP first asked about it. The Prime Minister at that time was unequivocal when he said, quote, "Those concerns were examined and those concerns have been addressed in our mind. So while our allies have been taking national security seriously, the Prime Minister dismissed our concerns flippantly. Will they now give Canadians a clear answer? Are Conservatives going to prevent Huawei from being part of important and sensitive communication systems in Canada? Yes or no?"
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Perhaps the member didn't hear my answer. What I said was our Conservative government has put in place a cybersecurity strategy designed to defend against electronic threats, hacking, and cyber espionage.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
But it's not just foreign involvement in telecommunications where the government is ignoring the wisdom of Canadians. Months after it was first proposed, Canadians are still in the dark about the consequences of the multi-billion-dollar Nexon takeover. Now we're hearing serious concerns from the business community, from workers, from environmental experts, from members of the Conservative caucus, none of whom are being listened to by this government on the deal. So will the minister stop ignoring Canadians and commit to using the 30-day extension to hold a thorough, transparent, public review of the deal and do what he should have done in the first place?
Hear, hear. And the Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, we will do what has to be done, and we will always act in the best interest of Canada, Mr. Speaker. And the transaction that the member is talking about will be scrutinized very closely, Mr. Speaker. And I must remind my colleague that we put in place new additional measures like state-owned and enterprise guidelines back in 2007. We put additional measures in 2009 to take care of the national security issues, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Marne. The energy and resources sector is a strategic component of our economy, and serious issues related to this sector deserve clear answers. Can they answer one of the following questions? Will CNUC protect jobs? For how long will the headquarters of Nexon stay in Canada? And for how long will Canadian environmental standards be in effect? Can the minister tell me that he will take advantage of the extension to finally consult Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows full well that Canadians can submit their opinions to the assessment of these issues, and what we are going to do is act in the best interests of Canada. The transaction that we are discussing here will be very carefully reviewed. That's what we've said from the outset, and I would invite my colleague to become aware of the measures we took in 2007 on guidelines for these kinds of transactions, as well as what happened in 2009 for issues of national importance. So, Mr. Speaker, we are open to the Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker, last week in Quebec, within the framework of the International Summit on Cooperatives, there was an announcement about a $30 million fund that will be set up to support startup cooperatives and to stimulate growth for existing cooperatives in all regions of Quebec. The Business Development Bank of Canada will contribute $10 million to this fund. We applaud this initiative. However, we have a question for the minister responsible for the BDC. When will similar announcements be made for the other provinces and territories of Canada? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows very well that the measures that were taken for cooperatives are significant. We know that cooperatives are an economic engine that help the development of our regions, and rather than speaking in the way he does, he should do what we do and take measures that are helpful to everyone. We're reducing the administrative burden, and these are steps that really help our cooperatives to be prosperous across the country.
Mr. Speaker, the government's decision to cut part-time chaplains in our prisons has sparked strong objections from religious leaders across the country and across religious faiths. They've told the government that appropriate faith-based counseling in prison is often a key to rehabilitation. Right. This is not just a matter of protecting religious freedom, but it's about reducing the reoffending, the key to safer communities. Right. Why are the Conservatives discriminating against non-Christians?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
That member's claims are based on a false and misleading report from the CBC that added words to a quote. The fact is that the Government of Canada strongly supports the freedom of religion of all Canadians. The Government of Canada funds full-time spiritual advisors to provide spiritual services to prisoners. These advisors can be of any faith and will make themselves available to provide faith-based advice to offenders, and they supervise 2,500 volunteers of all faiths right across this country.
Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. That's pathetic what we just heard. The big conservative propaganda operation is continuing on its path, and with no good reason this time. They decided to give a new name and a new mission to the Museum of Civilization, situated in Gatineau. They don't care that it's the most popular museum in the country. In the NDP, we love history. We love the current museum that is covering 20,000 years of history. What we don't like, on the other hand, is politicized history as rewritten by the Conservatives. Can someone explain to us and to the many fans of the Museum of Civilization, like myself, why the Conservatives so hate pre-Columbian civilizations?
L'honorable ministre du Patrimoine canadien.
Une protestation de l'NPD contre une décision donc qu'on n'a pas encore même annoncée ni fait. Si une décision a été prise là-dessus, je peux assurer mon collègue qu'il serait un des premiers à recevoir de nouvelles.
Sure, my colleague, that he'd be one of the first to know.
The government is very proud of our national museums. They are indeed some of the best museums in the world. We've created 2 new national museums under our government, the Museum of Immigration at Pier 21 in Halifax, the Canadian Museum for Human Rights in Winnipeg. We will continue to support our national museums and make them indeed the very best museums in the world.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, indeed, this is the museum of which all Canadians can be proud. It's shown amazing exhibits from all over the world. So what will the focus be now? The Diefenbaker Hall of Glory, the...
Order. I don't think the member has finished his question. I'll ask members to hold off their applause until he does so. The Honourable Member, order. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Well, how about the Preston Manning beautiful mind exhibit?
Order. I'm not going to... I don't want to have to ask honourable members once again to hold off on their applause. And I hope the Honourable Member for Davenport gets to his question.
The reaction underlines the fact that the Conservatives are relentlessly rebranding everything in their image, and Canadian taxpayers are footing the bill for this, Mr. Speaker. So the question is, what exactly is it about civilization that scares this government?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I congratulate my colleague on finally making it through a question. Well done. Look, Mr. Speaker, as I said, we believe in our national institutions. The Canadian Museum of Civilization is indeed a fantastic museum that has served Canadians incredibly well. We believe in our national museums. We will build upon the successes of all of our museums going forward. And I can tell my colleague if we have any changes in mind, I'll make sure that he's among the very first to know. And if he has any ideas, of course, we're open to hearing them as well.
The Honourable Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Mr. Speaker, this week marks National Science and Technology Week, with events being held across the country. As a Member of Parliament representing a riding with 2 university campuses, I've seen firsthand how important it is to lay the groundwork for future careers in science and to engage Canada's youth so that we can continue to be an international science leader. The week celebrates the significance of Canada's science and technology sector, demonstrating how science affects the daily lives of Canadians. Can the Minister of State please update the House on our government's ongoing commitment to science and technology?
The Honourable Minister of State for Science and Technology.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the member from Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough and Westdale and our countrywide support for science and technology.
Order. The Honourable Minister of State has the floor.
I want to thank the member for his support and across Canada of Science and Technology Week initiatives. These events do inspire the youth to pursue careers in science, enabling our country to remain an international leader. The Conservative government's historic investments in science, including $8 billion new dollars in investment, has led to Canada being ranked 4th in the world. And while they may oppose it, we will continue to support.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that we're marking Small Business Week, this government's policies are actually hurting Canada's 1 million small businesses. So shops near the border, hotels near national parks, tourism operators across the country are hurting. And those Conservative members who have small business in their constituencies know that. And it is this government's damaging policies and tax increases that are hurting small business. So when will they take...
Order. Order. We're almost through the list. Order. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra still has a few seconds, and I'd like to hear the question.
Well, Mr. Speaker, their constituents in small business are not laughing at these policies, and when will this government make sure that their policies support rather than undermine small business?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. This is the Conservative government who has lowered every tax we can imagine, including taxes for small businesses across this country. This government supports small, medium-sized, as well as multinational organizations. If anybody here wants to raise taxes, it would be A, the Liberals, who have a history of it, and B, the NDP, who are promising to do it should they ever receive
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Many belugas have been found dead, and another one has found itself in the Port of Montreal region. This mystery will probably never be resolved when the Conservatives cut scientists from institutes like the Maurice Lamontagne one, whereas marine mammals are having a difficult time. They're in charge of the protection of this. When will the Conservatives stop these budget cuts that have disastrous consequences? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
I'm sure my colleague that DFO is concerned about the number of dead beluga calves that we found throughout 2012. and the department has been monitoring the belugas mortality very closely because of that. An analysis is underway to determine the causes of mortality, and they're continuing to work on that.
Thank goodness.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government has made great strides in cutting red tape to ensure Canada's veterans receive the hassle-free service they deserve. We have already significantly reduced the amount of time it takes for veterans to receive decisions regarding their disability benefits.
Indeed.
Through our plain language initiative, letters explaining benefit decisions are now easier to understand, and we are simplifying the reimbursement process for the Veterans Independence Program.
That's fantastic.
Can the Minister update the House on other ways our government is cutting red tape for veterans?
Thanks for asking that, lad.
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Mississauga East Cooksville is right. Our veterans deserve an hassle-free service, and that's what this Conservative government is giving them, Mr. Speaker.
Today, Mr. Speaker, I announced the launch of a new initiative.
Order. The Honourable Minister has the floor. Order. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is the new tool for veterans, the Navigator. So I invite my colleagues to go online and see to what degree our veterans have a good online service that they have the right to.
Canada's veterans to check out the Veterans Benefit Browser, which was a product that we worked with the Ombudsman and the...
Honourable Member for Chambly-Borduas. Mr. Speaker, another day, another case of preferential treatment granted to the Friends of the Conservative Party. The Canadian Olympic Committee asked for a speeding up of the immigration procedures for a ping-pong table just before the Olympic Games. Who asked? None other than Dimitri Soudas, the former communications boss of the Prime Minister's office. Is it his influence that gives him a right to a free pass? We saw what happened with Robert Abdallah, and we saw what he likes to do with his connections in the PMO. So what do these people owe him is what we want to know. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
The Citizenship Act actually allows, when there is an unusual case of hardship or reward to an individual for service to Canada, to allow an individual to have his citizenship expedited. It's been there since 1977. Over 500 cases have been determined to work through the same way. Many athletes have been granted this exemption because of their intense and tough training don't allow them to go through the process as quickly and efficiently as other citizens do. So, Mr. Speaker, what we've done that has happened since 1977 and will continue to happen is give those who have earned it the opportunity to participate.
The Honourable Member for Huntsic. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' demagogical justice measures have a high financial cost. For Quebec, this represents 565 to 1,048 extra beds in Quebec prisons. We are talking about hundreds of millions of dollars for new prisons rather than for health and education. Quebec therefore asked Ottawa to transfer them the Leclerc Penitentiary, which they are going to close, even though it has just been renovated to the tune of $3 million. Will the minister commit to not taking advantage of the change of government in Quebec to sweep this request under the carpet?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question. I certainly will look at the request, but I would also like to point out that for the first time in a decade, provincial remand centre populations are down 6% thanks to the efforts of our government and the legislature.
Concludes the question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Jackson Lafferty, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment for the Northwest Territories. The Honourable Member for Skinnabokley Valley has a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I know passions were quite inflamed today, particularly for a Monday, and decorum was hard to achieve, but during the period of questions today, our member from Abitibi-Témiscamingue asked the question, and the member from Edmonton Centre yelled out a word that I hope he regrets using in the House of Commons. I have great respect for my friend, and while passions may flare, there is such a thing as parliamentary language. I'm going to offer him the opportunity not only to apologize to the member from Abitibi, but also to retract his comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I do regret the comments. I should have referred to what was said, not the person who said it. For making it personal, I apologize.
I thank the honourable member for that, and I'm sure the House appreciates it as well. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Declaration de...
Statements by ministers.
What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. I missed the Minister of State for Finance under the first item, the Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know it was a raucous question period, and you're completely forgiven. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-1, I wish to table a notice of Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the budget that was tabled in Parliament on March 29, 2012, and as other measures. I ask that an order of the day be designated for consideration of the motion.
Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Declaration de...
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, following its study on improving economic prospects for Canadian girls. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests a government response to this report. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Elections Act, Voting Hours. This motion is deemed adopted. Honourable Deputy to Vancouver Kingsway.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
I rise to introduce a bill to improve the accessibility of our voting system and to strengthen the ability of all British Columbians to exercise their democratic rights. And I thank my honourable colleague from Burnaby, New Westminster, for seconding this important bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill would change the voting hours in British Columbia for a general election. Currently, the polls are open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. This bill would set the hours at 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and this would bring BC closer in line with other provinces where voting is open until 8:30 or even 9:30 p.m. Mr. Speaker, there are many working families in my riding. There are many single parents. Many people work long hours at multiple jobs to feed their families, and closing the polls at 7 p.m. prevents many of these people from voting. Everyone in this House has experienced Election Day. We know that voting places are always busiest in the hours after work. In British Columbia, where the polls close at 7 p.m., there are often long lineups, and many people cannot make it in time, and those that do are often discouraged by the lines and leave without casting a ballot. Voter turnout in Canada is worryingly low. I believe it is the responsibility of politicians to make sure that the voting system is designed to be accessible to everyone. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this bill is simple, it is reasonable, it would not cost one penny, and it addresses a very real problem in our community. I hope the government will realize the importance of this proposal and work with all members of the House to make it a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, premier lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, seconded by Mr. Andrews, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Insurance Act, Removal of Waiting Period for Special Benefits. This motion is deemed adopted. The
Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Speaker, you know, in the past 8 years since I've been doing this job, this issue has come to us time and time again. And if you look at the logic of the EI system and how it deals with special benefits, it's kind of illogical in the way it works. For instance, during regular periods of receiving benefits of employment insurance, there is always that waiting period where they give you 2 weeks, plus more weeks, but you get basically 2 weeks where if you do not find a position, of course, then you get your EI benefits. But they give you that 2 weeks to say you need to find a job within that period. However, when it comes to special benefits such as sickness, the waiting period really doesn't make sense because they are not all of a sudden going to become well within that 2-week period. So therefore, it doesn't make sense within the legislation. So this bill corrects that, makes some sense out of this particular measure by eliminating the waiting period for those hoping to receive special benefits for sickness. Thank you.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Vista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, seconded by Mr. Andrews, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, premier lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture du projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table 2 petitions today in support of Bill C-322, a bill that was tabled by my friend and NDP colleague, the member for British Columbia Southern Interior. The petitioners know that horses ought to be kept and treated as supportive and companion animals. But all too often, Canadian horse meat products are now being sold for human consumption, and despite the fact that the meat is likely to contain prohibited substances that were never intended for human consumption. That's why the petitioners are calling on Parliament to adopt Bill C-322, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act and the Meat Inspection Act, which will prohibit the importation and exportation of horses for slaughter for human consumption, as well as horse meat products for human consumption. I'm delighted to be able to table this petition dealing with such an important matter of animal welfare here in the House. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Beausejour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to rise today and present a petition given to me by a group of grandmothers and others from the Sackville, New Brunswick, the Tantramar area of my constituency. These people, Mr. Speaker, as you know, have done a lot of work in bringing the issue of access to medicines, particularly in Africa, to the attention of parliamentarians. They're calling on parliamentarians to support Bill C-398, which will improve access to many of these medications. It's legislation, Mr. Speaker, that I've always supported, and Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to present this petition on behalf of a group of great people from my constituency who've collected signatures from all over the Maritimes in support of this important bill.
Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
For Nanaimo, Alberni. I've learned 2 things.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 petitions to present today. The first is calling for a moratorium on GM alfalfa. This petition is signed by some 188 persons from Vancouver Island, largely from Parksville and Qualicum, Oceanside area, and the Neuse Bay. And they are calling attention to the House to the concerns about GM alfalfa. Genetically modified alfalfa, they say, has been planted in test plots, that unwanted contamination from GM alfalfa is inevitable and may contaminate or threaten organic farming, and they also are concerned that organic farming prohibits the use of genetic modification, that a high-protein food, alfalfa is used as a high-protein feed for dairy cattle and other livestock as well, and therefore they're calling on Parliament to impose a moratorium on the release of genetically modified alfalfa until a proper review of impact on farmers in Canada is conducted. Mr. Speaker, the second petition is for petition for development and peace, again from about 50 persons in my riding, calling attention to the House on financial support for the Canadian Catholic Organization for Development and Peace. They draw attention to the extensive work of development and peace, the 186 partners in 30 countries over the years, and they're calling for increased funding, full funding of $49.2 million requested by DNP. Over
the honourable member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present 2 petitions signed by a number of Canadians to save the Experimental Lakes Research Station. This research station is essential to preserve water quality, water being one of our greatest resources. These petitions aim to save that research station at the Experimental Lakes, which makes it possible to study toxins we find in lakes and to protect our water. Thank you.
Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure today of presenting 2 petitions. The first is from the residents of Kenora and Dryden, Ontario, on the topic of the Experimental Lakes area. In the 2012 omnibus budget, the government made the decision to close the ELA, one of the world's leading freshwater research stations, depriving Canadians of the ground-breaking scientific advancements that it provided, and the petitioners call upon Parliament to reverse that decision. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from many residents of Thunder Bay, Armstrong, Red Rock, and the North Shore of Lake Superior, who are deeply concerned about the precarious financial situation many seniors face here in Canada. Petitioners point out that less than 40% of Canadians have workplace pensions, and 300,000 seniors have to survive on poverty-level incomes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a petition here from people from across the country who are very concerned about the government's changes to old age security because it will have a very negative impact on the poorest seniors in our country. In fact, Mr. Speaker, changing the age of eligibility for OAS from 65 to 67 will cost each and every senior about $12,000 every year. So they are asking the Parliament of Canada, the Government of Canada, to maintain the retirement age eligibility for OAS at 65 and to make the required investments in guaranteed income supplements in order to lift every senior in this country out of poverty.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I have two petitions to present today. The first deals with the issue of oil tankers on the coastline of British Columbia. This has been signed by many residents in the Vancouver area calling for a permanent legislative moratorium. The second is a very personal one. A member of my community living in my riding, Judy Peterson, has been working for years to get something put through this House that has been supported by Senate committees. It's to have a DNA identification for missing persons cross-referenced with other databases such as a victims index. This would be maintained within a national DNA data bank. She's been trying to get this and calls it Lindsay's Law, in marking the loss of her own daughter, Lindsay, who's been disappeared for many years now. These petitioners hope the House will take action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see the honourable member for Beausejour was rising. Does he have another petition? It's normal that after the member's already been granted the floor that he requires unanimous consent to have the floor again during petitions. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to present another petition? Agreed? The honourable member for Beausejour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleagues for allowing me to rise again to present, Mr. Speaker, a petition that's very important in southeastern New Brunswick, particularly amongst the agricultural community. La ferme expérimentale.
The experimental farm, Senator Michaud's experimental farm, is threatened with closing. The government has announced that that farm will be shut down. That's an experimental farm that has a lot of support in the community, and people in the Bouctouche area in Kent County are farmers. They've signed a petition, hundreds of names. They're calling on the government to overturn that decision and keep that very important institution running. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government bills. Senate. Second reading of Bill S9, Nuclear Terrorism Act.
For Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mrs. Yelich, moves that Bill S9, an act to amend the Criminal Code, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to participate in the second reading debate on Bill S9, the Nuclear Terrorism Act. I will begin my remarks by drawing attention to the words of the Balfour Center for Science and International Affairs at Harvard University in their 2011 report entitled U.S.-Russia Joint Threat Assessment on Nuclear Terrorism. It noted that, quote, of all varieties of terrorism, nuclear terrorism poses the gravest threat to the world, end quote. Mr. Speaker, Al-Qaeda, for example, has a long-standing stated desire to acquire weapons of mass destruction. Our government has acknowledged this threat. The March 2010 speech from the throne noted the danger to global peace and security posed by the proliferation of nuclear materials and related technology. In light of this threat, the international community and individual countries have taken a number of steps to combat nuclear terrorism. Two key international efforts are the genesis for Bill S-9. It is important that I take a moment to discuss these treaties. Mr. Speaker, the original Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material, or the CPPNM, was signed by Canada in 1980 and ratified in 1986. It establishes measures related to the prevention, detection, and punishment of offences relating to nuclear material, principally during international transport. In July 2005, state parties to the CPPNM, including Canada, adopted by consensus important amendments calling on states to protect nuclear facilities and material in peaceful domestic use, storage, and transport, to provide for expanded cooperation among states and to criminalize a range of acts involving nuclear material and nuclear facilities. I will refer to this instrument as the CPPNM Amendment. That same year, the International Convention for the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism, or ICSANT, was negotiated and adopted by the United Nations General Assembly. It covers a broad range of acts and possible targets, including nuclear facilities, and applies to nuclear material, radioactive material, and radioactive devices, and it includes provisions relating to interstate cooperation. Given the clear overlap between the criminal law requirements and subject matter of the CPPNM Amendment and the ICSANT, Bill S-9 is designed in such a way so as to propose to implement into Canadian law the criminal law elements of both instruments. For Canada, as with other dualist states, domestic legislation is required to ratify international treaties. Ratification is the formal act by which we signify our consent to be legally bound by the terms of the conventions. Bill S-9 proposes 4 new nuclear terrorism offences in our criminal code. First, it proposes an offence for the making of a nuclear or radioactive device, as well as the possession, use, transfer, export, import, alteration, or disposal of nuclear material, radioactive material or device, or the commission of an act against a nuclear facility or its operations with the intent to cause death, serious bodily harm, or substantial damage to property or the environment. Those who are found guilty of this offence are liable to a maximum term of life imprisonment. I would note, Mr. Speaker, that the prohibition against the making of a device was added through an amendment made while Bill S-9 was being studied by the Senate Special Committee on Anti-Terrorism, and I would certainly say that it adds to the strength of this important bill. Second, the bill proposes an offence for the use or alteration of nuclear material, radioactive material or device, or the commission of an act against a nuclear facility or its operations with the intent to compel a person, a government, or international organization to do or refrain from doing any act. This offence also carries a maximum penalty of life imprisonment. Mr. Speaker, Bill S-9 also calls for an offence for the commission of an indictable offence for the purpose of obtaining nuclear or radioactive material or device or access or control of a nuclear facility. This offence is designed in this way so as to comply with the requirements from both the CPPNM Amendment and the ICSANT to specifically address the commission of various crimes, such as theft and robbery, perpetrated in order to obtain nuclear or radioactive material or a device. As a result, this offence would require the Crown to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that both the underlying offence was committed with its requisite elements and that it was done with the intent to obtain nuclear material, radioactive material or a device, or to obtain access to a nuclear facility. Again, given the seriousness of such an offence, the proposed penalty is a maximum term of life imprisonment. The final offence proposed in S-9 addresses threats to commit one of the above nuclear terrorism offences. Both the CPNM Amendment at Article 7, Sub 9, and the ICSANT at Article 2, Sub 2, require states to criminalize the threat to commit one of the treaty offences. The Criminal Code does contain an offence of uttering threats, found at Section 264.1. However, this offence has a maximum level of punishment at 5 years, and that was not seen as being severe enough in the case of, for example, threatening to unleash a radiological dispersal device or dirty bomb in public. The maximum penalty proposed for this offence is 14 years imprisonment. It is important to state that the offences in Bill S-9 and their very specific intent requirements have been set out so to be absolutely clear that lawful activity is not captured. In other words, these proposed 4 new offences would not capture lawful medical procedures involving radiation, the lawful exchange of material or devices, or other lawful activity in the nuclear industry. These 4 offences, Mr. Speaker, make up the essential elements of Bill S-9, and there are other important areas that require brief comment. First, the terms nuclear material, radioactive material, nuclear facility, device, and environment are defined in Bill S-9. All of these definitions are based either on existing law or on the CPP-NM amendment and the ICSANT. Second, as is consistently the practice in treaties of this nature, countries are called upon to assume extraterritorial adjudicative jurisdiction, which means ensuring that our Canadian courts have the authority to try offences committed outside of Canada in certain situations. It is for this reason, Mr. Speaker, that Bill S-9 would provide for jurisdiction to try these new offences in situations, for example, where the offence is committed outside Canada but by a Canadian, or when the person who commits the act or omission outside Canada is later present in Canada. Third, given that the majority of criminal code offences are prosecuted by the provinces and territories, as is the established practice for other terrorism offences, Bill S-9 would provide the Attorney General of Canada with concurrent prosecutorial authority along with the provinces and territories over these new nuclear terrorism offences. In addition, as called for in the treaties and consistent with Canadian law in this area, Bill S-9 contains a military exclusion clause. These amendments do not apply to the activities of the Canadian Forces and persons acting in support of the Canadian Forces who under the formal command and control of the Canadian Forces while in the performance of their official duties. The military exclusion language used in both the CPP-NM and ICSANT is similar to that which is used in the International Convention for the Suppression of Terrorist Bombings, which is presently in Canadian law at Section 431.2 of our Criminal Code. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, it is significant to note that Bill S-9 would add both the CP-NM amendment and the ICSANT to the list of existing terrorism treaties, making up the first part of the definition of terrorist activity at Section 83.01 sub 1 sub A of the Criminal Code. The significance of this addition is that by operation of the definition of terrorist activity, a number of other provisions would apply to those charged with the nuclear terrorism offences. These provisions include a reverse onus at bail hearings, the availability of one-year wiretap authorizations, as well as the dispensation of the requirement to demonstrate investigative necessity. In addition, as a terrorism offence, the law would provide for the application of the consecutive sentencing regime for multiple terrorism offence convictions and an increased period for parole ineligibility. Mr. Speaker, all of these powers currently exist in Canadian criminal law, and so the only change brought about by Bill S-9 is the addition of the nuclear terrorism offences to the pool of offences to which these tools apply. Outside of the criminal law, the physical protection measures contemplated in the CPP-NM amendment are already in place in Canada. Under the Nuclear Safety and Control Act, the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission is responsible for setting physical protection standards in Canada and ensuring that those standards are met. The nuclear security regulations set out the physical protection measures which licensees must implement to meet minimum security standards. However, due to the pressing threat posed by the possibility of terrorists acquiring dangerous nuclear or radioactive materials or devices, securing and disposing of these materials remains a high priority for Canada and its international partners. In this regard, at the invitation of United States President Obama, 47 world leaders, including the Prime Minister, participated in the inaugural April 2010 Nuclear Security Summit held in Washington. At this summit, the leaders agreed that strong nuclear security measures are the most effective means to prevent terrorists, criminals, or other unauthorized actors from acquiring nuclear materials. And in this regard, the summit work plan called upon participating states to ratify and work toward achieving the universal implementation of the CPPNM Amendment and the ICSANT. Mr. Speaker, the second Nuclear Security Summit was held in March of this year in South Korea. The summit again brought together world leaders to exchange views on the threat of nuclear terrorism and the pressing need to further develop and implement internationally coordinated efforts to enhance nuclear security worldwide. World leaders, including our Prime Minister, joined together to state that, quote, nuclear terrorism continues to be one of the most challenging threats to international security. Defeating this threat requires strong national measures and international cooperation, given its potential global, political, economic, social, and psychological consequences, end quote. The summit produced a comprehensive action plan aimed at preventing nuclear terrorism, with emphasis on the management of nuclear materials, protection of nuclear facilities, prevention of trafficking of illegal nuclear materials, and the promotion of the universality of key nuclear security instruments. Therefore, it will come as no surprise that Canada is not alone in pursuing domestic legislation on this front. The United Kingdom became a state party to the CPNM Amendment through amendments made by the Criminal Justice and Immigration Act 2008 and the ICSANT through the Terrorism Act 2006. In addition, Australia modified its laws to achieve ratification through the Non-Proliferation Legislation Amendment Act 2007 and, more recently, the Nuclear Terrorism Legislation Amendment Act 2012. I would note that the United States has a bill before United States Congress aimed at domestic ratification. Upon review of these foreign precedents, members will note many similarities in how countries, including Canada, through Bill S-9, have adopted or proposed laws to implement the criminal law requirements of the CPPNM Amendment and the ICSANT. These specific efforts are only part of the international community's efforts at universal ratification. In this regard, there are currently 55 states parties to the CPPNM Amendment and 79 states parties to the ICSANT. Mr. Speaker, without a doubt, Canada strongly supports the work of the International Atomic Energy Agency. Canada was, in fact, one of the architects of the CPPNM Amendment and the ICSANT, and we are encouraged by the adoption of these two conventions by a significant number of countries and actively encourage others to follow through on their commitment to become parties, as Canada is doing. Bill S-9, once passed and followed by the ratification of the CPPNM Amendment, as well as the ICSANT, would give credence to Canada's commitment to the strengthening of the global national security architecture. It would provide Canada with additional tools to counter this threat, as well as enhance our ability to work with partners to mitigate the consequences should it ever materialize. On this last point, it is important to note that both international instruments have specific obligations in relation to extradition and mutual legal assistance that would be triggered in the event of a nuclear terrorism investigation or offense. While the global spread of the use of nuclear technology and nuclear materials brings great benefits, the increasing number of users also creates vulnerabilities. Terrorists will seek to exploit any gap in security anywhere in the world, and it is our duty to ensure that Canada has the laws in place that will ensure that we will not present any such opportunities. Bill S-9 is both targeted and timely. With the adoption of specific nuclear terrorism laws and the eventual ratification of these two important counter-terrorism treaties, Canada can build on and demonstrate its continued commitment to secure nuclear materials, as well as to punish those who would inflict unimaginable harm. Mr. Speaker, Bill S9 sends a strong message to the global community that Canada is a willing partner in the fight against terrorism and is committed to measures that contribute to global security. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable député de Gatineau.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'd like to thank the member for Delta Richmond East, who has made a rather dry technical bill and take that and turn it into something rather interesting. Now, I understand all of the importance attached to this bill that we are supporting at second reading, but the question I have is, why hasn't the government made this a priority prior to today? We could have, over the past 5 years, looked at our commitments to these international organizations. So why has it taken 5 years?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague who we worked together very well on Justice and Human Rights Committee, and I continue to welcome her input on these important legislative measures. The fact is that many of these initiatives, Mr. Speaker, there has been attempts to bring them forward during the time of minority parliaments, which have not been effective, and now here we are in a majority situation and bringing them forward. I'm hoping that the opposition members will see the need for this and understand the legal effect of ratifying our international obligations. Ratification is the formal international act by which Canada signifies its consent to be legally bound by these conventions, that we have actually been part of the architecture of them as well as agreeing with them. This is a real threat, it's a continuing threat, and we are now taking our place among our international partners. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Parliamentary Secretary. I agree with my colleague from Gatineau. That was a very helpful and extremely clear introduction of the bill. I just have one question, which is that the International Convention for the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism includes amongst the listed acts that are an offence or need to be made an offence in domestic law the making of a radioactive device. Now, that was not originally in the government's bill before the Senate, and the Senate has made an amendment to add that offence to the bill. And I'm just wondering if the government can explain why that rather obvious offence was not included in the original bill. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
I cannot speak to why it was not included originally. What we are dealing here now with are 4 new offences, and it's important, I think, for all of us to understand, members considering this as well as the Canadian public, that is what is happening here with this bill. There's an offence for the possession, use, transfer, export, import, alteration or disposal of nuclear material, radioactive material or device, or the commission of an act against a nuclear facility or its operations. There's an offence for the use or alteration of nuclear material, radioactive material or device, or the commission of an act against a nuclear facility or its operations. An offence for the commission of an indictable offence for the purpose of obtaining nuclear or radioactive material or device or access or control of a nuclear facility, and an offence for a threat to commit one of these offences. And as I said in my speech, the threat here can bring about an unimaginable toll, one we don't want to ever have to deal with on Canadian soil. So we need to take these preventive measures, these strong measures, and to join our global partners. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honourable Député de Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another question comes to mind in listening to the member for Delta Richmond East is, how will the government, or how does the government plan to deal with the problems that will flow from these new offences to the criminal code, because they'll have a wider scope than the offences individually independent offences in the convention?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, and I thank my colleague for her question. One of the new methods proposed, as I talked about in the speech, is that there will be concurrent prosecutorial authorities now with the Attorney General for Canada, as well as the provinces and territories, who now are the ones, of course, and in our Constitution generally administer the law. They are the ones applying what terrorism offences do exist now. So that is one of the ways we are going to be dealing with this. And here's where we're sort of partnering S7 and S9 together. We're taking steps to bring this all together now in order to really be able to deal with these effectively and in a timely way. That's the understanding on the concurrent jurisdiction. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire? Resuming debate. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Nuclear Terrorism Act, currently in the form of Bill S9, will amend the criminal code to align our law with obligations under 2 international agreements, as the parliamentary secretary has so ably outlined. One is ICSANT, the International Convention for the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism of 2005, and an amendment to another treaty, also this amendment was 2005, the amendment to the Convention for the Physical Protection of Nuclear Materials. Now, in broad terms, these 2 instruments, along with the underlying Convention for the Physical Protection of Nuclear Materials, deal with both protection of radioactive material, nuclear material and nuclear facilities, and protection from nuclear or radioactive devices. Now, the creation of criminal law offenses is one aspect of the protection scheme, alongside ensuring there is a broad, in essence, a kind of universal jurisdiction to prosecute for most aspects of these offenses. Now, the present bill, S9, is overdue if one looks at the dates of the 2 instruments, both 2005, although this delay is mitigated by the fact that Canada is not yet bound to either instrument because it has not yet ratified. We've signed, but that's not the same thing as ratification. So Bill S9, its passage will put us in a position to be in compliance and thus to ratify. But why we have left this combined ratification and implementation so long does remain a mystery to me, Mr. Speaker, despite the answer just given by the parliamentary secretary. This is not a controversial bill from any side of the House, and I can't imagine a minority parliament would have held it up. Now, the NDP very much supports the bill, as I've already indicated. Supports this bill going to committee, and we will vote for it at 2nd reading, and we expect to do so at 3rd reading as well. Overall, we are completely behind the bill as a necessary measure as part of Canada's international cooperation against threats related to nuclear terrorism of various forms. Now, in a world of heightened technological sophistication that increases the ability to steal material, attack installations, make radioactive devices, and so on, it is impossible to overstate the importance of such cooperation and, indeed, Canada's role in that cooperation. Now, we wish to see this bill become law as rapidly as possible. At the same time, we also emphasize that some close technical scrutiny of the bill in committee is still called for to ensure that it has indeed been drafted in the best way to fulfill our obligations under these 2 treaties, rather so that we can then go on and not be in non-compliance once we ratify. Now, it may be that some slight amendments will be needed in committee. Now, I say this for 3 reasons. The first reason is there was what seems to have been a major omission in the government's bill that went to the Senate before now coming to us. What was that omission? Well, I referred to it in my question just now to the parliamentary secretary. Whereas ICSANT's Article 2.1a includes the offence of making a radioactive device, Bill S9 in its original form before the Senate did not include this activity, despite mentioning every other conceivable form of activity that also were in the 2 treaties: possession, use, transport, export, import, alteration, disposal. Now, the Senate caught this omission, assisted no doubt by an alert Library of Parliament preliminary summary of the bill, and the mistake has been rectified in what we now have coming from the Senate. But, and this is my main point, Mr. Speaker, the situation does give one reason to pause and ask the question, if something as significant as making a radioactive device, which appears clearly in the text of the relevant treaty, was missed, has anything else been overlooked? Or has there been some other slippage in the tightness or the accuracy of the drafting of this bill? We need to ensure this is not the case in committee. Now, the second reason there may be need for amendments, following directly on from the just asked question, is that the committee may need to consider amendments in that there is some reason to believe that parts of S9 have been drafted in terms that are not just more general in their phraseology than the specific treaty articles they are meant to implement, but are broader in the sense of criminalization of more than is required by the treaties. Now, I will in a moment outline very briefly where this may be a problem in Bill S9, but a prior problem may be that the Minister of Justice and officials before the Senate committee do not appear to agree there are any such aspects of overbreadth. The reason this is a problem, Mr. Speaker, is that such denial makes it impossible to go to the next stage of analysis, which is to ask whether overbreadth in relation to what is strictly required by the treaties is actually of any real concern. If the treaties permit states parties to go further in what they criminalize, and the treaties probably do permit this, then it becomes a matter of sound public policy discussion here as to whether we do wish to go further. But if the government denies that S9 does go further, we can't even have that discussion. The third reason that we may need to entertain a small amendment or two in committee is that there may, and I emphasize here the word may, be underbreadth in terms of the coverage of an aspect of S9 offenses. Now, I may have misread the corresponding treaty provisions in relation to the sections of S9 in question, but one reading of them is that S9 may not go as far as required in one respect. And if this is the case, then our legislation would put us in non-compliance after ratification. Now, I'll identify this possible glitch in a moment. Let me now proceed with a bit more detail on these points to illustrate why it is that we may have to pay some close attention in committee. First of all, the issue of potential overbreadth. In particular respect to sections 82.3 and 82.4, and I do apologize to everybody listening, this will be as technical as it's starting to sound. Article 2 of ICSANT is rather inelegant in expressing the need for specific intent on top of general intent for some of the offenses mentioned. It talks about any person intentionally possessing, using, making a device, and so on, with the intent to cause death or serious bodily injury, or with the intention to cause substantial property damage or harm to the environment. So the first point to note is this double use of intentionality does cause a certain degree of inelegance, and S9 doesn't repeat that. S9 uses simpler language, for the most part, going straight to the specific intent kinds of formulations, and this seems wise. But then the problem that appears on one reading of sections 82.3 and 82.4 is that the specific intent formulations of the treaty of ICSANT regarding use or damage to a nuclear facility are not reproduced in section 9, in S9, and instead section 82.3 and 82.4 of the bill merely assume a general intent standard. This is because, again, this is a very technical point, sections 82.3 and 82.4, the acts, in the acts listed after the words, quote, or who commits, unquote, are cut off from the specific intent references earlier in the provision. Now, in similar vein, the amendment to the CPP-NM Treaty on acts directed against nuclear facilities also has a specific intent requirement that S9 does appear to omit. Another point about overbreadth, and here I'll just simply state it as a very clear problem of overbreadth, there's no doubt and no debate about this one, is that the references to crimes of threat in S9 go further than necessary under the treaties. And this is actually very helpfully laid out in the very well put together legislative summary provided by the Library of Parliament. Finally, there is a provision in S9 that talks about committing an indictable offense with intent to obtain material or a device versus the treaty provisions actually listing the specific other forms of offense that are attached to this search for this intent to obtain material or a radioactive device. So we've created a much broader tacking on of this notion of committing any indictable offense as opposed to the very specifically listed theft, robbery, embezzlement, fraudulent obtaining, and so on that are in the treaties. Now this all is as dry as the honourable member from Gatineau promised it would be, but I did want to simply get this on record so that it helps us at the stage of committee to ask whether indeed this is a correct reading, and if so, what needs to be done about it. There is something quite significant, however, about the fact that if there is overbreadth in any respect, there's a multiplier effect that occurs throughout S9. That's because a number of other provisions tack themselves onto the offenses. Four of them, in particular, are worth mentioning. One is the extraterritoriality of the scope of the offenses. The second is that they enter into the definition of terrorist activity, which is thereby broadened. Third, the electronic surveillance provisions of the criminal code are kicked in by the offense definitions, as are, fourthly, the DNA samples provision of the criminal code. So it's not as if these offenses are simply more broadly worded in and of themselves as the issue, which may strike people as slightly semantic issue. It's how you multiply the potential significance of that across all of the other provisions I've just listed, what I call a multiplier or amplification effect. Now, I mentioned the fact that there is possibly an odd twist here, Mr. Speaker, in that there may be one instance of narrowing of treaty obligations in S9 in such a way that might mean that S9 does not actually go far enough and thus may put us in breach of the treaty. The new CPP-NM amendment in 7 sub 1 sub D criminalizes, and I quote, the intentional commission of an act which constitutes the carrying, sending, or moving of nuclear material into or out of a state without lawful authority, end of quote. Yet S9's section 82.3 makes the, quote, import and export, unquote, offense subject to the specific intent portions of those sections. Specific intent which is not actually in Article 7.1d of the treaty amendment. So this could possibly be a misreading on my part of the treaty amendment or of what is intended by S9, but there does appear to be the possibility that we have under-inclusion in that respect. And all of this adds up to the fact that the committee will indeed need to pay some attention to whether or not this bill has been drafted as well and as tightly as needed, particularly in light of the fact that in asking questions to the parliamentary secretary just now, the responses that came back were fairly general, and it's not at all clear that the government has gotten its head around these problems, even despite the warning of some of these questions having been asked in the Senate. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to first say a few words about parliamentary democracy as it relates to this bill. You might assume that I am referring to the fact that the bill started in the Senate, the unelected second chamber of our parliament. In fact, this is not my immediate concern. as compared to the fact that it is a much more real concern and an affront to this chamber that S7, on which debate started earlier today, first went to the Senate. As long as we have a Senate, the present bill, S9, with its actually after having listened to myself for the last 10 minutes, its very technical nature, may well be the kind of bill that can fruitfully be started in the Senate so that the House benefits from some preliminary cleaning up and does not have to allocate undue time to studying the bill. The fact the Senate actually caught the omission of the making a device offense may actually prove my point, in part. So, Mr. Speaker, my immediate democracy concern does not relate to the Senate. Rather, it relates to the methods we use in Parliament to implement treaties and statutes. And again, I'm not referring here to the mess that many in this room know exists with respect to the lack of consistency in the ways that statutes are drafted to accomplish implementation of a treaty. By one count, in a Law Journal article I read some time ago, there are well over a dozen methods employed, ranging from verbatim reproduction of treaty text to very general language that does not even hint at there being an underlying treaty motivating the legislative change. So while this is an important issue, and while it does bear directly on how it is that S9 may be overbroad in parts, I will leave it for another day. So I turn to what my concern actually is, Mr. Speaker. What I do want to discuss now is much more procedural in nature. The way in which bills are introduced, presented, and reported from stage to stage is close to a travesty when it comes to the twin goals of transparency and accountability. Parliament, and thereby also the Canadian public, must be given every opportunity and tool to be able to understand what is in a bill, precisely what is in a bill, and how that content relates, in this context, to an underlying treaty or another international instrument, such as a Security Council resolution. But that is not what happens here in Canada. Treaty implementing bills almost always get plunked onto Parliament's desk with nothing resembling an overview from the government, let alone a roadmap from the government, of how a statute's provisions line up with related treaty provisions. Parliamentarians end up reading a bill as if they had a jigsaw puzzle to solve. They track down the related treaty and then try to connect the dots between it, that is the treaty, and the statute, with absolutely no help from the government by way of a commentary that could easily provide explanatory charts showing text side by side so that Parliament's role of scrutinizing critically and effectively can be facilitated. Instead, valuable energy is wasted at the preliminary stage of understanding what is going on in the relationship between the statute and the treaty texts. Here I'm speaking, as some of you will be aware, as someone who was not only a law professor in a previous life, but an international law scholar for over 20 years. So if there's anyone in a position to put the jigsaw puzzle together, it would be someone with my background. But even I find it very, very frustrating. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, I find it undemocratic. Why? Anything that makes legislative details needlessly inaccessible gets in the way of clear and focused analysis and debate, both by and amongst parliamentarians, and in terms of how journalists and the public in general will have difficulty grasping analysis and debate if there's no well-presented document that makes the subject of analysis and debate reasonably easy to follow. At multiple levels, democratic scrutiny is undermined, and distance between Parliament and society is exacerbated. Without dwelling further on the details of an ideal system of clear and transparent presentation of treaty implementing bills, which, again, this bill is not. It is a treaty implementing bill, but it is not clear and transparent. That's my point. At minimum, government must be required to include within a bill a document alongside a bill, a document that does at least the following three things. First of all, the document should show in a side-by-side comparison the text of treaty and statute in a way that makes clear what the treaty is intended to implement. What the statute is intended to implement. Secondly, the document should explain and justify the method of implementation that has been chosen. For example, if general language is used or if a treaty text is reproduced nearly, but not entirely, in verbatim form from the treaty, we need to know why that decision was made. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the document should provide a clear account of what is not in the implementing bill by reason of the fact that Canadian law may already cover off the area, the fact that treaty provisions in question may only operate on the international plane, or the matter must be dealt with by a provincial legislature. In order to appreciate that this is not simply a cranky protest, Mr. Speaker, all we have to do is consider what everybody here knows about how inaccessible even basic bills are when presented to Parliament in terms of how well we can understand the underlying statute that's being amended. We also can refer to budget bills that don't come anywhere close to meeting OECD transparency guidelines. I think my main point, Mr. Speaker, is to draw attention in this immediate context of one problem we have with a very procedural dimension of accountability in this Parliament that is not alone in the way we deal with legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Gatineau.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciated my colleague's speech from the member for Toronto Danforth, particularly the last part. The first part was more technical, and that's understandable because we've studied this file in depth. But what I particularly appreciated were his closing concerns about the democratic side of things, because without identifying anyone here in the House, I would challenge them. This is not easy reading, so I understand my colleague's comment about the fact that it might not be a bad idea for a department or a minister, when tabling this type of bill, to have fuller explanatory notes, the type of notes that are typically attached to this type of legislation. And I'd like to ask him about a quote from the Senate. I think it was Senator Dallaire who said something similar. Perhaps he could comment a bit further on that. He said, I'd like to go back to the fact that we're dealing with all these various bills, because we had S7 this morning, now we've got S9, all these various bills. But even after reading the 2010 report, we still don't have a good idea of what the shortcomings are when it comes to security and terrorism. We have to do our homework as lawmakers, but in the absence of more data, we're a bit ill-equipped. We don't really know what's coming down the pipes. We don't know what ministers and departments are doing to fight terrorism. So when I read that type of quotation from people who've spent hours and hours studying this bill, it scares me a bit. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that.
I think the points are extremely well put, and I hadn't been aware of that particular passage from Senator Dallaire. I think in general the point being made, my point and the point that he was making in some frustration and that you've echoed, is that there's a certain kind of tradition, almost archaic tradition, that governs many affairs in this House. But some things are not traditions that we need to keep. They really have, they've long passed their usefulness. And in ages when you had less complex bills and, for example, with respect to treaties, the fact that we have something like, this may be an erroneous statistic, but I think it's something in the region of 50% of statutes now have some connection to an underlying international instrument or treaty. And so the complexity we're dealing with is not just amending Canadian laws, but also looking at background treaties. And we don't get any kind of guidance that allows us to do our job. We spend too much time actually getting up to speed as opposed to engaging in the critical task that we should be as legislators. And so the point from Senator Dallaire about the 2010 report not leaving him all that much wiser is another instance of how it is that parliamentarians can be frustrated by not having enough basis on which to make a decision. And I would refer to my intervention from my colleague from the Liberal Party earlier in a debate on S7 where he made almost the same points with respect to parliamentarians' knowledge around terrorism and its incidents, and whether or not we actually don't need a specific process here in Parliament for a certain number of parliamentarians to be informed in ways that none of us are at the moment.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The honorable député de...
The honourable member for Honoré Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's one thing I'm worried about. I remember in the past, the history of Chile, we had some very difficult times. And some people were arrested just because they were suspected of something loosely. So here, could someone be arrested on mere suspicion that they might be a danger to the country? There might not be any real basis for that suspicion. A judge could be of the view that a person should be forced to enter into a recognizance, and if they refuse, they could be detained, put in jail. That brings back bad memories to me. So I think there's a lack of respect here for fundamental rights. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Toronto Danforth.
I regret I won't be able to add a lot to some of the excellent answers given earlier today by my colleague from Gatineau, because that deals mostly with S7. But you're correct to ask the question simply because the government is presenting the two bills as a package. And the reason we're very concerned about these provisions dealing with recognizance and the potential detention if one actually refuses to accept the conditions or breaches the conditions is precisely that the standard is much lower than it would be for any other kind of process in terms of criminal prosecution. It's the basic concern is that it's a much lower threshold. And I don't have the historical experience that you've drawn on in the case of Chile to know how easily in some countries and sometimes in some contexts a system like this could be abused. Regretfully, I think in the Chilean context, at least for a large part, probably no system at all was needed for the abuse to occur because there was no rule of law respected. But what we would experience here would be a kind of slippage. The concern would be that this kind of provision would be used in a way that slowly becomes wider and wider than anybody thought it should be from the beginning.
Questions and comments? The honourable député de Gatineau.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick question. I asked this earlier of the parliamentary secretary, and I was a bit surprised by her answer about the fact that it took 5 years for the government to bring this bill forward, S9. They didn't need S7 to comply with these international treaties. So I'd like to hear my colleague's answer about that question. How does he explain the delay? Because we're surely going to hear repeatedly from witnesses, both on the government side and ours. They're going to say it's such an important bill, it's so urgent, it has to be passed quickly. They're going to tell us that. Why? What does the member think of the delay?
I'd say anything other than it remains a bit of a mystery. Your fundamental point is correct. You don't need S7. The government's choosing to bring them together, but you don't need S7 to bring forward S9. S9 is indeed extremely important, but it's also quite technical, and it's not facing any resistance in this House. It would not have faced any resistance in a minority government. So the best that I can imagine is that Canada has been reminded of the fact that its ratifications are outstanding for these two instruments and that it better get its house in order. The Prime Minister had to make a recommitment to ratifying the instruments recently in Korea, and somewhere along the line the system clicked into gear, even though that should have happened 4 to 5 years ago.
Questions and comments?
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Gatineau.
Excusez.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis, rather.
Colleague from Gatineau speak again on these issues. She's well informed and speaks passionately about them. The previous member seemed to imply that he thought he might have been delivering a cranky protest. But if that's the case, I would urge him to protest crankily more often, because it was a very erudite speech, and I think it really did inform this House on so many aspects of what is an important bill, despite its dry nature. This is an extremely important bill. I was quite interested to hear, oh, I knew this, but to hear it repeated in the House by the honourable member who spoke before me, that something so fundamental as an offence against making a nuclear device was left out of the bill. It really shakes our confidence, I believe, Mr. Speaker, when something so fundamental that should almost be central, really, to a piece of legislation like this was actually left out of the bill. And of course, I commend the Senate on catching that omission. I assume that if the bill had been brought to the House before the Senate, that we would have caught it as well, or if we hadn't, or if we didn't catch it, then the Senate would have been as good at catching it later on, instead of at the very start. Mr. Speaker, I also take the point of my honourable colleague that it would help if legislation as complex and technical as this were accompanied by some notes that would allow us to clearly link its provisions to important international treaties that are attempting to bring the world together in common action on such an important issue as nuclear terrorism. I think here, in that case, in regards to this point, I think this is a general problem that we have in this House. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we've heard about how it's very hard for parliamentarians to truly understand the spending plans of the government, because the documentation is not available. And in fact, when the parliamentary budget officer attempts to add clarity to the government's spending plans, he meets an obstacle. He meets a brick wall that is put up by the government. But I think in this case, I don't think the intent was to somehow to make the issue opaque. I think it just wasn't something that the people preparing the communications materials or preparing the bill itself thought of doing. And I really do believe that this is something we have to do in the future. Mr. Speaker, the reason it's important to link this bill clearly with our international instruments designed to prevent the threat of nuclear terrorism is that it's very important for Canadians to understand that there are legal solutions to some of these grave international problems, these fearsome international problems that that are facing the world, that we hear discussed on the news every night. For example, many Canadians are probably not aware that the United Nations is active on these kinds of issues, creating a framework for cooperation, a legal framework within which international legal action can be taken to dissuade, say, rogue states from pursuing very threatening and destructive agendas. And if I may, as an aside, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to draw attention to an article that my colleague from Mount Royal published in the Montreal Gazette not long ago on the subject of Iran's behavior on the international stage. And the headline was, "We have juridical remedies to halt Iran's genocidal threat." And of course, he talks about Iran's nuclear program. And what he's saying is, yes, you know, certain actions like with recalling our diplomats are important symbolic actions, but at the end of the day, all we have to hang our hat on, really, is law, not only domestic law, but international law. And he suggests a number of ways whereby Iran could be coaxed into better behavior, and these ways involve going to the Security Council, asking the Security Council to make complaints to the International Criminal Court, and so on. So what I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker, as briefly as I can, is that treaties like the ones that we still have not yet ratified, and again here I would draw attention to the point also raised by the previous speaker, that we've had plenty of time, 7 years, to ratify the International Convention on the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism and the amendment to the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material. We've had ample time to ratify these, yet this law and order government, this government that acts tough on the international stage and taking all kinds of symbolic actions, seems to be leaving behind the more, maybe less interesting, less headline-making actions that need to be undertaken by any country that really wants to call itself a citizen of the world, that really wants to call itself an important player at the United Nations. Now, maybe the government doesn't really, want to be as active at the United Nations as it could be. Maybe it doesn't necessarily want Canada to take the multilateral route as often as we used to, but nevertheless, it's an important route to take. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I say, Canadians are sitting at home. We're sitting here in this Parliament, and we basically are unaware of the options that are available to combat nuclear terrorism because we're unaware of the fact that these treaties exist. In fact, there are four UN resolutions and international treaties relating to nuclear terrorism that I believe deserve some mentioning here, Mr. Speaker. There's first the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1373, which was adopted in 2001, I believe, and that requires member states to adopt certain anti-terrorism legislation and policies, including those to prevent and repress the financing of terrorist acts, freeze the financial resources available to terrorist organizations, suppress the supply of weapons to terrorist organizations, as well as deny safe haven to those who finance, plan, support, or commit terrorist acts. It also calls on member states to become party to and fully implement the relevant international conventions and protocols related to terrorism as soon as possible. Now, that was 2001 that resolution was passed. I'm pleased to say that the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2001 was essentially a response to that United Nations Security Council resolution. So the government of the day did take that resolution seriously and started to move in the direction of what that resolution called on national governments to do. A second resolution adopted in 2004 is another one worth mentioning, Mr. Speakers. United Nations Security Council Resolution 1540, which focused specifically on non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. It asked member states to take steps to prohibit non-state actors from acquiring nuclear weapons and to put in place additional controls on nuclear materials. Resolution 1540 also asked member states to A, adopt and enforce effective domestic controls to prevent the proliferation of nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons, B, adopt legislation to prevent the acquisition, use, or threat of use of nuclear weapons by state and non-state actors, C, to extend such criminal legislation to apply to citizens extraterritorially, which I believe this bill does, which is one of the features of Bill S9, and D, include internal waters, territorial waters, and airspace in the territory from which nuclear weapons are prohibited. Now, this is very important because we know that we are vulnerable. Our ports are vulnerable to the threat of nuclear terrorism, and I know since 9/11 the government has worked with port authorities, it's worked with local police forces and other authorities to make it really, hopefully, impossible for a nuclear terrorist attack to occur in a port, and Canadians should feel somewhat reassured by that. So that's another important issue that obviously we need to be vigilant about. Now, the third instrument, which is obviously one that was mentioned before, is the International Convention for the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism, ICSANT, adopted in 2005, which was the first international convention related to terrorism open for signature after 9/11. It builds on both the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Materials and the International Convention for the Suppression of Terrorist Bombings. ICSANT is comprehensive and contains detailed language on what particular aspects of nuclear terrorism should be criminalized. ICSANT is the inspiration for the bulk of this bill, Bill S9, as several ICSANT articles are codified in Bill S9, such as Article 2, which outlines new offences created in Section 82 of the bill. Article 4, which exempts the acts of armed forces during a conflict. Article 5, which provides that the offences in the treaty be appropriately punished given the grave nature of these offences. And Article 9, which allows states to establish extraterritorial jurisdiction in order to prosecute nuclear terrorism. And finally, we have the amendment to the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material, which was also adopted in 2005 and came out of a diplomatic conference convened in July 2005, 3 months after ICSANT opened for signature. The convention was signed in Vienna, Austria in March 1980. So it is the only legally binding undertaking in the area of the physical protection of nuclear material and establishes measures related to the prevention, detection, and punishment of offenses relating to nuclear material. The meeting in 2005 was meant to update and strengthen the Convention's provisions, and so obviously Bill S9 is helping to bring Canada into line with the Convention so that we can ratify it. Mr. Speaker, it's a very technical bill, and I know that there will be many important technical points raised at committee. Again, we hope that the government will, understanding that it is complicated and that parliamentarians are grappling with it, including Senator Dallaire, a great Canadian, an eminent Canadian who's written many books, who knows a few things about international law, knowing that even he has trouble in many ways wrapping his mind around around this bill. We hope that the officials in the department that drafted the bill will see to it that committee members are well briefed, that officials appear for a lengthy period of time to explain the bill and answer questions that we might have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll end there.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And since I always try to get answers to my questions and I still haven't received an answer, but I'd like to know what the Liberals think about the fact that it took 5 years for this to go ahead. When we asked the question of the Parliamentary Secretary, we were told that in the past the government was a minority one. But in S9, I haven't seen much opposition to it. I haven't seen it or don't recall it in the past as well. But the bill didn't go forward then either. So I'd like to know what the Honourable colleague, our Honourable Liberal colleague, thinks about the fact that it took the Conservatives so long to bring S9 to Parliament. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. Mr. Speaker, perhaps it's because the government was in the past more concerned with making headlines for elections. This is a highly technical bill. This isn't going to make big headlines for them, even though it is in fact a very important piece of legislation. It's quite ironic, in fact, because we know that the government enjoys talking about its law and order agenda, but when it comes time to taking concrete steps, they're less interested in communication. Oftentimes, so they sideline things and then they have to come back to them. But this isn't what's making the headlines, and this government is, in fact, very concerned with its political communication.
Time. Questions? Comments? The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I very much appreciate the speech of our colleague. I'd simply like to return to a question I asked a little earlier when we were debating or starting the debate on S7. And the honourable member brought up a very interesting suggestion about the need for a parliamentary committee that would have access to more information on the state of threats, specifically terrorist threats to the country. And I could well assume that that would include elements related to this bill as well, S9, with a specific focus on the state of protection of nuclear facilities, radioactive material, and so on. And I'm just wondering if he sees that connection and whether he could elaborate a bit or offer some thoughts on how such a committee could actually assist at least the understanding of Parliament on the whole question of nuclear terrorism.
Honourable Deputy de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Totally there's a connection, because this is obviously a domestic piece of legislation. It's inward-looking. It's about adapting our legislative frameworks to our obligations under international treaties. But in order for Canada to help to combat nuclear terrorism, we have to work with our allies. We have to share information. For example, we're a party to the Global Initiative to Combat Nuclear Terrorism, which emphasizes the importance of member states assisting other states to meet their commitments and so on. Well, we might like to know in an in-camera session of a committee, a special committee, we might like to know how the government is working with other nations. And we'd like to get some information on how it's helping other nations and ourselves implement provisions of and the goals of these treaties. And obviously, this information would be very sensitive. So we would need some kind of committee where members would be under oath and where information could be shared with confidence that it would not compromise national security.
Questions et commentaires? Questions, comments? Honourable Député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the honourable member for his remarks. Does he think, or how will the government deal with the potential problems dealing from the fact that the new offences under the criminal code have a greater scope than the measures within the conventions? The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Mr. Speaker, that matter, if I'm not mistaken, was raised by the member for Toronto Danforth in some remarks. Now, this is perhaps unintended. It may well be a drafting error, and that's why we'll take this bill to committee. The experts will tell us if we do need to make them more consistent, if it's not too broad-ranging or too narrow, because it could be either way. So those are important issues to raise, and that may well be the heart of the problem for this bill at committee. Questions and comments?
Comments? The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise a second time because I found the honourable colleague's point about the omission of making a device from the bill that went to the Senate, his observation that was a rather shocking omission. And in light of the fact that he's had more legislative experience, for example, than I have, just wondering if he's had other experiences to know what it is about the legislative drafting process or the decision-making process that could account for that, and especially the fact that the government doesn't even seem to have mentioned it in their presentation. What should parliamentarians take away from this experience to this point when we can't even get a direct answer across the aisle?
The Honourable Député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Where the government, where the political part of the government puts its emphasis, if the government's interested in legislation that has media appeal, it's going to spend a lot. It's going to ask its public servants to spend more time on that legislation. On the other hand, if it has to produce legislation, very technical legislation that will not really create much of a bang, but which is required in order for us to meet our international commitments, it may send a message, unwittingly perhaps, to public servants that, well, this is something to get rid of rather quickly, because we want to get back to the business of introducing a big headline legislation. So, it could be that this was not made a priority within the bureaucracy because the leadership, the political leadership, communicated that message that it wasn't a big deal to the public servants.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments? The Honourable Député de Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's so interesting to have the opportunity to hear from the Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. I have a question for him. Based on a comment made by Senator Dallaire, who I admire a great deal, he said that this legislative measure doesn't reassure us in any way, shape, or form, referring to S9, with respect to the movement of devices, nor the possibility that they have for use in Canada, or the shortcomings where these things could be under the radar screen in our large country. Does the Honourable Member share these concerns raised by Senator Dallaire? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. If I understand what Senator Dallaire was referring to, was that it's all fine and well to have legislative measures to ban one thing or the other, if at the end of the day we need to have the necessary resources from the Department of National Defense, the Canadian Border Services Agency. We have to have resources on the ground in order to intercept this type of material or device. So it's one thing to have legislation, but for it to be effective, we need to have the necessary resources dedicated to it, and not simply rest on our laurels and say we have legislation. No, it's done, and we no longer have to concern ourselves with it.
Prise de débat.
Resuming debate.
De Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, how lucky I am, it's my turn to speak. I'd like to pick up where my previous colleagues left off. My colleague for Toronto Danforth and partially the member for Lac-Saint-Louis, who recommended some more political rants. I'm really keen to, in fact, do a political rant, because the problem that I see here, and this isn't the first time, because there are so many justice bills, Mr. Speaker, because you know that full well, you used to be our critic in the area. There are several bills that come under justice, and it's always the same scenario. A parliamentary secretary introduces the bill. After that, there's nothing more on the government side. So not only are we missing information, we just have the bill. Well, read it. You'll find it fascinating. For some people, it might be reading that will enable them to relax, or it might even put them to sleep because of its dry nature. It's not reader-friendly legislation. It's not what the member for Lac-Saint-Louis called a bill that will make the headlines It's not a headline bill. And access is not easy. Now, in this House, Mr. Speaker, you've been here a long time, longer than many of us, in fact, and as a result, you know that each stage is important. First reading, where the minister introduces the bill. Normally, that's done very quickly. And after that, at second reading, we start with a government speech which outlines the purpose of the bill. We ask questions, we don't necessarily get the answers, but then it's done because we're getting radio silence from the benches opposite. We could have an idea what they are considering, whether they've thought out all of the potential problems, because as the member for Toronto Danforth said, in listening to the parliamentary secretary, we had the impression that there was an omission. Not an intentional one, I'm not imputing motives, but an amendment, a fundamental amendment, which was very important, came from the Senate. But we didn't hear much mention of that from the government remarks. We were told in response to a question we put on several occasions with respect to why it has taken the Conservative government so long to move ahead with the bill, with S9, which isn't problematic. It's part of our international obligations. To quote my colleague, the member for Toronto Danforth, it may not even go far enough. And we'll take a look at that in committee. Now, I don't necessarily share that opinion, but we'll look at it at committee. But why has it taken 5 years? The member for Lac Saint Louis gave us an answer. He said it's not sexy enough, and I apologize for using that expression, but it's not sexy enough for the government. It's not making the headlines, it's not making the news, the national news in the evening, but it is a very important matter, and it does affect the safety of Canadians. Now, Mr. Speaker, what is S9 all about? It was tabled in the Senate on March 27th, 2012, and if you'd listened to me when I spoke to S7 during the debate, you would have heard that under no condition do I favor the introduction of a government bill in the Senate. We have elected representatives here in this chamber, people who represent the public, but the government wants to introduce legislation. It should be doing so here in the House first. Now, I understand that sometimes there's a practical consideration because they have time in the opposite place, but because we'll be called upon to do these studies at any rate, I have a problem with the procedure. Is it a problem to such an extent that I won't support the bill? So I have fundamental concerns with the procedure that was used, but at any rate, the bill needs the consent of this House to move it into committee. We do have a number of concerns with S9, as my colleague, the member for Toronto Danforth, mentioned. And I'll go back to some of them. But what you need to bear in mind in S9, Mr. Speaker, is that this will amend the criminal code in order to implement proceedings contained in 2 conventions on terrorism, the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material, the CPPNM, which was amended in 2005, as well as the International Convention on the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism, the ICSANT. So, that's more or less in a nutshell what the bill does. It will enable us to sign on to these 2 treaties. The Nuclear Terrorism Act contains 10 clauses that introduces 4 new indictable offenses to Part 2 of the Criminal Code, and what it will do is make it illegal to possess, use, or dispose of nuclear or radioactive material, or a nuclear or radioactive device, or commit an act against a nuclear facility or its operations with the intent to cause death, serious bodily harm, or substantial damage to the property or the environment. Use or alter nuclear or radioactive material or a nuclear or radioactive device, or commit an act against a nuclear facility or its operation with the intent to compel a person, government, or international organization to do or refrain from doing anything. Thirdly, to commit an indictable offense under the under federal law for the purpose of obtaining nuclear or radioactive material, a nuclear or radioactive device, or access or control of a nuclear access facility, and to threaten or commit any of the other three offenses. These are very important measures. We're talking about the introduction of certain definitions used for the 4 offenses. As the parliamentary secretary said, a definition for environment, nuclear facility, nuclear material, radioactive material, and device, as well as terrorist act. Of course, this will take a great deal of consideration in committee to ensure that everyone understands the scope of the amendments. There is also a new section to the criminal code which would ensure that people who attempt to commit any of these offenses when they're abroad can face legal action in Canada. Now, members of the House have always heard of the issue of double jeopardy, the fact to face charges a second time for an offense that you've already been found guilty of or innocent of. If you're found guilty abroad, this bill will enable the Canadian government to take action against someone for action that hasn't taken place here. So this is another aspect that absolutely requires review at committee. There are also amendments to the code that need to be looked at, dealing with wiretapping provisions. The code will be amended to ensure that these new offenses will be considered primary designated offenses for the purposes of DNA warrants and collection orders. The Canadian rule with respect to multiple culpability, as I mentioned earlier, that's also covered. And what I could say is a few words about the context, because this bill is not easily accessible. It meets our international obligations under the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material and the International Convention on the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism.
That could really be the cornerstone of this bill. There were concerns that were raised, and perhaps about getting into the concerns that were raised, what I would like to say is that it's important to remember that Canada did not ratify either of these 2 treaties, these conventions rather, and that means that we have no legislation in place in order to criminalize the offenses that are in the CPPNM or the ICSANT. So, before this is passed, we cannot really be party to those international treaties, and I think that's extremely important. That's why in this House, most probably, you will see all of the recognized parties in this House supporting Bill S9 so that we can send it to committee as quickly as possible. So these are the concerns that were raised during the study of the bill at the committee stage. First of all, it was the excessive scope of the bill. The Ministry of, or the Department of Justice wanted to examine that. However, my friend from Toronto Danforth raised some of these concerns as well. And there are some provisions of the criminal code that are even broader than those within the international conventions. And so we'll have to ensure that the excessive scope of this new section won't result in excessive criminalization and it won't breach the Charter. Now, I was so pleased finally to see a bill from the Conservatives that didn't have a mandatory minimum sentence, which means that we could seriously study this bill without having a problem a priori with the bill, never mind what comes afterwards. So, the maximum sentences that could be imposed for one of the 4 offenses are significant. 3 of the 4 could have maximum sentences. But we can still say that this meets the requirements of the 2 conventions mentioned earlier. The member countries are to mete out appropriate sentences in light of the offenses committed. In terms of the Senate, they were talking about the creation of a bomb that is prohibited by the ICSANT. Very happy to say that the Senate had dealt with that particular part of the bill, and that this was passed unanimously. So this was an omission, but it is one that means that every time we see a bill that's gone through so many stages, through the Department of Justice, so many hands of supposed specialists who have touched it, that has the blessing of the minister before it's tabled, and that has as flagrant an error in it as that particular one, if I'm wearing my hat as a lawyer, I wonder if there are other omissions within the bill. And clearly, we'll be looking at this most carefully at the committee level. We're not going to give them a blank check, because we saw that if they committed an error as flagrant as that one, there may be other ones indeed that will be found during the committee's study of S9. I think there are certain figures that are important to understand, because we're talking about nuclear. Just the mere word nuclear scares people. So the International Atomic Energy Commission has noted some 2,000 accidents that involved the transport of these materials from between 1993 to 2011, and that is the Director General of the MACE. And in terms of the CPPNM from 1980, we ratified that convention, and that encourages the development of measures that are targeting the prevention, the detection, and the punishment of crimes involving nuclear devices. That convention was passed with the blessing of this is a lot of acronyms in all of this, Mr. Speaker. And the message I really want to leave in the House here is that, yes, we believe we really must carefully study this whole issue of nuclear safety and respect our international obligations and work along with other countries to try and fight alongside other countries to put an end to nuclear terrorism. However, I have the impression, because and when I asked why is it always 5 years, indeed the Prime Minister has been really pressured during some of his recent trips and told that we have to move forward with this, because these treaties have not been ratified by so many countries in the end. Normally, Canada has had quite an enviable reputation, internationally speaking. And if we can finally comply with our treaty obligations internationally and have legislation that really stands up under the circumstances, it might possibly, I hope, encourage other countries, the other state parties, to do the same thing. So in the end, what we want is to promote multilateral diplomacy and international cooperation, particularly in the areas that are of common concern, such as nuclear safety. So we must work with the other main countries who have undertaken the ratification process for these conventions. We chose to be legally bound by these conventions, and therefore it's important for us to comply with those international obligations. We cannot officially ratify them before the international implementation process is complete. As we are cooperative, Mr. Speaker, and we believe in the importance of this bill, we will support it at second reading in order to be able to study it more in-depth at committee. And when I say that when we are playing with nuclear issues, we have to be careful. And if we are using less uranium, that is important as well. So we will make that point at the committee. There are new technologies involved. For example, in the creation of isotopes, you might recall the medical isotopes crisis that we had So we have to talk and be careful when we talk, rather, about disposing of that kind of nuclear waste. And we have to be extraordinarily careful to issues involving the transportation of such. So I'm ready to answer questions.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her work. I'd like to know if she really believes that the government is in a position to identify and explain cases in which Bill S9 goes beyond what is required by the amendment to the ICSANT and the CPPNM. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. That's a very good question, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Joliette, who has paid close attention to all of the debates from the outset this afternoon on this bill. I don't know if the government really can explain to us the cases in which this goes beyond the scope of these conventions. When the question was asked of the parliamentary secretary, it would have been a good opportunity for him to tell us what that's about. He didn't have an answer. So is it because he doesn't have the answer at all, or that he doesn't necessarily want to share that information with us? I have colleagues who have spoken about the lack of transparency here at times that becomes quite annoying in the long run, because even though we want to be cooperative and work together, sometimes it's very difficult because we don't know if this is done strictly with an unstated intention of having us vote against something, or simply because they aren't aware of it themselves, and because it's information that's held by a very small group of people within the Prime Minister's office or at Cabinet. So I don't know if that's why we don't get answers to these questions when we ask them of those people. So I don't know if they have the answers, but we will certainly be asking them again once we get to the committee.
Questions
and comments?
Comments? The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member from Gatineau, the justice critic for the official opposition, spoke extremely persuasively about the problem of Canada's reputation abroad, and alluded to the fact that this government seems to have a different opinion of its reputation. And I'm just wondering if along the lines of the rather acute analysis of the Member of Parliament from Lac Saint Louis, she could comment on what she thinks might be the impact on our reputation of the fact that we've taken so long to get to this point in the process of bringing in domestic legislation to ratify a treaty that we could have ratified 5, 6, 7 years ago. But that said, it's possible that surely there is no problem with Canada's reputation abroad. And after all, the Prime Minister just received a Statesman of the Year award from an organization so important that he skipped speaking to the UN, even though he was in the same city. And the award was presented by a famous humanitarian named Henry Kissinger. And surely all is right in the world with the government's reputation in the world. And I wonder if you can sustain your point that the reputation is suffering.
The Honourable
Member for Gatineau.
C'est encore une bonne réputation.
It is still a good reputation that we have when we speak to people when we are traveling. People in other countries still have a wonderful vision or view of Canadians. But for the state, I don't know if that's the same thing. My comment was really more regarding the people, thinking of Canada and of other states. And I think that people must be somewhat surprised at times to see how much Canada has changed, how the style has changed. And this is an aside, but on the weekend, people were asking questions in my area about how the government was preparing to change the name of museum here in Canada from the Museum of Civilization to the Museum of Canadian History. And what I was saying Well, I hope that's nonsense, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely do. Having said that, it is a serious journalist who wrote an article on this, and people around him were somewhat reassured. That's a member who used to be a speaker who's saying that. But in any case, Mr. Speaker, if I'm allowed to make my point, I wanted to say that panic spreads very quickly. Not necessarily on my side. We'll wait to see what the effect is. But this government has gotten us used to similar gestures that they've made in the past. My mother used to say when we were young, "Oh, I know that my daughter could have done that," because she knew us so well. She knew that it was something that we might have done. So if there was a broken glass, well, that was probably me because I was clumsy. But if it's the same kind of system here with this government. In other words, we're often wondering what is underlying all of this. It's a bit the same thing on the international front. For a long time, growing up, and when I first arrived in this house, we talked about the peacekeepers that we had. That was our big reputation abroad. But now we are talking about terrorists, and we have to be tough on crime, and some things have to be discussed, and the list would be long, so I won't go through it. But people have the impression that at the government level, at the state level, things are changing. It's all well and good if it hasn't trickled down to the level of the people, but that might explain how it takes so much time. People are telling us that it's important, it's fundamental. It has nothing to do with the fact that the government was a minority government. It's because it wasn't tabled at that time. So the nonsense answers that make no sense, that always worries me. And that's why we're always a little bit cautious when we're asked to study these bills. We never seem to get the whole full story. We have to really dig and dig every time to get it.
Commentaire, questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've spoken a few times, everybody who's been speaking in this afternoon's debate, about the need to treat this bill with some dispatch. Obviously, the government's put us in a situation where it probably needs to be treated with more dispatch than should have been necessary. This could have been done some time before. But if we're going in committee to treat this bill responsibly, but also with dispatch, what would you like to see by way of how the government officials come to the committee with the requisite information so that we can do exactly that?
The Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. I think that, yes, the bill has to be passed fairly quickly, but even though that's necessary, and even if it's long overdue, as you'd say in English, we still aren't going to set aside our responsibilities as legislators and work at high speed with this kind of a bill. The fact that it should have been passed years ago is a fact, but that doesn't mean that because the Conservatives have dragged their feet before bringing it before the House, that the committee should be obliged to study it too quickly. That means that we'll do that intelligently and in a focused way, but at the same time, no one is going to force me to miss out on hearing from witnesses that would be very important to hear from. Having said that, the message I'm sending through you to the government is to say, please, when witnesses appear, particularly those from the department, when they have facts to give us, and then please don't play any more hiding games, because that's only going to result in it taking even more time for us to wrap up our committee work. So everyone is there to work on the same issues at the committee, and so procedural obstacles will not help, and will only prevent the rapid passing of the bill. In the meantime, we'll do the work that we have to do, and we'll do it seriously. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak to Bill S9 today, which is an act to amend the criminal code, which is the bill on nuclear terrorism. This is a bill that's a mess bill because it comes to us from the Senate. It concerns nuclear terrorism and amends the criminal code. It was done with the goal of implementing 2 international treaties that Canada has signed but not yet ratified, because you have to understand that in order to ratify a treaty, you have to have created the legislation that does so. So these 2 international treaties are intended to fight against terrorism, nuclear terrorism. So there's the amended version of the 2005 Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Materials, that is to say the CPPMN, and the 2005 International Convention for the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism, that is to say the ICSANT. For the moment, Canada signed those 2 treaties in 2005. The process, when we talk about negotiating international treaties, is done in several stages in Canada. First of all, the negotiations, the signing, the ratification and implementation, and then they come into effect.
For these 2 treaties, we're only at the signature stage. But it should be pointed out that the signing of an international treaty is only the first step in the process for ratifying a treaty. Signature means that the country agrees in principle with the terms of the treaty and intends to be subject to it. After having signed a treaty, Canada must avoid actions that go against the intent of and the goal of the treaty, but it is not officially bound before ratification. We can see then that there's a long way to go before such treaties become really effective in our country. In order to ratify these treaties, Canada needs to amend some of its legislation. We need legislation to criminalize offenses described in these 2 treaties. That's the point of the bill, making the necessary amendments to the criminal code in order to ratify these 2 treaties and take another step toward their implementation. So, I think we have to ask, what is it that these 2 treaties want to set in place? If we're talking about the CPPNM, ratified by Canada in 1980, its goal in 1980 was to develop measures linked to prevention, detection, and penalties for crimes related to nuclear substances. However, the field of application of the CPPNM was limited to nuclear matter used for peaceful purposes in international transport. There were amendments made in 2005 concerning the use, warehousing, and transportation of nuclear matter and peaceful nuclear facilities within a same country. And the amendments also brought forward aspects that promoted the cooperation between states, that is, developing measures for the recovery of stolen or illegally transferred nuclear matter, attenuation measures following sabotage, and fighting crime related to nuclear substances. This amendment clearly states that the objective of the Convention is to prevent offenses regarding nuclear matter and facilities worldwide and to facilitate cooperation between states. So Canada had ratified the 1980 version, but not the 2005 version that put forth the amendments I just discussed. If we look at the International Convention, ICSANT, its purpose was to provide for new criminal offenses for acts of nuclear terrorism and impose the obligation to prosecute or extradite in the case of criminal offenses involving nuclear terrorism. The bill was therefore created, had various sections that implemented the provisions in the two conventions. So it's important to understand how, as a New Democrat, I support this bill, and why has the NDP chosen to support this bill? Well, I think we all agree that nuclear terrorism is a threat and a significant issue in terms of international security. I think this is one of the threats that is among the worst in the world because, unfortunately, we have seen the consequences. They can be completely disastrous. So right now, we know not much is needed to cause significant damage, not only of citizens of a given country, but worldwide. So experts in this are very worried when you hear about a country that has a nuclear program that may be dubious. I think that this is extremely important in people's minds, not just Canadians, but internationally as well. I also want to point out that diplomacy and international cooperation are extremely important to us. Ratifying treaties that seek to solidify cooperation among countries on terrorism and nuclear terrorism is something that goes without saying. When you're talking about such worrisome situations as this for everyone's safety, I think you can't stick your head in the sand. We have no choice but to cooperate with all democratic entities in order to see results and ensure the safety of all citizens, be they citizens of our country or those abroad. I think one reason why I want to support this bill is the NDP is proud of our international reputation worldwide, even though I think it has been, Canada's reputation has been undermined by the Conservative government on many occasions over the past few years. But having one step forward in the ratification of these treaties shows that we have not forgotten our international commitments, and that might bring us back on the right track in terms of our international image. As many witnesses stated during the consideration of this bill by the Senate, one of the main ways of preventing radioactive material from ending up in the hands of terrorists is, of course, to strengthen nuclear security. In addition, when possible, reduce the use of nuclear materials for military use. That's simple logic. If we want to reduce the risk involved in the use of nuclear material, we need to make it less available so that terrorists have less opportunity to steal it and use it for nefarious, dangerous purposes for our society. So that is one first step that's quite obvious. In the military world, we should reduce the use of nuclear substances that would eliminate a lot of problems down the road. As Matthew Bunn, an associate professor of public policy at Harvard University, pointed out during the Senate hearings, at scores of sites around the world, dramatically improved nuclear security has been put in place, and at scores of other sites, the weapons-usable nuclear material has been removed entirely, reducing the threat of nuclear threat at those sites to zero. More than 20 countries have eliminated all the weapons-usable nuclear material on their soil. These successes represent, in a real sense, bombs that will never go off. I think that it's worth repeating those words, bombs that will never go off. It reinforces the fact that the less we make use of such materials, and if we can get away with not using them at all, that's one bomb that can never be over our heads and will never explode. In that light, I think that Canada has to take concrete action to support nuclear safety worldwide. I think this bill is a step in the right direction. Although this bill applies to Canada, it's an effort that's of worldwide scope. Canada is only one of the signatories of these treaties. This is international cooperation toward a common goal. We really have to make sure that each country will do its share, and that's how we reduce risk for our fellow citizens. So, I repeat, this is really a treaty, or rather a bill, that is part of an objective of international cooperation. I think that in the past we were recognized internationally as a country that valued cooperation. So we have to continue to do our fair share and meet our international commitments. Now, if we're talking about diplomacy and international cooperation, I think we must have to remember that if Canada wants to play a frontline role once again in diplomacy and international cooperation, and if it wants to work toward convincing other countries to adopt a responsible approach to reduce the risk of terrorism and the theft of nuclear materials, we need to lead by example and take responsible measures. The ratification of these treaties by Canada will encourage other countries to take such measures and ratify them, and thus we will have done one more thing to improve world security. I'd like to open a parenthesis here. Although I'm pointing out the need to adopt these measures, when you're talking about nuclear safety, this is quite a complex issue. I think everyone agrees about that. So the fact that we seek to ratify these treaties and implement measures quickly doesn't mean that we should rush through the work in committee. I think the important thing here is to take the time to do this work properly, to consider this carefully, and only have to do it once and not have to make all sorts of adjustments later on. Although there's some urgency to this, and the government, the Conservatives have been in power for quite a while, they could have tabled a bill like this one much sooner. I think we still need to do this properly because it's the safety of our fellow citizens that is at stake after all. Once Canada is in a position to ratify the treaty, it would become the legal basis for Canada's cooperation with other signatory countries. So that includes, among other things, criminal investigations, mutual legal assistance, and extradition. This will improve opportunities for international cooperation and the fight against nuclear insecurity. The bill must be seen as an opportunity to gain access to the provisions of the treaty at the international level. But the bill has to be considered in committee in depth to verify its technical aspects. It seeks to implement legislation related to the provisions of the two international treaties, so the committee's work will allow us to examine the clauses and make sure the bill achieves its goal, allow us to ratify the two treaties signed in 2005. As I had set out earlier, Mr. Speaker, I think we really need to take the time to understand that when you're talking about nuclear safety, there are very important technical aspects here. So the committee has to do significant work, take time to examine the question in detail, and be sure that this bill really includes all the provisions necessary, that it goes far enough without going too far. What we need to target here is the best bill possible for the safety of our fellow citizens in a nonpartisan way, but also to ensure nuclear safety worldwide, because given the number of travelers that travel around the world every day, and even our proximity to certain borders, the fact remains that if an incident involving a nuclear bomb was used by terrorists outside our borders, it could still have consequences for Canadians abroad, for instance. So it's important to make sure that this bill is something to be proud of and that can serve as an example for other countries that haven't yet ratified various conventions. They could see what they could do to go forward when we're talking about nuclear safety. Regardless of the technical details of the bill, which will be examined in depth in committee, I'd like to point out that it's extremely important to have the ratification of these treaties progress in order to support our efforts to ensure nuclear safety worldwide. In 2010 and 2012, Canada and many other countries participating in nuclear safety summits made a commitment to ratifying these two conventions. Moreover, at the 2012 summit in Seoul, South Korea, participating states committed to having the 2005 amendment of the CPPNM in place by the 2014 summit. To achieve that, 2/3 of the 145 participating states have to ratify the treaty. Up till now, only 56 have done so. We need at least 97. Ratifying this treaty represents one step forward for the implementation of the amendment to the convention on an international scale. So it's one step forward for the whole world security, for nuclear safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Gatineau.
Merci. The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, who made an excellent speech concerning a bill that's quite complicated. I said so during my speech. During the Senate hearings, I put a question to a Liberal colleague earlier, but I'd like the opinion of my New Democrat colleague. Senator Dallaire made a comment which reads more or less like this. I'd like to get back to the fact that we are seized with all these bills. We solve the points put to us, but even after the 2010 report, we don't have a good idea about fighting nuclear terrorism. We need to do our homework as legislators, but without a framework, our committee is not well equipped to have any certainty to determine whether the department or departments are doing what's necessary to fight terrorism. So let me ask my colleague whether she shares that view by Senator Dallaire, especially since she works very hard in national defense matters. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, in order to determine whether a bill will truly represent a step forward on nuclear safety, we have to know what the dangers are and the risks are. As the Senator pointed out, when we don't have a good grasp of those dangers, it's difficult to assess whether we're truly closing the door to the use of nuclear materials for terrorism purposes. One has to understand that we have two contexts here. Yes, we want to shut the door to any terrorist use of these materials, but the bill also has to allow reasonable access to nuclear materials used for medical purposes, for instance. So when you're talking about nuclear safety, you have to strike a balance between those two aspects. If we don't really understand the gaps and the dangers in the current system, it's very difficult to figure out whether we're truly closing the door on such dangers. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Gatineau. I'd like to continue our dialogue, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to put a question that I put to many others today. concerning the members' impression of how long it took to table this bill, Bill S9, because we heard this on a number of occasions from our friends across the aisle in the Conservative government. They always make a fuss when we're talking about terrorism and tough military measures and so on. But yet this is a bill that has not been discussed. We are not against the bill. I don't think the Liberals are either. So why wait 5 years since the treaty was adopted to table Bill S9 in the House? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. I was also surprised that it took 5 years before any sort of bill like this was tabled in the Commons. I said, well, it seems to me that when you're talking about nuclear safety, it's such a huge issue. I don't understand why they didn't choose to discuss this sooner. I think that just about everyone in the House intends to support the bill. So I don't understand why the government waited 5 years. They knew it wasn't a controversial bill. When it comes to the safety of the citizens we represent, to my mind, it's incomprehensible. Now, you have to understand that when a decision is made to table a bill like this, it opens the door to an analysis of current threats to safety. So that's another aspect that is a very good one to discuss. Is there any danger right now in Canada? For instance, should our military personnel get more training on nuclear threats? So there's a lot of questions here. And this bill will solve some of these problems. So I'm really surprised the government waited 5 years. I don't think they were waiting for me to get here, but I still find that strange. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Honoré Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that my colleague is very experienced on this matter. I'm not. I'd like to know what she would do to improve this bill. I know that it will go before a committee for examination, so I'd like to hear the members' views on this. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you. I don't know whether there should be an actual amendment to the bill, but if we want to strengthen nuclear safety, perhaps we need to ask whether our interlocutors are sufficiently trained when there are nuclear safety threats. When I was in the military, I got basic training regarding intervention where there may be a nuclear threat, but this was quite basic indeed. This is a question that could be put forward. Without having an amendment per se, perhaps the dialogue or in committee would raise certain points. For instance, should our police or military or other people be further trained if there were, for instance, theft of nuclear materials? We have a big country. If we only have one specialized team, it may take some time before it can take action in the field. So should we train our police officers or firefighters or other frontline responders? That's one question, as well as medical personnel. In my hospital, I'm a nurse in intensive care and in emergency. Nurses have no training whatsoever in dealing with people who may have been exposed to nuclear materials. So perhaps rapid response by qualified medical personnel that has been trained in this and know what to do would be more appropriate. But that's something that should be raised in committee, and I'd really like us to have an opportunity to discuss that. That's why we need enough time to consider this bill in committee.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for her speech and all the work that she has done. We in the NDP are determined to focus on multilateral diplomacy and international cooperation. particularly in areas where we have common concerns, including nuclear terrorism. Why I think it is important for us to work with countries that have ratified this convention. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about diplomacy among different countries, one of the examples that comes to mind is, for example, the use of nuclear materials by members of the armed forces. For example, in different military sectors, when there are conflicts between different parties, will someone give up using these weapons if someone else doesn't? And for that, we have to use diplomacy. And therefore, people discuss, for example, if you stop using those materials, then I will too. And it is through diplomacy that people are able to stop resorting to those materials instead of having them in their possession. And therefore, diplomacy and cooperation among different countries allows us to reduce the amount of nuclear materials that are accessible and that could be stolen for the eventual purpose of making bombs that could go off over our heads. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So I'm very pleased today to rise today in this House. Of course, we're dealing with something that is rather difficult, something that affects all Canadians and, in fact, the entire planet. And I would like to say, as my colleague said, this is a topic that affects everyone, and it is a topic that concerns us all. And therefore, the NDP will be supporting this bill, and it's very important for me to start my speech by pointing this out. We are cooperating with the government on this. However, why did it take the government 5 years to decide to finally talk about nuclear terrorism and nuclear weapons? Because in addition, this is a bill that comes from the Senate. Now, I don't want to diminish the work or belittle the work of the senators who have worked hard on this, but I don't see why the government took the initiative of creating such a bill. Why is it the Senate? Why should the Senate decide, after years and years of discussion, to create this bill, whereas the government had the opportunity on many, many occasions to table a bill in this regard? Now, the government members will say, well, we were a minority government at the time, but that's a false argument because everyone agreed to adopt a bill to ratify both conventions here. So these two conventions are the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Materials and the International Convention for the Suppression of Nuclear Criminal Acts. So, or rather for acts of nuclear terrorism. So why did the government take 5 years to bring this topic forward, to debate it in the House? Why did it wait for the Senate to finally decide to table this bill? Why didn't it take that initiative? Because we know very well that the government used nuclear and terrorism issues to move its own agenda forward when it suited it. But in this case, for some reason, it took 5 years for it to bring this bill forward to the House. And to add insult to injury, we have this bill before us today in the House, but the government members are not asking any questions. They're not really debating the matter. And so they're just letting the Senate do all the work. And now that we have time to debate it and to ask the government what it is seeking, what it wants out of this bill, well, the government decides to just allow the opposition debate this matter all by itself. So who's going to answer my questions? I don't know, because once again, the government is showing its refusal to debate bills that are designed to ensure the safety of Canadians. that is not just in nuclear safety. It's about food protection. We saw that that's not a priority for the government either in the past couple of weeks. So with regard to Bill S9, just to give a bit of context, for a convention to be ratified and to be enforced in Canada, an implementation act must be adopted, and that is what Bill S9 does. And the NDP will never, obviously, oppose the fact that Canada must respect its international obligations. It is clear that the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material, well, that's already been ratified, but no laws have been enacted, and now we're deciding to implement it. So it would be great if the government could do the same thing for all conventions that we have ratified. For example, the one on the rights of children, which I might remind people that Canada has signed. I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to reach out to the government and to tell them that we in the NDP are determined to use multilateral diplomacy. We want to foster multilateralism and international cooperation, especially in areas that concern the entire planet, not just Canadians, the entire world. All nations are concerned by terrorism because it causes victims everywhere in the world, and we know how important this is. And so I want to say that the NDP is not opposed to the application of the crimes created under S9. So we need to work with the main countries that have undertaken such a ratification process. For example, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, before the General Assembly of the United Nations, criticized the UN, which, even though it allowed him to come and speak, and so he criticized the UN. So, and that is the same thing as criticizing 191 member nations and their allies. So why didn't the minister use this diplomacy and this influence that we have? It's as if the government has forgotten that Canada has a great deal of clout on the international scene. But unfortunately, this has declined since the Conservatives were elected in 2006. Especially, and I just have to say this, we did lose our seat on the Security Council of the United Nations, and that's the first time that Canada has not held that seat. So I just want to say that this bill is an excellent opportunity for the government to realize the influence that Canada can have on the fight against terrorism, especially nuclear terrorism. And it is important to realize that the minister does not seem to understand or see the usefulness of the UN. It is a forum where nations can get together and discuss problems with a view to solving them through dialogue. We don't wait for a problem to crop up, and that is what the NDP is defending. It's not only with regard to terrorism or nuclear issues, but with regard to criminal justice and food security or food safety. You don't wait till a problem crops up to solve it. You practice prevention. You prevent food crises. You prevent crime. You don't act in a downstream manner or as an afterthought. And that is why our role is so important in diplomacy and within the UN. We need to use our influence to ensure that all the states ratify these two conventions and that they enforce it. Who knows when this bill is going to be adopted, but how are we going to ensure, once it is, that these conventions are enforced and implemented? Not after 5 years like the Conservative government did, but right away, now, immediately, because the problem is now and we're talking about it today. For example, we could use the UN as a forum to ensure that all states can benefit from Canada's policies instead of pulling out of the discussions. Why shouldn't we go forward and offer our assistance, use our clout to help other countries to adopt the same kind of bill? Why not? So Canada has always been in favor of multilateralism, and we should make more efforts to adopt this approach. Even the United States under George Bush, who had turned his back on multilateralism, came back to it because they understood the major blunder they had made by doing so. When members refuse to act on something, when they are divided about what kind of reaction to put in place, it is not the UN that should be criticized. The UN does not have a mandate to act on its own. It is not an institution that makes its own decisions. It has a mandate that is provided to it by its member states, including Canada, who give it the mandate to act in a given situation. So if the Minister of Foreign Affairs decided to criticize the UN and to pull Canada out of what he calls futile business, well, that's just like throwing in the towel. It's just saying that we can't improve how the UN works, and it endangers the resolution of future conflicts. For example, a conflict like the one in Syria right now. So we need to work together, government and the opposition, to create multilateral institutions, to create a strong Canada that can use its influence, that can wield its influence to improve the lot of all Canadians and all human beings on this planet, to improve the situation as we know it now, to go forward instead of acting as an afterthought. So, Mr. Speaker, having a foreign policy that is worthy of Canada is taking actions that show the world the values that we are defending here in the House today. It is through the policies that we adopt and the debates that we hold in this House, like the one this evening, that we will show that Canada is a leader and will defend values such as human rights and peace and justice. That is why the NDP will be voting in favor of this bill, but especially, first and foremost, in favor of multilateral diplomacy and international cooperation that is a win-win for everyone, because we know that terrorism, Mr. Speaker, is of concern to everyone, as my colleague said. We all remember where we were on September 9th, 2001. Even I remember. It was my first week in high school, and that is something that really marks your entry into adolescence. All the classes were canceled because something horrible had just happened. But why has it waited so long to discuss this? I was 12 years old at the time, and now I'm in the House of Commons, and I'm saying to the government, why did you take so long? Why did you wait for the Senate to bring forward this kind of bill instead of taking the initiative? Because it often forgets to do so, that very thing on the international scene, in order to take concrete action with regard to a problem that all Canadians and all human beings on this planet must deal with today. For example, the bill reinforces Canada's obligations under Resolution 1540 of the UN Security Council that was adopted in 2004. So as far as I know, it's 2012 now. So that's quite a gap. So the government can blame whoever it wants. It can blame us. It can blame this side of the House. But it was its responsibility. The government had the choice of doing so, but it decided to wait till the Senate brought this bill forward. What if the Senate had decided not to bring forward S9? Would the government have taken action? I'd like to know. Would the government have waited another 10 years, 20 years? Or would it have waited until there was a major conflict before adopting C9 instead of S9? And once again, I'm not trying to belittle the excellent work done by the senators on this bill. I know that they work very hard. Now, for example, here, what we want is, as I said, we want Canada to respect its international obligations. So it is a principle that Canada has always espoused. Now, obviously, since the Conservatives have come to power, I think that they have opted much more for bilateralism rather than for multilateralism. Why? Well, once again, that's something that government could explain to us, but what has it decided to do? It has decided simply to turn its back on any kind of debate, and whereas what we want to do is work with the government to improve legislation that defends Canadian security and safety. So, you know, the Conservatives can toy with Canadian safety, but when it comes time to act, I just wonder where they are. Now here, we think that we need to seriously examine the issue of nuclear safety, and that we need to use the United Nations, not just the United Nations, but all other international institutions or international organizations in order to hold dialogue with the different states in order to prevent such terrorist acts from arising. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that terrorism is a horrible thing. And I didn't mention it at the beginning of my speech, but obviously our hearts go out to all the victims, to people who are suffering from the loss of loved ones. That is something that is horrible. It is appalling to lose a loved one. And any action that is taken in order to protect the lives of people is worth debating. It is worth being presented in this House, and I would really like to see an active participation on the part of the government, because, as I said, I was 12 years old when September 9th happened. I'm 23 now, so that was 11 years ago. So we've been talking about war on terrorism for 11 years now. So why has the government waited so long to talk about ratifying treaties whose very purpose is to attempt to eradicate and stamp out terrorism? So, because it would be wonderful if the government could simply come and help us participate. If it could participate in the debate, tell us what exactly it wants, what it is seeking. But unfortunately, that's not happening, because we know how the government likes to defend democracy ardently. Everywhere else except in Canada. What the NDP is calling for is that this bill should be scrutinized in committee, that we should take all the time we need to hear from all the witnesses in order to have a good bill that will criminalize acts of nuclear terrorism, and to ensure that victims receive justice. So the NDP is standing up for victims of nuclear terrorism, and it is calling upon the government to take all the time required to debate this bill, to study it in depth, so that finally we can say that we are taking action to stamp out terrorism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member.
Fourth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much for such an impassioned speech. It led me to make some connections that I hadn't actually been making in preparing my own speech. And that has to do with how these treaties and this implementing act have to do with what we do to protect nuclear materials, radioactive materials, nuclear facilities, and prevent radioactive devices from being made with perhaps some of that material that might be stolen or otherwise diverted. And yet the big piece that seems to be missing in how we think about prevention is that the reason we have so much radioactive nuclear material and nuclear facilities making such material or contributing to it includes the fact that nuclear weapons are still such a huge scourge in our world today, that we still have countries with stockpiles of nuclear weapons that could obliterate us hundreds of times over. How would you ask us to think about the connection between the existence of nuclear weapons, the material that's needed to feed them, and the preventative goals of these treaties?
Just remind honourable members to direct their questions through the chair.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, well, that's a very interesting question. Countries use nuclear weapons. For example, during the Cold War, this was a power war between countries, and so nuclear weapons were used as a threat. So if we're talking about criminalizing an act, for example, to possess or dispose of or use materials or devices, nuclear materials or devices, against a nuclear installation or facility, or to cause interference with its operations. So when you're committing an act, or when you're using that to threaten an act, then you're removing their legitimate use, basically. Let's take crimes like this. They are crimes, yes. And these conventions are applied in many countries, in countries that have nuclear weapons or not. It deals with the fact that countries won't necessarily be able to use nuclear weapons as a means of pressure when these conventions are applied. And so, in fact, what we're doing is reducing that possibility of Cold Wars between member states.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like the member opposite had referred a number of times to the use of nuclear weapons, and I just want to ensure that Canadians know that Canada only uses nuclear technology for peaceful uses. But what I'd like to ask the member opposite is whether or not she's aware of the key role Canada has played in nuclear non-proliferation. She referred to the Cold War, when Canada and the United States were reducing the number of missiles. The technology at Chalk River Laboratories near Deep River actually took the fuel from nuclear warheads from Russia and made it more valuable by turning it into a fuel. That's the sort of thing Canadians are doing to make the whole world safe.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'm very aware of the role that Canada has played. That was part of what I was trying to say. That is that we shouldn't forget the role that Canada has played in the past, and we need to continue to play that role, because unfortunately with the Conservatives, I think I probably said it quite clearly in my remarks. What we've done, basically, what they've done has done away with the dialogue, constructive dialogue. And we want to work towards non-proliferation, and our government has basically reversed this by criticizing the UN, by pulling back on what we've done, and therefore reducing the influence that we used to have internationally. So I would just like to tell the government that it shouldn't forget its influence, and that it should use its influence to protect all Canadians and all human beings on the planet. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciated the remarks about Chalk River that my colleague brought up, because we live near the river, and there is waste that comes from Chalk River. And obviously that waste is obviously of great concern to everyone, and it underscores the importance of being very careful with this material. But what I appreciate even more about Chalk River is the fact that there is an attempt to find new technology. So she's right in pointing out that Canada really is ahead technologically, and it really is working hard to dispose of this dangerous material. Now, my colleague, in her remarks, said that we've been waiting for Bill S9 for a long time. We've been waiting for the ratification of these conventions for a long time. So is she saying to the committee that they need to work faster, or that they need to take the time to really consider this bill seriously, even though there has been a 5-year delay? The member for de Pointe-de-Lille. Well, perhaps I sounded passionate when I said that it's important to work with the government to pass Bill S9. However, regardless, this is a very sensitive area, it's a very technical area, and it deals with the safety of all people. So yes, we have to pass S9. Yes, we need to do it quite quickly, but without removing the possibility of debate and consideration of this bill. That's why we're here today. When we consider a bill, we have to work hard on it. It's a very sensitive issue. It's a very urgent issue, yes. However, one must never forget that a bill that is quickly passed can never be a good bill, because things can be forgotten. So there may be legal vacuums in a bill that is considered too quickly. So what we have to do is work very, very carefully on this bill, especially given that it's dealing with such an important issue like nuclear terrorism. Now, if we had had this debate before, well, then there wouldn't have been a problem, because we would have had plenty of time. But now, of course, the Conservatives once again are probably going to say that now it's so urgent that we have to pass this bill right now without any debate. But you should have taken your responsibilities beforehand. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start out by thanking the member for Pointe-de-Lille for her remarks. I can see that she understands the issues very clearly. I'd like to come back to a specific point that she raised in her remarks and go a little deeper into the message that is being sent to Canadians. The Senate was the one who drafted this bill. And what I'd like to know is, what kind of message is this giving to Canadians? The fact that it's not the members of Parliament who came up with this bill. So perhaps she could speak to that. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, well, I was saying that several bills have been tabled in the House of Commons by the Senate. Now, without wanting to minimize the work of senators, I would ask why the government is leaving work up to the Senate that they should be doing. Why is the government letting the Senate do its work instead? Is it because they think that the opinion of unelected people carries more weight than the opinion of elected members? Why is it? Is it simply because they're trying to make political capital? It looks like when the time comes to act, it's up to the Senate to come and table this bill. Now, if the Senate had not brought forward S9, would the government have done it? Would we have had C9 instead of S9? I don't know. I doubt it. But we have been elected to work for Canadians, and it's not up to the Senate to do the work that elected members of Parliament should be doing.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just going through my notes there for a minute, and I was trying to listen to the conversation at the same time and some of the back and forth of what was happening. And one of the things I've noticed is that so much legislation that I've seen in my 8 years of being here, and that is a lot of this legislation comes from treaties as signatories to significant treaties, whether it be from the United Nations, whether it be from also from the Council of Europe, the European Union, and all these. Obviously, with these technical amendments, we find ourselves in line with all these treaties, and for all the right reasons. So let me just jump back to what the beginning of this is. As some of the colleagues pointed out earlier about the Senate legislation, S9, I'm not going to dwell on that too much as the point of why is this coming from the Senate as opposed to the House of Commons. but we have seen it. It has been somewhat of a pattern, but nonetheless, it has been some time. This is a fallout from what was 9/11, the terrorism attacks in the United States. As a result, through international forum, we have decided to come up with what we feel is a way to protect our societies, protect from nuclear terrorism, certainly, and also to look at how we can codify this within our certain specific legislation. So that could be from each and every member state, from the United Nations, of course. So, in our case, we find ourselves in a situation where we now have to codify what we set out to do. We are signatories, of which we signed the first treaty in 2007, and as a result, we now have to codify this. We saw this recently, of course, with copyright legislation, as well as others. Other types of legislation following this could be things like human trafficking and the like. But in the meantime, this is S9, an Act to amend the Criminal Code. We call it here, titled the Nuclear Terrorism Act. Certainly in this particular situation, as I would say to everybody else in this House, it's time for us to have a look at this, to debate it in full, which we are doing, certainly on this side of the House. But as we take a look at this, we take a look at the new types of offenses, and if you look at how this is worded, in a way what we're doing is, in a big way I should say, in a big way what we're doing is we're now coming to terms with the situation that exists internationally. If you look at things like cybercrime in relation to this, the one common factor amongst all of this is we can no longer contain this to a particular boundary. We now find ourselves fighting crime not just within this country, but throughout many countries. Whether it is nuclear terrorism, cybercrime, human trafficking, impediments towards the environmental disasters. Certainly these things. I mean, it's obviously a trend that we are now falling into, and a lot of this, the genesis is, of course, from our international treaty, and rightly so. Now, of course, this doesn't happen right away, as we now know. So this stuff is, there were signatories from 2004, ratified 2007, and here we are in 2012. We sort of went through the same motions when we talked about copyright, but you get the idea. So the purpose of the bill, an act to amend the Criminal Code. It's a 10-clause bill that introduces 4 new indictable offenses into Part 2 of the Criminal Code, which deals with offenses against public order, adding these new offenses with respect to certain activities in relation to nuclear or radioactive material and nuclear facilities, making it illegal to, and here are the 4 points, which are outlined, by the way, from the Library of Parliament, and I'd like to thank Jennifer Bird, who works at Legal and Legislative Affairs, for doing this wonderful summary. So, here we are. It makes it illegal to, by amending Part 2, possess, use, or dispose of nuclear or radioactive material or a nuclear or radioactive device, or commit an act against a nuclear facility or its operations with the intent to cause death, serious bodily harm, or substantial damage to property or the environment. Keyword, the environment there, the first part of that. Secondly, use or alter nuclear or radioactive material or a nuclear or radioactive device, commit an act against a nuclear facility or its operation with the intent to compel a person, government, or international organization to do or refrain from doing anything. So there is the exploitation matter, where in this particular situation there are certain cells or groups, if you wish to call them, that take advantage of our nuclear facilities and use it against the state, in our case against Canada, or any other international jurisdiction. Now, I'll get to that in a moment, the international part of it, because that's what's different in here as well, and that is to go beyond our boundaries to speak of indictable offenses. Okay. Thirdly, commit an indictable offense under federal law for the purpose of obtaining nuclear or radioactive material, a nuclear or radioactive device, and finally, threaten to commit any of the other 3 offenses. So the intent is what's measured there. The threat to do this that exists within society. As we know, with this type of material, whether it's high-grade uranium, plutonium, then obviously this type of thing, if you come in contact or come near it, you can obviously use that as a major threat. And of course, society has to assemble itself in response to that threat that is incredibly costly, needless to say dangerous, but of course that part is obvious considering the fact we're dealing with nuclear material. So Bill S-9 also amends the definition of terrorist activity found in Section 83.01. The revised definition ensures that the commission of the new offences introduced by the bill, as well as attempts to commit them, and any conspiracies, counselling, or acting as accessories after the fact in relation to them, constitute, quote, terrorist activity. Now, a lot of people might feel that's a mundane thing to do, but if you think about it, terrorist activity could encapsulate many things across many boundaries, not just in nuclear technology, but also, of course, when it comes to things like cybercrime and, as I mentioned earlier, about environment. So, to put this into context for Bill S-9, which is what my colleagues were discussing earlier, talking about it takes a while for this to get to the House, obviously, and you know, whether you fault a particular group or party in this particular House as though you wasted too much time on the issue, which we do a lot around here. It's time to look at this one right now, and at this very moment, we take a look at and debate this in full, because certainly it brings us to a new level when it comes to the criminal code. So, to put it into context, certainly for the past 10 to 12 years, we've had numerous conferences on how we deal with nuclear terrorism. And of course, in many cases, we've passed resolutions instrumental in developing new treaties. Some key resolutions and conventions that are outlined throughout the United Nations and other international fora. Recently, we always discussed the last two major meetings, groupings of countries that talked about this in 2010 in Washington, D.C., as well as 2012 in Seoul, South Korea. Now, as a result of all this and the work that we have done, dating from 2001, the United Nations developed, voted on, debated, discussed the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1373. And by doing that, the member states, the members of the United Nations, were to adopt certain anti-terrorism legislation and policies within the 90 days in order to, amongst many other things, prevent and repress the financing of terrorist acts, criminalize the willful collection or provision of funds to be used to carry out terrorist acts, prohibit the making available of funds, suppress the recruitment of terrorist groups, and the supply of weapons for these purposes. Now, notice the one theme that's going through all this is the international aspect of this, which is to say that the funding, the supplying of weapons for people involved in terrorism is not contained within one country anymore, and hard to do. You pretty much have to find yourself around the world in this particular situation, in these particular situations, in order to assess what could be done, to assess the level of terrorism that is happening, the planning that is to take place, in order that we can stop the act before it actually gets off the ground. So that's the financing aspect of it. That's Resolution 1373, very important in its day, of course. And on 12th of December, on 2001, the Government of Canada reported to the United Nations Security Council's Counter-Terrorism Committee on the steps it had taken to implement Resolution 1373. Now, among the measures at that time, they talked about the Anti-Terrorism Act and, of course, the amendments to the Criminal Code. So, all that leads to, among the offenses that were newly classified as terrorist activity, I mentioned that earlier, which was the term that many nations have been grappling with for quite some time, and that is, of course, under terrorist activity. So, there are several definitions in place. As I mentioned, we came up with two major treaties in this particular situation. Now, the two particular treaties, the first one around 2004, the other one was an amendment to an existing one. So with the offences as part of the Criminal Code to enactment of Anti-Terrorism Act, it was added to the code following Canada's ratification in 1986, and this goes back to the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material. And it was not until the Anti-Terrorism Act came into force that they constituted terrorist activity. So these are the amendments that we are looking at when it comes to the CPPNM, which is what it's normally called. And I don't want to get too much into the acronyms because goodness knows where that'll lead to.
So if you look at this, the United Nations and what they've, following 1373, 3 years after the terrorist attacks, of course, in 2001, September the 11th, the United Nations Security Council passed another resolution. This was Resolution 1540, and this is what led up to what we have today. 1540, of course, specifically dealing with the non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. The resolution focuses on nuclear terrorism, requiring member states to take steps to prohibit non-state actors from acquiring nuclear weapons and put additional measures in place to control nuclear materials and prevent proliferation. Now, 1540 calls for member states take and enforce effective measures to establish domestic controls to prevent the proliferation of nuclear, chemical, or biological weapons. Look after your own backyard, as was agreed upon by all the nations and member states. Secondly, adopt legislation prohibiting the acquisition, use, or threat of use of nuclear weapons by both state and non-state actors, and also extend criminal legislation to apply to citizens extraterritorially and to embrace universal jurisdiction over any such acts regardless of nationality or location of that particular act. Now, that is very important because now we're going beyond our own jurisdiction to find criminal intent, even after the fact, to find people in this particular situation because, as we know, these cells, potential or not, these terrorist cells can exist all over the world. They operate from many bases, not just from one particular country or certainly from one particular region. Now with the advent of technology, the internet, and certainly the way technology is flowing around the world instantaneously, we have to behave in this manner in order to find these criminals, to find any act that is about to be committed so that we can stop it before something serious actually happens. So, Resolution 1540 from 2004 also established a committee in the United Nations Security Council tasked with overseeing the implementation of that particular resolution. Now, this resolution came down to this agreement known as the International Convention for the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism. Now, this particular S9, the bill we're doing here today, comes from these particular treaties because, as I mentioned earlier, in order for these treaties to have any effect, despite any good intentions, if the home country chooses not to fix its own home legislation in order to make the purpose of these treaties come to fruition, then obviously you have to make the right laws. In this particular situation, we're talking about fixing the criminal code, certainly Part 2, and amending it as such. So, the ISCANT, after me telling you I wouldn't use acronyms, I just did. But nonetheless, the material I have here is littered with them. So we'll call it the treaty for now. And this, of course, talked about certain things within this treaty that were very important for each member state to adopt. So unlawful and intentional possession of radioactive material. Also, unlawful and intentional use of radioactive material or a nuclear or radioactive device. It makes a credible threat to unlawfully and intentionally do the acts described in Article 2.1b. Unlawful and intentional demanding of radioactive material, a nuclear or radioactive device, attempts to commit the possession and use offenses outlined in the article, and finally participating as an accomplice in, organizing, or directing others to commit or contributing as a member of an organized group. Not merely saying you're guilty by association, but it's the intent that is there in this particular situation. Now, the ICSANT, as we affectionately call it. I don't have a nickname for it. I'll just call it that for now. In this particular situation, I talked earlier about the extraterritorial aspect of it, and that's in Section 9. And to me, that's a very important part, because Article 9 permits states to establish jurisdiction over offenses occurring outside their territories. The offense is committed against a national, a person of that state. The offense is committed against a state or a government facility of that state, and the offense is committed by a stateless person who habitually resides in that state. The offense is committed to compel a state to do or abstain from doing something from Article 9.2, and the offense is committed aboard an aircraft operated by the government of that particular state. You see what's happening here is that we're fixing our own legislation in order for it to comply with the intentions set out by the United Nations. In this particular situation, the United Nations, I think that the two treaties that we discussed, that we ratified in 2007, struck in 2004, certainly does bring us into what is the reality around this globe. And that part, to me, Section 9 of that particular treaty, illustrates that by saying that we need to go beyond our own territory to take the action necessary in order to stop potential terrorist activity. So the treaties, in this as I mentioned earlier, two major conventions in the past few years, 2010 in Washington, D.C., 2012 in Seoul, South Korea, also put the pressure upon us to make this so. And like I said, I find it odd it came from the Senate, that is true, but Clause 2.2 of Bill S-9, in this particular situation, I'll end with this, adds 4 new defined terms to Section 2 of the Code, and they are the environment, nuclear facility, nuclear material, and radioactive material, precisely, to encompass, the intention of doing a lot of harm to a lot of people and to use this as a particular threat for whatever means that they have or whatever intentions that they have. Obviously, this is the type of language we have to use in this particular situation. We're dealing with this dangerous material. We are dealing with terrorist groups that are not just confined to one particular area. They are global in perspective, and therefore our legislation has to be changed in order to reflect this harsh reality. So, in addition, Clause 2.1 of Bill S-9 amends the definition of Attorney General found in Section 2 of the Code as well. That also is a reflection of what we're trying to do here. So, in this particular situation, there are many aspects to this that could be improved upon. In this particular situation, I think that perhaps the bill in and of itself is a little bit introspective, meaning that the legislation could also encompass something that is a little more international in scope. The intention is there. The intention is good, as was argued and debated in the Senate. Now we bring it here. But some of this needs to be looked at thoroughly. Are we living up to the international obligations that we've signed on to when it comes to nuclear proliferation? Well, that has to be assessed in committee itself. Certainly, I would want to see it advanced to the committee, already in the Senate, but certainly for the standing committee here in the House of Commons in order to have a look at that. And I think that's very important for all of us to consider, because if we've waited this long, essentially we might as well do it right. I believe my grandfather used to say that. But nonetheless, you must look at this in a particular light within the committee, so I look forward to advancing this and seeing how this will come to light, how these provisions, these changes that we are making to the criminal code, do they, as was pointed out, or do they not fulfill the spirit of the agreements of which we've signed on to, dating back to 2004, the ICSNT, as I mentioned earlier. So the intent of that is to root out the evil in these terrorism cells around the world, and as a result of that, do we have the right tools to do that, including extraterritoriality, in order for us to go beyond our own boundaries to find out who is involved and how we can best protect our society. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
À reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Particularly since 9/11, the Security Council of the UN General Assembly has been concerned by international terrorist activities, and especially nuclear terrorism. Members of the Security Council of the Assembly adopted resolutions that led to the development of treaties on nuclear terrorism so that member states can pass laws that reflect the constant evolution of the nuclear terrorist threat. Canada has long cooperated on this level. Canada ratified the CPPNM, which fostered the development of measures related to prevention, detection, or penalties for crimes related to nuclear materials. In 2005, this convention was amended in order to improve the physical protection of nuclear materials and facilities. Amendments brought forth in 2005 increase its scope and covers utilization, warehousing, and transportation of nuclear materials and the peaceful use of nuclear facilities within countries. Again, in 2005, Canada signed the ICS-ANT, which has not been ratified. It asks states to create new crimes to cover nuclear terrorism. It's important to point out that a treaty can only be ratified when the amendments to domestic legislation has been made. So this is the point of Bill S9. This bill will amend Canadian legislation so as to make it comply with the two conventions that I just mentioned. Following the adoption of this bill, Canada will be in a position to ratify these international conventions since it is committed to doing so. And thus we can fulfill our international obligations. In the NDP, we support multilateral approaches that foster cooperations between states. This is important in areas that extend beyond our borders. Terrorism is just such a threat, and it's only through cooperation between states that we can protect ourselves against such a threat. We therefore favor cooperative work between countries that ratified these conventions, and that's why we will support this bill. We also want to be able to examine it in more depth in committee. The bill was tabled in the Senate last March. It includes 10 sections that create 4 new offenses that will be integrated into the criminal code. The addition of these new offenses will make it illegal to possess, use, or throw out nuclear materials or devices or radioactive devices, or to commit a crime against a nuclear facility or its operation, or to harm the environment or property. It seeks to make it illegal to use or alter nuclear materials or devices in order to constrain or force a person, government, or international organization to do something or refrain from doing something. I'd like to emphasize that. It's very important because if the objective of terrorism is to force a government to do something or to refrain from doing something, how many assassinations or kidnappings have been made to deter Western countries from participating in wars in Afghanistan or Iraq? Terrorist groups use threats or retribution to force governments to acquiesce to their demands. The bill would also make it an indictable offense under federal law to intend to obtain radioactive material or devices or radioactive devices to obtain the control of a nuclear facility or to threaten any such thing. Other amendments that are just as important have been introduced in the criminal code, such as introducing into the code definitions of terms used for these new offenses. It will also introduce a new clause in the code so that individuals who commit or attempt to commit one of these crimes abroad can be prosecuted in Canada, but it must respond to some criteria. The crime has to be committed either aboard a ship registered in Canada, an aircraft licensed in Canada, by a Canadian citizen, or by a person who is in Canada after the crime is committed. So the bill will amend provisions of the criminal code about wiretapping and DNA sampling. The anti-terrorism bill amended provisions of the criminal code when it comes to wiretapping. So added to Section 183 of the Code are 4 new offences that will allow wiretapping in cases of such offences. This provision has been inserted into the bill in order to allow peace officers to ask for a warrant to obtain DNA samples from a person who's committed these crimes. So it would be compulsory to gain such samples from a person found guilty of such offenses. These are important tools for our frontline public safety officers, but they have to be executed in accordance with Canadian law and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. When we give a new power, it's necessary to ensure that there are parameters in place to serve as a framework so that there's no abuse on the part of our peace officers, who, I'd like to point out, have my complete trust. Finally, the bill amends the Canadian regulations regarding double jeopardy. This would not apply if the foreign trial does not meet basic Canadian legal principles, so in which case a Canadian court could be called upon to conduct a new trial, even for a person found guilty in a foreign court. This bill allows Canada to respect its international obligations by creating new crimes under the Criminal Code. But this is one facet of the problem. The other facet that's just as important is prevention and safety. Mr. Jamieson of the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission made a presentation before the Senate committee on June 4th. He presented a brief overview of the prevention provisions that the Commission had put in place over the years. He explained that requirements related to physical protection are gradual and correspond to the level of risk and the consequences. He listed some of the provisions for safety in nuclear facilities. The requirements go from controls over access to the presence of an intervention force. Employees and supervisors must meet requirements for awareness and training in security protocols, and of course their background is checked. Permit holders must develop and maintain emergency plans and organize exercises regularly. The transportation of nuclear materials requires a permit, and to get it, the permit holder must provide a detailed security plan, including threat evaluation, proposed security measures, the trajectory. Security plans are required for all such transportation, including those that only transit through Canada. Canada is a model in nuclear safety worldwide, but the government must continue to invest the funds necessary in nuclear safety in order to maximize the safety of Canadians while minimizing the probability of a crime or terrorist act be committed in Canada or elsewhere. The International Atomic Energy Commission listed over 2,000 incidents related to the use, transportation, and unauthorized possession of nuclear matters or radioactive material between 1993 and 2011. So government agencies responsible for anti-terrorism have to work in an integrated manner so that these organizations are in a position to protect Canadians properly. It's not just a matter of setting out punishment for terrorism, but investing the funds necessary to allow such organizations and their frontline officers to accomplish their mission and the mandate given to them, which is to ensure the safety of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and question commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've had some discussions up to this point, Mr. Speaker, about the fact that this bill is much delayed in the sense of when it's been introduced to the House, Senate initially, and then the House, and that it will now be going to committee with our support. One of the things that I worry a bit about is that the government now seems to be in such a hurry. They've put up absolutely no speakers except for the initial parliamentary secretary, is that the government is going to ask us not to hear the same witnesses if we want to hear some of the same witnesses who were heard in the Senate. I'm wondering if the honourable colleague, my honourable colleague, would offer some advice. If the government makes this argument and says that we should only hear some of them and the rest we can read the transcript from the Senate for, how would you suggest that we respond to the government if they take that position?
Et de Châteauguay Saint-Constant.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his work on the Justice Committee, which is going to be looking at this bill. And he has raised a number of concerns in this House. Indeed, this is a bill that should have been brought forward much earlier. We ratified this convention in 2005, and we promised to bring amendments thereto, but the government hasn't examined the matter. It left it up to our colleagues in the Senate to do so. So it is rather curious that now we should be obliged to look at this bill after the Senate. The bill should have been brought forward 6 years ago. So it is important to take all the time we need to study it. It is very important to do so. And so we will put our trust in our colleague from Toronto Danforth. We know he's going to ask the right questions in committee. And it is all the more important that we don't rush things because the government has been sitting on this for 6 years. So I am very confident that my colleagues on the Justice Committee will do their work in a diligent fashion, and it will be discussed in committee, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Honoré Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to put a question to my colleague. Could you talk about the concerns that were raised in the Senate when this bill was studied? The honourable member for Châteauguay Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her excellent question. Indeed, S9 was tabled on March 9th, and there were certain oversights, certain omissions from this bill, and the Liberal senators made a number of amendments that were adopted unanimously. So it is important to continue to examine this bill very closely to be sure that there have been no other omissions. I can't remember exactly what those omissions were, but there were a number of oversights, and luckily there were corrections that were made by a Liberal senator, and so we're going to continue to study this bill in depth to ensure that there are no further omissions or oversights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. During the study of the bill by the Senate, there were excessive measures that were taken regarding criminalization. The Department of Justice intention was to espouse the provisions of the Convention as much as possible, but some of the new offences under the Criminal Code have a scope that is broader than those that come under the International Convention. Should we ensure that the excessive scope will not result in excessive criminalization and a breach of the Charter of Rights? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Joliette for this very relevant question, which clarifies certain things.
Perhaps there might be overly broad scope under this bill because the intent of the Department of Justice was to espouse the provisions of the Convention as much as possible. However, some of the new offences under the Criminal Code have a broader scope than the offences that are mentioned under the International Convention. We must therefore ensure that the overly broad scope of these offences do not result in an excessive criminalization and do not breach the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, because and therefore we will have to bring forward certain clarifications within the Justice Committee.
Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague from Châteauguay-Saint-Constant, you made a very good point about the delay that is taken for this legislation to arrive in Parliament. We know that the operative treaties that underlie this piece of legislation were both adopted in 2005, and we're now 2012, 7 years. Even giving a government a year and a half to prepare the implementing legislation, this seems excessive, Mr. Speaker. And so what I'm wondering from my colleague from Châteauguay-Saint-Constant is whether or not he feels that this government's approach to these two treaties has harmful effects on our reputation internationally, especially amongst the community of states that take very seriously measures to protect against nuclear terrorism. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Toronto Danforth once again for his excellent question. I think his question encompasses part of the answer. 7 years is too long, and there are many countries that take this matter very seriously because the safety of our Canadian citizens relies on it or depends on it. Many countries have taken this matter much more seriously. They looked at these issues of nuclear safety much more quickly and much more in depth. And so the fact that Canada took so long to examine the matters of nuclear safety, well, I think that must have somewhat tarnished our reputation on the international stage, which up until now has been excellent. But I think that our star is beginning to dim because of the slow pace that this bill has been brought forward, and my colleague did well to underscore that. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you pointed out, we've been talking about S7, S9, and unfortunately, it is only the members in the NDP who are debating this bill, which has already been studied in the Senate. But that's not surprising because we know that the Conservative government simply washes its hands of these matters every time, and I can see this in the area of health as well. So I'm not surprised at how they're proceeding with these two bills. They let the Senate do all the work. The members elected by Canadians to represent them in the House of Commons are allowing appointed representatives to do their work in their stead. Now, this being said, I listened very attentively to the speech of my colleague, and there were certain concerns that were raised in the Senate, especially with regard to sentencing. They say it should be noted that there are no mandatory minimum sentences included in this bill in S9. Now, could my colleague comment on this fact? The Honourable Member of Châteauguay-Saint-Constant, a brief response, please. Brief? No problem. It's probably a good thing that there are no mandatory minimum sentences in this bill because they are constantly being challenged before the courts, and in future it probably would have been declared unconstitutional, so it's a good thing. No mandatory minimums. There are maximum sentences that go up to life imprisonment for most offenses. That is just fine. It will allow the judge a certain leeway to examine case law and make his rulings on a case-by-case basis. Thank you.
Since it is 6:30, the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. And by doing that, the member states, the members of the United Nations, were to adopt certain anti-terrorism legislation and policies within the 90 days in order to, amongst many other things, prevent and repress the financing of terrorist acts, criminalize the willful collection or provision of funds to be used to carry out terrorist acts, prohibit the making available of funds, suppress the recruitment of terrorist groups, and the supply of weapons for these purposes. Now, notice the one theme that's going through all this is the international aspect of this, which is to say that the funding, the supplying of weapons for people involved in terrorism is not contained within one country anymore and hard to do. You pretty much have to find yourself around the world in this particular situation, in these particular situations, in order to assess what could be done, to assess the level of terrorism that is happening, the planning that is to take place, in order that we can stop the act before it actually gets off the ground. So that's the financing aspect of it. That's Resolution 1373, very important in its day, of course. And on 12th of December, on 2001, the Government of Canada reported to the United Nations Security Council's Counter-Terrorism Committee on the steps it had taken to implement Resolution 1373. Now, among the measures at that time, they talked about the Anti-Terrorism Act and, of course, the amendments to the Criminal Code. So, all that leads to, among the offenses that were newly classified as terrorist activity, I mentioned that earlier, which was the term that many nations have been grappling with for quite some time, and that is, of course, under terrorist activity. So, there are several definitions in place. As I mentioned, we came up with two major treaties in this particular situation. Now, the two particular treaties, the first one around 2004, the other one was an amendment to an existing one. So with the offences as part of the Criminal Code to enactment of Anti-Terrorism Act, it was added to the code following Canada's ratification in 1986, and this goes back to the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material. And it was not until the Anti-Terrorism Act came into force that they constituted terrorist activity. So these are the amendments that we are looking at when it comes to the CPPNM, which is what it's normally called. And I don't want to get too much into the acronyms because goodness knows where that'll lead to. So if you look at this, the United Nations and what they've, following 1373, 3 years after the terrorist attacks, of course, in 2001, September the 11th, the United Nations Security Council passed another resolution. This was Resolution 1540, and this is what led up to what we have today. 1540, of course, specifically dealing with the non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. The resolution focuses on nuclear terrorism, requiring member states to take steps to prohibit non-state actors from acquiring nuclear weapons and put additional measures in place to control nuclear materials and prevent proliferation. Now, 1540 calls for member states take and enforce effective measures to establish
domestic controls to prevent the proliferation of nuclear, chemical, or biological weapons. Look after your own backyard, as was agreed upon by all the nations and member states. Secondly, adopt legislation prohibiting the acquisition, use, or threat of use of nuclear weapons by both state and non-state actors, and also extend criminal legislation to apply to citizens extraterritorially and to embrace universal jurisdiction over any such acts regardless of nationality or location of that particular act. Now, that is very important because now we're going beyond our own jurisdiction to find criminal intent, even after the fact, to find people in this particular situation because, as we know, these cells, potential or not, these terrorist cells can exist all over the world. They operate from many bases, not just from one particular country or certainly from one particular region. Now with the advent of technology, with the internet, and certainly the way technology is flowing around the world instantaneously, we have to behave in this manner in order to find these criminals, to find any act that is about to be committed so that we can stop it before something serious actually happens. So, Resolution 1540 from 2004 also established a committee in the United Nations Security Council tasked with overseeing the implementation of that particular resolution. Now, this resolution came down to this agreement known as the International Convention for the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism. Now, this particular S9, the bill we're doing here today, comes from these particular treaties because, as I mentioned earlier, in order for these treaties to have any effect, despite any good intentions, if the home country chooses not to fix its own home legislation in order to make the purpose of these treaties come to fruition, then obviously you have to make the right laws. In this particular situation, we're talking about fixing the criminal code, certainly Part 2, and amending it as such. So, the ISCANT, after me telling you I wouldn't use acronyms, I just did. But nonetheless, the material I have here is littered with them. So we'll call it the treaty for now. And this, of course, talked about certain things within this treaty that were very important for each member state to adopt. So unlawful and intentional possession of radioactive material. Also, unlawful and intentional use of radioactive material or a nuclear or radioactive device. It makes a credible threat to unlawfully and intentionally do the acts described in Article 2.1b. Unlawful and intentional demanding of radioactive material, a nuclear or radioactive device, attempts to commit the possession and use offenses outlined in the article, and finally participating as an accomplice in, organizing, or directing others to commit or contributing as a member of an organized group. Not merely saying you're guilty by association, but it's the intent that is there in this particular situation. Now, the ICSANT, as we affectionately call it, I don't have a nickname for it, I'll just call it that for now. In this particular situation, I talked earlier about the extraterritorial aspect of it, and that's in Section 9. And to me, that's a very important part, because Article 9 permits states to establish jurisdiction over offenses occurring outside their territories. The offense is committed against a national, a person of that state. The offense is committed against a state or a government facility of that state, and the offense is committed by a stateless person who habitually resides in that state. The offense is committed to compel a state to do or abstain from doing something from Article 9.2, and the offense is committed aboard an aircraft operated by the government of that particular state. You see what's happening here is that we're fixing our own legislation in order for it to comply with the intentions set out by the United Nations. In this particular situation, the United Nations, I think that the two treaties that we discussed, that we ratified in 2007, struck in 2004, certainly does bring us into what is the reality around this globe. And that part, to me, Section 9 of that particular treaty, illustrates that by saying that we need to go beyond our own territory to take the action necessary in order to stop potential terrorist activity. So the treaties, in this as I mentioned earlier, two major conventions in the past few years, 2010 in Washington, D.C., 2012 in Seoul, South Korea, also put the pressure upon us to make this so. And like I said, I find it odd it came from the Senate, that is true. But Clause 2.2 of Bill S9, in this particular situation, I'll end with this, adds 4 new defined terms to Section 2 of the Code. And they are the environment, nuclear facility, nuclear material, and radioactive material, precisely, to encompass the intention of doing a lot of harm to a lot of people and to use this as a particular threat for whatever means that they have or whatever intentions that they have. Obviously, this is the type of language we have to use in this particular situation. We're dealing with this dangerous material. We are dealing with terrorist groups that are not just confined to one particular area. They are global in perspective, and therefore our legislation has to be changed in order to reflect this harsh reality. So, in addition, Clause 2.1 of Bill S9 amends the definition of Attorney General found in Section 2 of the Code as well. That also is a reflection of what we're trying to do here. So, in this particular situation, there are many aspects to this that could be improved upon. In this particular situation, I think that perhaps the bill in and of itself is a little bit introspective, meaning that the legislation could also encompass something that is a little more international in scope. In this, the intention is there. The intention is good, as was argued and debated in the Senate. Now we bring it here. But some of this needs to be looked at thoroughly. Are we living up to the international obligations that we've signed on to when it comes to nuclear proliferation? Well, that has to be assessed in committee itself. Certainly, I would want to see it advance to the committee, already in the Senate, but certainly for the standing committee here in the House of Commons in order to have a look at that. And I think that's very important for all of us to consider, because if we've waited this long, essentially we might as well do it right. I believe my grandfather used to say that. But nonetheless, you must look at this in a particular light within the committee, so I look forward to advancing this and seeing how this will come to light, how these provisions, these changes that we are making to the criminal code, do they, as was pointed out, or do they not fulfill the spirit of the agreements of which we've signed on to, dating back to 2004, the ICSNT, as I mentioned earlier. So the intent of that is to root out the evil in these terrorism cells around the world, and as a result of that, do we have the right tools to do that, including extraterritoriality, in order for us to go beyond our own boundaries to find out who is involved and how we can best protect our society. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
À reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Particularly since 9/11, the Security Council of the UN General Assembly has been concerned by international terrorist activities, and especially nuclear terrorism. Members of the Security Council of the Assembly adopted resolutions that led to the development of treaties on nuclear terrorism so that member states can pass laws that reflect the constant evolution of the nuclear terrorist threat. Canada has long cooperated on this level. Canada ratified the CPPNM, which fostered the development of measures related to prevention, detection, or penalties for crimes related to nuclear materials. In 2005, this convention was amended in order to improve the physical protection of nuclear materials and facilities. Amendments brought forth in 2005 increase its scope and covers utilization, warehousing, and transportation of nuclear materials and the peaceful use of nuclear facilities within countries. Again, in 2005, Canada signed the ICSANT, which has not been ratified. It asks states to create new crimes to cover nuclear terrorism. It's important to point out that a treaty can only be ratified when the amendments to domestic legislation has been made. So this is the point of Bill S9. This bill will amend Canadian legislation so as to make it comply with the two conventions that I just mentioned. Following the adoption of this bill, Canada will be in a position to ratify these international conventions since it is committed to doing so. And thus we can fulfill our international obligations. In the NDP, we support multilateral approaches that foster cooperations between states. This is important in areas that extend beyond our borders. Terrorism is just such a threat, and it's only through cooperation between states that we can protect ourselves against such a threat. We therefore favor cooperative work between countries that ratify these conventions, and that's why we will support this bill. We also want to be able to examine it in more depth in committee. The bill was tabled in the Senate last March. It includes 10 sections that create 4 new offenses that will be integrated into the criminal code. The addition of these new offenses will make it illegal to possess, use, or throw out nuclear materials or devices or radioactive devices, or to commit a crime against a nuclear facility or its operation, or to harm the environment or property. It seeks to make it illegal to use or alter nuclear materials or devices in order to constrain or force a person, government, or international organization to do something or refrain from doing something. I'd like to emphasize that. It's very important because if the objective of terrorism is to force a government to do something or to refrain from doing something, how many assassinations or kidnappings have been made to deter Western countries from participating in wars in Afghanistan or Iraq? Terrorist groups use threats or retribution to force governments to acquiesce to their demands. The bill would also make it an indictable offense under federal law to intend to obtain radioactive material or devices or radioactive devices, to obtain the control of a nuclear facility, or to threaten any such thing. Other amendments that are just as important have been introduced in the criminal code, such as introducing into the code definitions of terms used for these new offenses. It will also introduce a new clause in the code so that individuals who commit or attempt to commit one of these crimes abroad can be prosecuted in Canada, but it must respond to some criteria. The crime has to be committed either aboard a ship registered in Canada, an aircraft licensed in Canada, by a Canadian citizen, or by a person who is in Canada after the crime is committed. So the bill will amend provisions of the criminal code about wiretapping and DNA sampling. The anti-terrorism bill amended provisions of the criminal code when it comes to wiretapping. So added to Section 183 of the code are 4 new offenses that will allow wiretapping in cases of such offenses. This provision has been inserted into the bill in order to allow peace officers to ask for a warrant to obtain DNA samples from a person who's committed these crimes. So it would be compulsory to gain such samples from a person found guilty of such offenses. These are important tools for our frontline public safety officers, but they have to be executed in accordance with Canadian law and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. When we give a new power, it's necessary to ensure that there are parameters in place to serve as a framework so that there's no abuse on the part of our peace officers, who, I'd like to point out, have my complete trust. Finally, the bill amends the Canadian regulations regarding double jeopardy. This would not apply if the foreign trial does not meet basic Canadian legal principles, so in which case a Canadian court could be called upon to conduct a new trial, even for a person found guilty in a foreign court. This bill allows Canada to respect its international obligations by creating new crimes under the Criminal Code. But this is one facet of the problem. The other facet that's just as important is prevention and safety. Mr. Jamieson of the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission made a presentation before the Senate committee on June 4th. He presented a brief overview of the prevention provisions that the Commission had put in place over the years. He explained that requirements related to physical protection are gradual and correspond to the level of risk and the consequences. He listed some of the provisions for safety in nuclear facilities. The requirements go from controls over access to the presence of an intervention force. Employees and supervisors must meet requirements for awareness and training in security protocols, and of course their background is checked. Permit holders must develop and maintain emergency plans and organize exercises regularly. The transportation of nuclear materials requires a permit, and to get it, the permit holder must provide a detailed security plan, including threat evaluation, proposed security measures, the trajectory. Security plans are required for all such transportation, including those that only transit through Canada. Canada is a model in nuclear safety worldwide, but the government must continue to invest the funds necessary in nuclear safety in order to maximize the safety of Canadians while minimizing the probability of a crime or terrorist act be committed in Canada or elsewhere. The International Atomic Energy Commission listed over 2,000 incidents related to the use, transportation, and unauthorized possession of nuclear matters or radioactive material between 1993 and 2011. So government agencies responsible for anti-terrorism have to work in an integrated manner so that these organizations are in a position to protect Canadians properly. It's not just a matter of setting out punishment for terrorism, but investing the funds necessary to allow such organizations and their frontline officers to accomplish their mission and the mandate given to them, which is to ensure the safety of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've had some discussions up to this point, Mr. Speaker, about the fact that this bill is much delayed in the sense of when it's been introduced to the House, Senate initially, and then the House, and that it will now be going to committee with our support. One of the things that I worry a bit about is that the government now seems to be in such a hurry. They put up absolutely no speakers except for the initial parliamentary secretary, is that the government is going to ask us not to hear the same witnesses if we want to hear some of the same witnesses who were heard in the Senate. I'm wondering if the honourable colleague, my honourable colleague, would offer some advice. If the government makes this argument and says that we should only hear some of them and the rest we can read the transcript from the Senate for, how would you suggest that we respond to the government if they take that position?
Et de Châteauguay Saint-Constant.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his work on the Justice Committee, which is going to be looking at this bill. And he has raised a number of concerns in this House. Indeed, this is a bill that should have been brought forward much earlier. We ratified
this convention in 2005, and we promised to bring amendments thereto, but the government hasn't examined the matter. It left it up to our colleagues in the Senate to do so. So it is rather curious that now we should be obliged to look at this bill after the Senate. The bill should have been brought forward 6 years ago. So it is important to take all the time we need to study it. It is very important to do so. And so we will put our trust in our colleague from Toronto, Danforth. We know he's going to ask the right questions in committee, and it is all the more important that we don't rush things because the government has been sitting on this for 6 years. So I am very confident that my colleagues on the Justice Committee will do their work in a diligent fashion, and it will be discussed in committee. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to put a question to my colleague. Could you talk about the concerns that were raised in the Senate when this bill was studied? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her excellent question. Indeed, S9 was tabled on March 9th, and there were certain oversights, certain omissions from this bill, and the Liberal senators made a number of amendments that were adopted unanimously. So it is important to continue to examine this bill very closely to be sure that there have been no other omissions. I can't remember exactly what those omissions were, but there were a number of oversights, and luckily there were corrections that were made by a Liberal senator, and so we're going to continue to study this bill in depth to ensure that there are no further omissions or oversights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. During the study of the bill by the Senate, there were excessive measures that were taken regarding criminalization. The Department of Justice intention was to espouse the provisions of the Convention as much as possible, but some of the new offenses under the Criminal Code have a scope that is broader than those that come under the International Convention. Should we ensure that the excessive scope will not result in excessive criminalization and a breach of the Charter of Rights? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Joliette for this very relevant question, which clarifies certain things. Perhaps there might be overly broad scope under this bill because the intent of the Department of Justice was to espouse the provisions of the Convention as much as possible. However, some of the new offences under the Criminal Code have a broader scope than the offences that are mentioned under the International Convention. We must therefore ensure that the overly broad scope of these offences do not result in an excessive criminalization and do not breach the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, because and therefore we will have to bring forward certain clarifications within the Justice Committee.
Toronto, Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague from Châteauguay-Saint-Constant, you made a very good point about the delay that is taken for this legislation to arrive in Parliament. We know that the operative treaties that underlie this piece of legislation were both adopted in 2005, and we're now 2012, 7 years. Even giving a government a year and a half to prepare the implementing legislation, this seems excessive, Mr. Speaker. And so what I'm wondering from my colleague from Châteauguay-Saint-Constant is, whether or not he feels that this government's approach to these two treaties has harmful effects on our reputation internationally, especially amongst the community of states that take very seriously measures to protect against nuclear terrorism. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Toronto, Danforth, once again for his excellent question. I think his question encompasses part of the answer. 7 years is too long, and there are many countries that take this matter very seriously because the safety of our Canadian citizens relies on it or depends on it. Many countries have taken this matter much more seriously. They looked at these issues of nuclear safety much more quickly and much more in depth. And so the fact that Canada took so long to examine the matters of nuclear safety, well, I think that must have somewhat tarnished our reputation on the international stage, which up until now has been excellent. But I think that our star is beginning to dim because of the slow pace that this bill has been brought forward, and my colleague did well to underscore that. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you pointed out, we've been talking about S7, S9, and unfortunately, it is only the members in the NDP who are debating this bill, which has already been studied in the Senate. But that's not surprising because we know that the Conservative government simply washes its hands of these matters every time, and I can see this in the area of health as well. So I'm not surprised at how they're proceeding with these two bills. They let the Senate do all the work. The members elected by Canadians to represent them in the House of Commons are allowing appointed representatives to do their work in their stead. Now, this being said, I listened very attentively to the speech of my colleague, and there were certain concerns that were raised in the Senate, especially with regard to sentencing. They say it should be noted that there are no mandatory minimum sentences included in this bill in S9. Now, could my colleague comment on this fact? The Honourable Member of Châteauguay-Saint-Constant, a brief response, please. Brief? No problem. It's probably a good thing that there are no mandatory minimum sentences in this bill because they are constantly being challenged before the courts, and in future it probably would have been declared unconstitutional, so it's a good thing. No mandatory minimums. There are maximum sentences that go up to life imprisonment for most offenses. That is just fine. It will allow the judge a certain leeway to examine case law and make his rulings on a case-by-case basis. Thank you. Since it is 6:30, the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.